finish making my delicious pancakes.
Oh, he making pancake. And we got pancake on his face.
We got another mini me. The year of D&D. Don't you see that? Like, it's not worth it, bro. Everybody don't want the game.
Look, every time Patty bring the smoke, I'm giving the smoke right back to Patty. That's a fact.
You came in here looking for a fight. That's okay.
All the time. All the time.
Why? You got beat up and I offended you and now
Did
you
you
trying
get
to put it on
attention
me.
when you were Victoria? Huh? Did you get attention when you were Victoria?
Listen, this was between Hurricane and Divine. I went and defended him, and now he claiming that I'm over here starting.
It wasn't even a fight, bro. Hurricane brings back very educated brother. I'm not gonna fight.
Very educated dick sucker.
I agree, bro.
The lawyer Hurricane.
I'm not gonna keep fighting.
The truth is that law is opinion, and there's no such thing as law.
That's something that I'm big on. If we would have disagreed with that, then we would have, would have squabbled and say. But we're not here to fight. We want to elevate. We want to connect. And yes, we do need solution. And I'm an advocate of coalition being a solution. It has happened in the past, and I feel like
Coalition of the coalition.
especially in our community, we're a very me society, and look where it's gotten us, right? They're like, F them N-words over there. Oh, F with them. Like, this mentality is part of our mind.
Ain't no news.
Ain't no Jews.
What you
I
got?
can finish the rest of it. Not express, but I have to. I'm in the road. It's not yet. I'll say it about 10 minutes. Thank you. Good morning.
Sonny got something for us. What you got for us, Sonny?
Hey, Sonny.
Hey, Sonny.
Be in debates, to have arguments and anything like that anymore, which is different than what you've known me for years, right? But things have become different for me, and I just appreciate where I am in life. But if you don't mind, Tom, I'd like to read the passage.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. So, this is Romans chapter 6, verses 15 to 23. What then shall we sin because we are not under the law but under grace? By no means. Don't you know that when you offer yourself to someone as obedient slaves, you're slaves to the one you obey, whether you're slaves to sin, which leads to death, or to obedience, which leads to righteousness. But thanks be to God that though you used to be slaves to sin, you have come to obey from your heart the pattern of teaching that has now claimed your allegiance. You have been set free from sin and have become slave to righteousness. I'm using an example from everyday life because of your human limitations. Just as you used to offer yourselves as slaves to impurity and to ever-increasing wickedness, so now offer yourselves as slaves to righteousness, leading to holiness. When you were slaves to sin, you were free from the control of righteousness. What benefit did you reap at that time from the things you are now ashamed of? Those things result in death. But now that you have been set free from sin and have become slaves of God, the benefit you reap leads to holiness, and the result is eternal life. For the wages of sin is death. The gift of God is eternal life in Christ Jesus our Lord.
Amen.
So, I was reading that verse for that chapter for my morning devotional, and I was just thinking about, the part where it says ever increasing wickedness. And so, I don't know if you remember, Tom, but when I first got on Clubhouse, and you guys were, Dark Dawkins had come in here, and you guys all came here, I had never cussed for like a while, a long while. And then I remember playing poker, and I had a bad beat or something like that, and I cursed right there. People were like,
Yeah.
"Oh."
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And if you remember, man, that started
Hey,
flipping.
John, if you could put me in your queue, I got a question for Tom and you.
Okay. And it just became ever increasing, if you remember. And you were able to document all of that to where it got. That Sophia one was off the hook, right? And and that's how it became.
Yeah.
It just became more and more depraved, right? To where it was just like,
Chris, there's no point in being here unless you're roasting these
it
people.
was shameful.
That's just the truth.
Yeah. I was trying to capture your shame, and you were so stubborn. You wanted to try and say that it wasn't really shameful.
Well, yeah, it's shameful, but I'll tell you what, man. It's not like I'm going to ask you to like take it down or anything like that, right? I have no interest in that, as you probably know already, right? It's just a reminder of how one can get to that point. Now, it is a case that recently God's been working on my heart, as you know. And so I've come to this point, right, in the new year. And God has been doing wonderful things in my life. And as you know, I haven't been going to church for years. And I started going recently. Man, I'm so glad to be among a body of believers, and how we just pray for each other. We're concerned about it. And, we care about each other to edify one another. That to be in that sort of a situation is a blessing, So I was just thinking about where I want to go, especially with the new year. People think about what's, forward. I have hopes for this room.
Wow.
And I'm excited to come. I was excited to come to this morning. In fact, if you notice, there's my my account, my alt account down there, right? So that's a good friend of mine, and I wanted them to experience like what I'm doing here. So, in any case,
John, I started working on a worship song for you.
Really?
Yeah.
I was just thinking about a couple things about like promises, right?
Promises.
I made at least 2 promises.
Yeah.
One of which was to give you a Christmas gift of a song.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
And I'll tell you what, I did not pick up the guitar until the first time yesterday. In weeks. So I'm rusty, right? But I just wanted to let you know, I finally picked up the guitar. I'm going to be practicing it. And I know it's way past Christmas. And so I apologize for not keeping that promise.
Oh.
And another promise I had made was, remember Johnny Haas, he sent me a book?
Yeah.
I but I promised to read that book in a week. I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah.
Oh, you do remember that?
Yeah, of
Okay.
course. I was quietly
Give
paying
us
attention to see
your
whether or not you would break that promise also.
And I did. And I'm only in chapter 1, dude. Right? The book's like sitting right in front of me right now as we speak. Wow, for whatever reason. So this is what's been messing me up. Is, you know, when I was young, I was trying to please my dad.
Hey, John, if you could put me in your queue. Thanks, John.
Sure, yeah. And I used to
Name is
I
Black,
used to do
and
pinky promises with my dad. Right?
Yeah.
And as I got older, I just kept, he was so...
I think this guy wants to attack me, John.
I have a feeling it might be that. So if you could just be patient, music, yeah.
Hey, how did he know I wanted to attack him?
So I realized I kept making promises.
Pinky promises.
And, you know, at first, I would try and I would fail. And then it got to the point where it was easy. I had no intention whatsoever of honoring that promise with my dad. And he would always like, hey, like, you know, one of the things was to come to Thanksgiving and Christmas with the family. Oh yeah, I'll be there, Dad. Right.
See you soon, Dad.
Absolutely no intention of going whatsoever. And I would not show up. And I wouldn't show up again. I wouldn't show up again. He'd ask me, and I'd promise to go, and it became easy, right? I don't want to live like that anymore. And so those two things right there. There's some other things, but those two I can
Throughout
talk
my
about.
illustrious career, I have been frequently complimented about my golden bronze pigment.
And so I was
You see,
thinking about God and His promises. He's
a little
never
help from
failed a single promise. And now here I am, like I'm trying to honor God. And as far as this room, as far as like other things, you know, that's one of the things I need to work on. And that's one of the things I've been thinking about.
Oh.
You know, just to be able to keep my word. Now, in business, actually, you know, I've been able to sort of keep that promise, but it's so strange how when I was like, you know, running a business, you know, I would devote my time to it. I would, you know, keep my promises. I'd be ethical. I'd try to serve the customers, you know, and, you know, the way it stands, like God took it away. And that's a good thing, because it become like an idol. And God is a jealous God. You know, He wants everything. And these days, in the situation I am, you know, I can say that everything I have is God's. Everything, every breath, even. So I'm working toward that.
Woo!
In this new year, which I appreciate. But anyway, and also JCC, nice to see you there, sir. I did want to talk to you about, you had a room called God is an Invention of Your Mind or something like that. And I so wanted to join that room, by the way. And, but I didn't.
No, actually it was God is a mental concept. Well, I guess you say invention, but it's a mental concept. That's what it was.
Okay. Well, it implies a human construct, right?
Yeah, and more directly, it's an abstract mental concept. So yeah.
Right. Not a concrete. I do want to go to AI, but so you wanted to say something, sir?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, you know, every time you say something, Tom Rabbit here says, I'm just like, I have gaydar and transdar. I'm just wondering, Tom, I'm not trying to attack you, but are you trans?
I am gay.
Are you happy gay or are you F word gay?
I'm what to me, I don't think L or B or G or T. This is the way I think about myself. I'm L, G, B, T, I, Q, and plus all of them at the same time.
Well, I can't attack you, Tom, because as you know on YouTube, they have policies that there's protected classes, and I think you might be one of the lucky ones who fall under that protected class. I can't attack you because I'd violate YouTube terms of service.
I'd love to be protected. Wow. That's not the kind of room I want to have, though. No. Now, you have a different account today, Music.
Yeah, this is Black White.
Actually, John's your name, right?
Correct.
Well, speaking of AI music, John, this song that I wrote, I'd like to maybe play it for you right now. Sure. Now you wrote another song though? Yeah. And you didn't use AI? No. I used AI, but as always, I wrote the lyrics and melody. They just added the guitar. Wow. I played the song before.
I'm writing candidate for the 16th district.
Yeah, that song's. Yeah, that was a good song. You have some talent.
Ain't nobody gonna tell you.
I appreciate it. But yeah, I want to say that literally, I know when I came up with this melody, I was in the car, and I was actually listening to Legacy Church, the opening music. Yeah, it was on a Sunday. And I said to myself, man, this church music sounds so easy. I bet I could write one of these. And so that's what I came up with. Worship songs because it was so simple. And I even had Pastor Kyle in mind with the guitar. Okay. I don't know if you can hear this. Hold on a sec. Can you hear this? Can you hear this right now? I'm glad to know that you and many other atheists. Just tell me if you can hear it, because I have to fix it otherwise. Sure. Can you hear it? It's playing right now. I don't hear nothing. Okay, so I'll have to do it differently. This will work. You can hear this now, right? Okay, so sounds like Ed Sheeran a little bit, but go on. Once I finish it, John, with your permission, I would like to be able to send it to Pastor Kyle and say, would you please consider this for your worship service? You want what? Yeah. You created a worship song? Like, I don't know what you call it. Whatever he plays before service and that church music. Okay. I'm pretty decent with lyrics, more so than music. Well, maybe you can help me, because you know how I write this stuff. I just write one verse and chorus, and then I just repeat it, because the lyrics are really hard to finish. But keep in mind, the lyrics are just kind of almost placeholder. I know that you're going to disagree with some of them, they're not going to make sense or whatever, but I just put myself in the mindset of a person who's like writing church music. But I think I have a good melody. Are you ready, John? Yeah. All right, imagine Pastor Kyle. Every neighbor is here. Singing this song.
All right, everybody, welcome to your Clubhouse experience. This is a song by Tom Rabbit mocking John.
I lived a life without your love for me. I didn't see your light covering me. Yes, I was blind. But now I see. You gave your hand and I pushed it away. I tried to do it all, no need to pray.
Girl!
It's easier when you lead the way. But if I try to love you, oh my Lord,
Narges is here.
that's when I try to know you, oh my Lord. I lived a life without your love for me. I Didn't see your light covering me. Yes, I was blind, but now I see. You gave your hand and I pushed it away. I tried to do it on no need to pray, but
Ooh, Sienna's here.
easier when you lead the way. But if I try to love you, oh my Lord, that's when I try to know you, oh my Lord.
Well, that's very good, man. I think you have a lot of talents, man.
Thanks, John. I hope to see Pastor Kyle singing that to you one day.
Well, there's a couple of interesting things. It's from an individual perspective, you know. And so the way I see it, it's like sort of like an individual centered, right?
Well, like I said, the lyrics are just like I come up with a melody. I don't know what words go where, so I just had to fit something in there, and that's what fit. But yeah, I'm gonna change it around.
No. I like the words too. It represents a sort of a perspective, right? And it just it's about where someone's at. I did want to ask you, man. Years ago, you used to ask me, "Are you going to church?"
Yeah.
And I said no. And you said, "I go to church." I go, "What? You're an atheist. How could you be going to church?" And I used to ask that about Mo too.
Yeah.
And I think you were going a lot, like every week.
Yeah, I went more than you.
You did, right? So, I mean, like once in 4 or 5 years, yeah, I'd say you go twice, you went more than me, right? But you were going a lot more. But I guess my question was like, why did you go to church? Was it just social?
I was doing reconnaissance. I wanted to know the enemy.
You wanted to know the enemy.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, to be truthful, I was curious and I wanted to see kind of like really experience what it was like in modern day church. And it was pretty disgusting. Lots of time talking about, expanding. These church people, they're so gross. It's almost universal. They're just always talking about expanding the next building that they're getting, the bigger church, the bigger this, the new. All the time. Yeah, and seriously, fuck off with that shit, dude. Seriously, fuck off.
I'm sorry, I should have checked.
Disgusting.
I was thinking about that too, like, yeah. This last church was yesterday. It was pretty packed, man. I was like, when I talked to him on Tuesday, Pastor Kyle was never comes on Tuesday for an hour. And he was talking about having 2 services. I go, really? Like Sunday and Wednesday? He goes, no. He goes, 2 services on Sunday, one 9 a.m., one 11 a.m. I thought, oh, really? Wow, that's cool. And he said how January is usually a slow time of the month. But it was packed, yesterday. And the way I see it, I've seen churches like this before. It's like they grow pretty quickly. And I think this is going to be one of those churches. But yeah, I kind of agree with you in a sense.
John, I just want to say I really like that song that Tom Rabbit played. I was wondering if we could talk about it for a second.
You should have seen the other song that he wrote. It's pretty amazing, man. It was so. I woke up one morning with the tune in my head, and this other guy, JJ, he said he woke up that same morning with that tune in his head too.
Was that Tom singing it?
Well, I changed the lyrics to his music because Tom's particular song was about a particular experience, many experiences actually in my childhood, by the way, and he's able to touch upon that pretty cleverly, actually. And
I'm so surprised Tom was able to write that because it was so spiritual. I really felt like Christ was coming out of the clouds and, sending me divine. And Tom, I got to tell you, I've never felt so inspired religiously, philosophically, intellectually. Tom, you have touched my heart.
Excellent.
Yeah, which made me to think, Tom, like, have you been contemplating or thinking about God in any way? I mean, I was getting that sort of vibe myself, actually, in some of the lyrics that you wrote.
The short answer is no, not really.
Okay.
But maybe I'll try to write a whole album and
But I could see where you're going with what you're trying to do. But like for a Christian, like the song that they would sing would be about Christ and who he is.
Okay.
And what I heard from your lyrics anyway, I like the music, by the way, but what I heard from the lyrics was...
Well, I mean, it's just like, Jesus isn't that compelling. I think that's like a story of like redemption. All that stuff is much better.
What I heard was from the world's religions, was like man's efforts to try to reach God. And it seemed like, like...
John, I wouldn't read into the lyrics that much. I mean, like I said, it's just, I gotta fit a number of syllables. That's the way my brain works. It's just like, I wouldn't read into it.
Well, lyrics are important to me, but I would say this music and the music before, the first song that you wrote, amazing. Like, it's amazing that you came up with that, like, on your own. It just represents something.
Well, I came up with the melody, AI did the guitar. So.
Well, I understand, still. I mean,
yeah.
Still, yeah. And, anyway. So I guess that makes sense. Like, I noticed that when you, like, study these religious types, and you've been doing so for years, right? And I don't know what the history is between you and Darth Dawkins, but Darth Dawkins seems to me, from what Godless Girl tells me, she used to have private conversations with him and stuff like that. And I think he tried to take her under his wings.
Well, I don't know about that, but that was all
Godless Girl was making it happen.
Well, that's just all, just utilitarian bullshit. There's nothing there. I would never actually substance to that, but I would like to know Pastor Kyle much more intimately. Right?
I just texted him the other day.
Yeah, I would like to be on that sort of, one phone call away type relationship with Pastor Kyle.
I have his personal number, but I guess my question is, the 10 questions that you asked him before, he seemed to indicate that they were not sincere, in a sense that, like, they seemed to be like gotcha questions. And I actually agree with him on that, even when you guys were coming up with questions, a lot of financial questions and so forth, you know.
They were questions which were designed to really sort of cut out all the bullshit and see what he's all about. You want to call that a gotcha question?
That's what he called it.
You could call it whatever. Well, you agree with him. If you want to call it a gotcha question, then that's fine. But I mean, that seems like a way to try and hand wave it to sort of dismiss it more than anything.
Let me give you my. I've been going there almost 3 months now, right? Let me give you my honest assessment, man. There is a sincerity there, for sure, right? But there's also elements of ambition, right? And I agree with you, right? I agree with you as many churches seek to expand, right? And it's on his mind, obviously. Now, when he talks about it in terms of like vision, like a prophetic vision, right? Which I don't disagree with, by the way, just to let you know. But oftentimes, people look to the gift or look to the blessing rather than the gifter or the blesser, you know? And that's easy to happen. So I think that, me personally, I think that God's going to just be working. Because if you think about it, Tom, they celebrated their 6th anniversary the other day, or last week. And it's a small church for 6 years. Yeah, they opened up January 2020, where just 2 or 3 months later, there's COVID. And I heard stories about how they were operating as a church during COVID. And I guess they were flailing, like really badly. But after that, they somehow recovered. And in any case, they are where they are now, which is still, you know, for doing this for that many years, they're kind of still small, right? So I think that
well, I mean, look, I'm just saying that guy's obviously like pursuing his own ambition and glory. And that's a big.
Yeah, let me tell you this, okay? You are super keen on stuff like that, right? But I think you're also cynical as well. And I think you're also like, sometimes you read into things that are usually spot on, but sometimes they're like a representation of your own thoughts rather than what's going on. Just if there's a criticism, that would be it. Now, I think there's merit a lot to what you said.
Like the guy comes in with the fucking lifted Tacoma decked out, like aftermarket suspension and the Tremor package. That's not the guy who's like meek and mild, sorry guy.
Well, no, I hear what you're saying. I do. But like I said, there's things that I see that maybe you don't see. And one of the main things that I see is like God and his faithfulness. In the sense of, think about this, Tom. Think about God's faithfulness to me. You've been observing me for years now. Think about like what I've been doing, in a sense of, if you remember, I wasn't preaching.
You've been doing Satan's bidding for probably the last 5 years that I've known you.
At least 5 years. I'm telling you, it goes on a couple of decades, man.
Yeah.
And my main deal was trolling and arguing, right? And
yeah,
glorification of self, like that guy Qualia was talking about.
Right, that's what I told you.
Yeah, you probably did, but you know me, man. You remind me a lot about my dad, in the sense that what he says goes in one ear, right out the other. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Like I don't pay attention to what you say, especially if it's in criticism, because I'd learned in my life to just tune it out.
Yeah.
That was like my way of coping, right? But in hindsight, you're pretty sharp in terms of like your assessments, and they're accurate, right? And they're reflective of the reality that I'm blind to, right? And so, but here's the thing I'm trying to tell you, that God is faithful, even with, somebody like me. And like backsliding for me is an understatement. So this is why sometimes I talk to Johnny Haas about how faithful God is, because he's no choir boy either, right? He's been in prison, all sorts of things, even as a Christian, right? And so this is just who God is, right? And so anyway, Kyle's not a perfect person either. Anytime you look toward perfect people, look toward people, you're gonna get a flaw, right? And you don't see God in them, then you're not gonna see God at all. And I think that's what's been going on. You're pretty good at searching inwardly and observing as a student of human behavior.
I don't use the N-word, John.
What N-word?
You said I'm pretty good at looking inwardly.
Okay. I think you are.
I don't use the N-word.
Well, in any case, you know what I was thinking about? The patriarchs, right? Isaiah, right? He's a man of unclean lips, right? And the Holy Spirit or the angel just puts a coal on his tongue to purify him. But I've been reading the Bible over again. I've been reading the New Testament, Old Testament. Hopefully I'll complete it this year, before this year. But I was on Genesis, like 12 or so. And Abraham had a very beautiful wife, Sarai. Before he was Abraham, he was called Abram. And he went to Egypt, and he says to Pharaoh, don't tell him you're my husband, because you're a beautiful woman. And if you tell him you're my husband, then he's going to kill me. So tell him you're my brother. And so that's what happened. But as I'm reading on, this is what
John, I got a question for Tom. Tom, he said he wants to write an album. Wouldn't it be amazing if he actually writes?
Let me just finish my story if I could, and then I'll let you. I see you're fixated on Tom, as you always are. But I'm not going to have too much of that in this room, by the way, just so you know. But I did want to say this, Tom. I read today that Sarai was having relations with Pharaoh. I didn't even realize that.
Scandalous.
Did you even know that?
Scandalous.
Yeah, and so
Scandal
and
again.
People started getting sick around Pharaoh. And Pharaoh was like, what's going on here? And he said to Abram, you lied to me. You told me that she was your sister, but she's your wife. And I've been having relations with her all this time. You need to get out of here. And so he left with all these possessions that he was able to acquire.
This is like, how subtly can we troll John?
Toward,
Don't try to troll Tom Rabbit.
The Middle East or the Near East.
Great story.
And then, he said to Lot, you go this way near Sodom, where he went, and Abram went the other way. But, I was thinking to myself, I'll tell you what, you look at, and all of these characters that God used, they are no, people that are just upright.
John, can you put me in your queue, John? I'd like to ask a question.
Well, I will, John, but what I don't want is a hyper focus on Tom.
It's not hyper focused, but I would just like to say, if Tom could write a full record, 10 songs, 20 songs, And I think there could be a miracle that could come out of that. Tom, are you vaccinated? Are you double boosted?
Double, triple, quadruple.
So what I'm saying is down the line, when you get the turbo cancer and you got the songs, it could be the miracle moment you're looking for, because, you know, as you are in the agonizing pain of the double vax, triple boost, you know, turbo cancer spread, you can listen to your own music and you can see Christ, you know, manifest before you. It could be that miracle moment where you have a come to Jesus moment. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I thought that moment's coming. That's Beaver, right?
Good morning. Hi, John. Any reason well, a lot of people are wondering why you came back from Discord or to private.
Came back from? Oh, okay. So you know, as you know, there was a situation in Clubhouse many years ago, and you know, because of the format change, there was mass exodus out of Clubhouse, and most of the people went to Discord, and so I went with that crowd, and I stayed there for maybe 3 years at least.
Yeah.
And I actually came back recently because I had a room with Blackout.
Right.
And I didn't have time to come into it because I did it once. So I gave it to Manhattan. We kind of ran into the ground, I guess, whatever. And so I didn't want to ask Blackout to get me back in my own room. And I saw when I came to Clubhouse,
I am obviously sorry that we are here today, but these are extraordinary times, as you very well must know.
Look, I run risk management. I don't really see how that's a natural place to start cutting jobs.
We hope you understand this is in no way personal. I'm doing this for being let go today.
And so there's been a whole bunch of
Chris Bradford is now going to run through the details of the performance offering.
But it doesn't let me add too much. So
okay.
I think there's
Mr. Dale,
at
the
least
firm
2,000 or
is
3,000.
offering you 6 months severance at half your salary. You will keep all
I've been adding, so I think it's about 2,000 right now. But there's still many more classes.
That's got the wrong sale, cuz.
Yeah, I just want
That's what the soap is for.
start rooms up again. Now, as far as Discord, I've been waiting for this several days.
Because you asked for more.
There's a possibility that I might stay available. And the reason is because my activities there have been more so,
Wow, you ate that fast.
sort of like debating, arguing.
Wrong side of the red line. Other side of the red line.
I just kind of want to get away from that activity. I've been used to that for almost 30 years now. I just want to make another direction.
464-257.
Doing something like this room. Now a lot of people from Discord
Oh,
maybe,
D315.
which is fine. Right? But I just don't want to engage in that type of activity.
Did you piss out?
But it's good to see you, Joe.
To have, you must feel good to Jane. You got your people who are starting up, and I'm sure the room will get huge.
John,
Got the wrong
do
sale,
you feel like if you join one of those rooms on Discord that you aren't able to conduct yourself in a godly way and you're just powerless against acting in that way that you're trying to avoid, and so your only solution is to just not go in the room altogether?
Well, yeah, I'll put it this way, Tom. You know, like I know a lot of alcoholics, and when they were trying to, like, you know, stay on the wagon, so to speak, they would
Chris, there's a loo room going on right now. If you could record that one, I can't seem to find it.
to get a drink.
Let me try to search for it. It's called.
And
it's barely
you know, there's some
friends.
people many years later, they're actually able to go to a bar, and not drink.
Can't get in. Damn. Yeah, if you got your burner account. I mean, your Anon. If you could start up that YouTube, that would be great. It's in ultra derecha.
If it's between a PWI and an HBCU, I would always say an HBCU.
We're not comparing PWIs to HBCUs.
I know, but he just mentioned Xavier.
Xavier is an HBCU, darling.
The one in New Orleans.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you meant the other one.
Yeah, not the one in Ohio, I think. Xavier University in New Orleans.
Can you still
it's
use
just
it?
known for pre-med, pre-pharmacy students. Like they just crank.
I think it finally got blocked from ultra derecha. Maybe Tim Robbins. Little T-Rops, the owner of JohnKitover.com.
Algorithm that's better than just everything in chronological order. It's just hard to figure out what that is. I mean, one thing I thought about, which just breaks it back down to individual choices, you could have, like, instead of just a bell to get notifications when someone tweets, you could just have a 1 to 10 scale. How much do I want to see this person?
Did you find it, Chris?
Even just something like that, and just often. You don't have to fill it in for anyone, but if you wanted to, you can.
That is the like button. If you hit the like button, it's 10 out of 10. You see them. If you never hit the like button, you never see them. Even if you follow them.
Doesn't work. No. So here's the problem. If you don't like it, then they just disappear. So you can't re-like it.
Yeah,
and then
that's
also,
the problem.
If you like it, it's too extreme. Because you get into, I was just talking with someone about this. He's like, "Oh, I'm seeing all your tweets, and I actually do agree with it, but I want to say it, but I don't want to just be like, it's just the two of us going back and forth."
Yeah, so it's either 10 out of 10 or 0 out of 10. There's no modulation.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is. And that's also what turns it into a rage bait machine. That everything you're seeing is all the 10 out of 10 stuff. Like, honestly, Twitter made me more racist than I've ever been. And I realized it's not actually that healthy. I'm just falling too much into resentment, and it's not actually productive. I even started hating Jews. Maybe. Look at some of my tweets.
With erotic,
they send me Nazi
Eastern philosophy.
You have 60 seconds.
Is ready for him to reap. The man who truly understands the underlying formulae of one root subject can easily extend his apprehension to the boughs, leaves, flowers, and fruit. And it is in this sense that the
Nice.
Was that he made it sound like it was his route and that it was an independent contractor. But in reality, it's a big scam. It's just designed to make you not think you're not a wage cover.
It's a centralized digital currency. That's why.
How many fucking Anons are in that room right now? What the fuck?
That's why they're buying all the roots back, wink, wink, right? And then they're redistributing. You don't own shit. It's just a way to make the fucking peasants feel like they have some kind of ownership over their work when it's a carrot and stick they can never catch, right? Or it's a pyramid scheme, right? They can maybe pass it on to someone else, but eventually someone doesn't get the carrot.
Oh, what it is, it's like it's a file pan where shit.
He's back! I thought he had to study for his test!
So when we're trying to convey a message, doesn't stick, bro. It's just exactly like a brand new to file fucking pan. That's it.
But you like those forever chemicals.
Huh?
You like those forever chemicals.
All I'm saying is that life is literally like a dick pic, bro. And once you digest that info, it will be much easier to understand. But it is, in fact, all about the angle, bro.
Nigga, have you ever thought that your mind has been poisoned by looking at too many other men's dicks?
I never looked at it. I'm just telling you what it is, bro.
Forgive me, I'm gonna keep my mouth pure.
It was an optical illusion because Lou was very skinny.
Okay, so what I'm trying to convey to you is that reality can only. I want to do this. With Simon shit. Reality can only be perceived, but because it can only be perceived, you don't know reality. You just know subjective perception.
Nigga, I'm not talking. You are talking with this. It is subjective that you say that you felt that you learned something. I'm saying objectively. Listen, nigger, I'm gonna finish my sentence. All right, nigger. So let the record show that this nigger interrupts more than anyone. Okay, that's what the objectively is apparent here. I'm saying that objectively, I just outright. Lou was ineligible to tell me about advice. Lou was ineligible to tell me about money advice. Lou was ineligible about a lot of fucking things. Whereas you're like subjectively, like that was objectively, it was not possible. That's a factual statement. As it means, what you're saying is subjective. You're the subject.
You can be paid, and okay, time is money, bro. It's saving me time. Yes. It's saving me time. Yes, of course it is. You know, there's different ways to pay people. It's not just money. You can pay them with other. So if I lengthen your life by 10 years, is that paying?
All the other pillars.
I can pay a woman with that.
I'm satisfied. Okay, so I don't need to hear from someone whose pillars are crumbling in these other areas. Okay.
I asked Lou to use AI to communicate with me because sometimes he would send me these rambling messages. And
he used AI. He said, "Stop texting me. Just use AI."
He struggles to get his point across. Like the guy, he struggles to get his point across.
The guy struggled. You got to use it in the past tense. He's dead.
Mice also struggle to get it across. His deafness person who listen to Nice. Diego, tell me this. As a man who self-proclaimed has never changed a diaper in his life, if you needed to, it's an emergency situation, and it's like phone a friend. You know, it's like, who wants to be a millionaire? Would you phone Lou for that advice?
No.
Would you, hey, Lou, I need to change this diaper. Walk me through it step by step, bro. No. There's certain things, bro. You just don't listen to certain people. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
But there's other things.
Nice.
But there's other things you can listen to.
Like what?
In my case, for example, I learned about loyalty rambles and a lot from I learned about the guy is very genuine. Now you guys can disagree, that's totally fine. But my experience with him is very genuine.
Lou was great, yeah.
So he taught me shit. If you say he didn't teach you shit about money, that's fine. But like that's not his expertise. The guy is broke. That's other expertise.
But let the record show, the first 45 minutes of this fucking conversation was about you and AI, right? I don't need to be taught about AI.
Yeah, but he taught me about AI.
Rico, did he teach you about AI, Rico?
Yeah, I would benefit from
He actually
listening.
taught me about AI too. He was explaining the Kosher Shekel Fund. He's very, very knowledgeable when it comes to
Everybody thinks a blue belt is knowledgeable, but they're white belts. Okay.
Yeah, but he built the website. It's pretty impressive, bro. It's actually a very nice website.
Yeah. He built the entire Kosher Shekel Fund website, and that's not
only white belts think this is impressive.
It's impressive.
Did AI build the website?
Yes,
AI built the website.
None of them know how to code.
Yeah, exactly. But so he used he used it, and not just that. Now I don't know how to
Did he
build
get
a
any
website.
money for the investment?
What money? What investment?
Zero. The website was meaningless, right? It didn't actually.
No one paid him for it. It was a troll.
Bro, it's a troll.
And what? They didn't convince anyone?
No.
It's not meant to. It's not meant to convince you.
Why not?
It's a troll website.
It's an investment fund.
That's just funny. It's all it is.
Maybe. It's just a funny website, but that's all it is.
Tim, are you suggesting that if he had the AI knowledge, he could have built a basic online business that would make him money, like some kind of passive income?
But it's not about this isn't about the AI knowledge, right? It's not about AI knowledge. He has the tools. He has the same tools that all of us have. He doesn't have some special. This is like niggers believing in magic dirt. Oh well, if I just make it to America, like no, you're a nigger.
Are you really?
Wherever you're gonna be. So you think that's like Lou has this access to the special AI and blah blah blah. Here's the
he doesn't, bro. But for example, I wouldn't like anti-gravity is a software that I wouldn't know about, and it's not good for him.
Listen, you don't know what you're talking about. You're a fucking white belt, okay? Now, I'm not going to sit here and claim to be a black belt or a 3-stripe black belt. That's not what I'm saying. But you're fucking white belts, like claiming to know things that you really don't know.
Well,
so
you know what?
Here's the thing.
I'm white. At least I'm white.
Do you know what the greatest sign of intelligence is? Do you know what the greatest sign of intelligence is? Is across time, which means across your life, actually getting what you want. Okay?
That's right.
And someone who didn't get what they want, with enough laps around the fucking sun isn't someone I necessarily need to listen to.
Yeah, but none of us get what we want because we want everything.
You get what you deserve. Okay, you get what you deserve.
Exactly.
Okay, and also here's the thing: someone had the time. In fact, he had more time than any of us. Okay, but frankly, he had more time than any of us. He had more knowledge, apparently, according to all of you, than all of us or most of us. And he had all the tools that either all of us have access to, or maybe even special tools that he paid Diego's money for. Okay, every single one. But yet he couldn't fucking apply it and use the AI to build him something that generates
He didn't even seek to. Yeah, he's been shit talking Lucy since the beginning.
Well, then maybe that's not someone. Bro, maybe look. Listen, if you told me that he was going to go be a monk, like sure, okay, like that's impressive or something. And it's not about making monk, but like, what's the point of spending all this time? What's the point of spending all this time?
He genuinely has a passion, bro. He actually wanted to later on do something in it.
It's easy to have passions. It's easy to have passions when other people are having bits.
Bro, you're just not listening. You just keep going, man.
It's okay to have passions. It's like the rich wife who has the boutique shop in this quiet town that her husband subsidizes. It's okay to be a passions when you're being subsidized. Okay? And I fucking love Lou, but like,
well, it doesn't seem like it.
Hey, where the fuck were you, nigger? Where the fuck were you with your head up?
Yeah.
I was recovering from a fucking surgery, and I was the one pushing Diego because he's in the US to make a call, and I couldn't fucking speak because I had a fucking stitches.
It's true.
Yeah. Where the fuck were you? Don't you question my fucking friendship or my fucking loyalty? Where the fuck were you with your finger up your fucking ass?
He cared about Lou.
Well, someone else's finger was up your ass then.
Randy,
that's information.
He cared about Lou where it counts, man. Like the real substantive caring, man.
Well, that's fine. You can do whatever you want. I'm trying to tell you how I feel about it. And if you don't want to listen to that, that's totally fine. That's just not going to convince me or change my mind. I did learn from this guy. You didn't. That's sad for you. I learned from him, and that's just my stance. So.
I realized in this moment, I take it all back. The better everyone thinks about him, the better. I'm just going to kind of shut the fuck up. Because that's the way it should be. We should look back upon it about the good and just ignore the bad because it doesn't come.
No, I actually like the bad even more because I want to know exactly what kind of situation he was in towards the end. I didn't get to talk to you guys about these things. I know what I know, and I'm pretty sure there's things I don't know because I just had like different people, different relationships. That's not the point. The point is to be fair, and like in the spirit of fairness, I can't say I didn't learn because I'm literally using a new program that I wouldn't know about had it not been for him. Yeah, he did teach me things about AI. That's just what it is. That's fact. Did he make money out of it? No, he didn't. He didn't even seek to. And I would say that's his error, is that, like, he didn't even seek to make money out of things. But that's fine, bro. Like, if you have a passion...
Hey, bro, I just read about fucking girls. I never actually just fucked one. Amazing.
Yeah, okay, that could be your passion. I think that's what to say.
This is literally the analogy of, like, I jerked off to a lot of porn and, someday, blah, blah, blah. but never actually got around to fucking.
You know what's another one? When he got in the motorcycle accident, he was stressing out and had a lot of anxiety about how he was going to make money from the crash. What? Oh, with the lawsuit? Oh, I'm sorry. What are you trying to say? Are you talking about the lawsuit or what?
Yes, the ramifications of
Yeah, he was talking to a lawyer, an injury lawyer, about the motorcycle accident, and then he was stressing out about not having enough information about what happens next in this lawsuit. And that's information that the AI could easily answer for him.
He literally said that he spent 2 weeks stressing over not knowing what to do about XYZ. And he literally could have just spoke with the fucking AI and fleshed it out. It was, for being the AI guy, it was retarded to hear it in his ears.
No, it's pretty intimidating, bro. In my lawsuit also, okay, I have AI, but I don't know how to think. Bro, the bank, I still didn't hear from them, by the way. But this
that's amazing. That doesn't take away from the
thousands of. Well, no, of course
I have literally war gamed out multiple fucking different scenarios of how I'm suing someone essentially, and they're fucked. And to the point where now I'm now we're into the weeds of it. It's we're down so many different forks. It's the game theory of this fork, and if it forks again and it continues, right? The decision tree. If they do this, then I do that. If I do that, and then you do this, it's just he could be endlessly doing that, right? And the amount of clarity you're able to gain from that is immense. That doesn't mean you take what the AI says as gospel, but you use it as a guide, as a journey to kind of, and even jump back and forth between different AIs to kind of stress test these ideas. He had 2 weeks of sitting on his ass, fucking on Clubhouse or jerking off or whatever he was doing. But he could have easily done this. He had been.
Yeah, but he wasn't doing anything.
Nigger. You don't know what he was doing. So let me tell you. Nigger. Let me tell you. You might learn something. He literally said that he didn't know what to do. Do I get another job? What if it's lower paying? Or what happens if I get a job and I actually get it in AI and I'm sitting from a desk? And then they say, actually, you don't actually have any loss of earnings. Or listen to me. This is the bread and butter stuff that the fucking AI could tell you about law. Right? This is the simple thing. It would tell you what would increase your chances, what would hurt your chances. This is simple stuff. And he literally said in the voice note that he was stressed to the nines, basically, because for the past 2 weeks he's done nothing. Okay? But he could have, nigger.
Exactly.
None of us are saying this nigger didn't have potential. That's the crime here.
But that's
the crime. The crime is that he never applied it.
No one can speak, bro. No one can speak. You just keep going.
The nigger never applied it. Okay.
We understood that the first 20 times you said it. Now, if you can go on mute for 1 second, so that you can hear what people are saying. Yeah,
sure. Because I think I reserve a couple of vetoes that you were kept interrupting. Right?
Oh my God, it's just the low self-awareness is wild, bro.
Everybody.
Look, man. Look, I agree with you. He wasn't doing anything. See, if you listen to someone for once, bro, you would understand. See, you're fighting with yourself, bro. Yes, he wasn't doing anything. He was in a total shit situation. And which is why he was doing drugs to begin with. He's doing nothing. How do I know? Because I wanted him to do basic, most elementary shit with the website. And he just keeps postponing and pushing and postponing and whatever. Okay, so the guy was not in a good situation. So you're blaming him for not actually doing, for thinking about the lawsuit and doing the job stuff. And bro, he wasn't even ready to get there.
Nigger, what I'm saying is, I look less favorably upon people. I prefer to help people who help themselves. That feels much greater degree of satisfaction. To help people who are already helping themselves versus people, there's a Dave Chappelle bit or it's Chris Tucker or something, and they talk about when he was broke and he was going between comedy sets and trying to make it, and his piece of shit car kept breaking down. When he'd be standing there trying to thumb a ride, no one would pull over. But when he got out and started pushing his own car, people would pull over and just help without asking. People instinctively like to help people that are helping themselves. We instinctively don't like in the needy, and he would choose to take inaction, not action. And
yeah, especially in the end. Yeah, that wasn't always the case. Maybe,
but it would frustrate me that I knew that he's potential of taking action, that he's smarter than the fucking average Joe, that he was capable of these things, and rather than just flirting with it and like, you know, fucking like brushing up against it or reading about it, and that he should be applying it. Meanwhile, you could argue that maybe I'm not applying it as well as I could, sure. But nigger, I'm in the game. I'm in the arena. He's on the fucking cheap seats on the side.
Yeah. I think
there's other people in this fucking room that have done that too. And I've also had
the issue is that you're playing different games.
No, nigger. There only is one arena.
Yeah.
There only is one arena.
There's no one arena.
Nigger, there is one arena. Nigger.
I disagree.
You're an employee, nigger. You're in the fucking seats. You're in the stands, nigger. The rest of us are actually making our own way in life. The captains of our own fucking ships. We're in the arena.
Yeah, I disagree.
Yeah, well, that's what someone in the fucking cheap seats would say.
Exactly.
You're the restaurant critic. I'm the restaurant critic. I'm the fucking head chef.
Impossible
what are you?
to have a
You're the fucking critic that comes in and is like,
bro, you just keep going.
I know. You're a fucking restaurant critic.
Okay. I'm telling you that the guy was in a dark situation. He's not playing the game that you're playing. He's not playing, oh, I need to make more. He lost desire to make money, bro.
Nigger,
do you understand?
All to play, nigger, he had it all to play for. He literally was like there was an incoming fucking. He had a mini lottery win coming, nigger. It was all to play for.
That's true, Randy.
It wasn't a matter of fucking if. It was a matter of how much and when it was coming.
Yeah, I don't think he cared.
Oh no, Diego, he didn't care. Clearly, didn't care.
No, I don't think he
was counting it prematurely.
Nigger, he was spending it before it even arrived. That's a problem in of itself. But
I
it
know.
shows that it wasn't a dark place, nigger.
Explain, Randy. Explain.
No, it was. I can't explain, bro. If he's just gonna keep going like he was for the past hour, bro. It's just like there's no conversation here. There's really no conversation. No, you're gonna have whatever view you wanna have. At the end of the day, the guy's goals weren't your goals. So like, stop judging him by your standards.
The guy had no goals.
Oh my God,
like,
here we
stop
go.
making me shit on my friend. Let me stop making me shit on my friend. He's not even.
Don't blame me. Don't blame me for your.
Fucking like idol worshiping this bullshit.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Lou was not afraid to laugh at himself. It was one of my favorite fucking things. Look at him. He would be like #1 bullshit guy. Like, no, I would never make a fucking video out of that. I would never fucking do the thing. Like, do you think I would ever call myself Lou Sir? Do you think I'd ever apply? Maybe I'd call myself Winner, right? I'd never apply some of that stuff, right? Although, by the way, I do think that tells a lot, and I think how you speak to yourself and what you think of yourself is the most important thing. Not what other people say, not what other people think. What you think of yourself and what you speak to yourself. You should. So I had a great deal of problem actually when he would like call himself Loser, and like it would seem like, oh, he's self-deprecating, whatever. But no, it was funny. No, it's not. It's not, nigger. It's not. You've got work to do if you think that that's an okay thing to do. But like,
I don't think.
Anyway, I want to ask you. Q, did you decide to go in the end? Are you en route, or did you not be able to make it?
I can't make it.
No, Q's into this.
No, that's what he said.
Time, bro.
Yeah, sorry.
When is the service?
Today, in like 5 hours or something. It was gonna be like $5,000 for me to go, and I would have had to have left yesterday and shit. It just wasn't possible. And Diego couldn't make it at short notice with arrangements. So.
Yeah, I've already been driving for 3 hours.
Well, ride my nuts. How about that? Ride these nuts.
Well, look, none of us could make it, but like we're all here, and we will be still talking about him tomorrow, the day after, next week, next month, and that's what I think is more important than showing up for one service. So it's a shame that we couldn't be, and at least one of us couldn't be there. But
so what were the goals, Randy? You said he was counting his money. You said he was counting his money before he got it.
Yeah, but because he wanted the money, but like I don't think that his goal. He's never finance oriented, bro.
He was never talking to me about making money.
He couldn't even go seal the deal with Schmeiler, who was begging for it. Come on.
That she was.
Meanwhile, he was in New York and fucking, out of convenience was like, knock, knock, is Danny's legs open,
That's
Facts.
No,
Big facts.
That is true. No, that is true.
Is it little Robbie?
That is true.
Maybe you don't know my boy just as well as you think you know my boy.
No, that's not true. He wasn't there for a bit, Danny.
Nigga.
No, he wasn't there for Danny, but he knew she was there.
Let the record show.
He knew she was there. He knew she was there, but she's not there. He's there for work, bro.
Little Robbie, just take the L, bro. Sometimes
he's there for.
Maybe you should learn that from Lou. Lou knew how to laugh at himself. Lou knew when he was like, "Okay, yeah, I'm gonna laugh." Maybe you could learn that from our great friend, the late Lou. Maybe we could actually walk away from this, and you could learn something truly valuable.
I disagree. He wasn't there because of her. That's not true.
Nigga, that's not what was said. No. That's not what we see. That's a tap dance. That's the Ashkenazi shuffle, okay? That's not what was stated. What was stated was, out of convenience, I said, because he happened to be in the area, he wanted to knock and see if Danny's legs were open, is what I said. Out of convenience, because he was in the area. He did not want to fly to Texas to go see the team.
That's just impossible.
That was too.
Bro, can you take a breath? Nigga, take a breath.
That's the righteous.
Is this your first time talking to Tim?
It's insane.
Yes.
Bro, it's been like 1 hour and it just keeps going.
They don't call him Tim Rambleson for nothing.
He had a guaranteed
names are earned.
He had a guaranteed in Austin, Texas, and couldn't book a flight.
Yeah,
but could spend money buying fucking Simon's fucking products and fucking bullshit books, but he couldn't book Southwest fucking Airlines flight to go get his ticket. Amazing. That's what we're talking about.
Did you ever consider to do that? Did you ever consider that maybe he's trying to support his friend? Maybe he's putting his friend ahead of himself.
Maybe he should put his head ahead of himself.
Bros before hoes.
Why would you fly to go do that when you could do that at home?
Well, she would have
was a sure thing. She was like, "Shut up and give me babies."
Oh, that sounds
She would have come to visit him if he allowed it. If he allowed it, she would have come to visit him.
Yeah, if he wanted to, he could have talked her into showing up and getting a little something. So.
Like, bro, you guys are wasting your time and your energy and your youth, as far as I'm.
Bro, don't you question my vril.
He was looking forward to going to Canada.
Exactly, bro. He had a bigger goal to come fuck with you instead of go fuck someone for real.
Yes, he did. He was, and as I told you a million times, finance isn't the primary thing that he's thinking about. It's not the guy, bro. No, we're not. I'm like that. Sure, he isn't, and that's fine. That doesn't mean he's in the wrong.
What are we? What are you guys even arguing? This is like so strange.
He in many ways he lived much more than I did, bro. Especially because I'm not pursuing my passions per se, because I'm worrying about the things you want me to worry about.
Most men are motivated by pussy as the primary goal, and everything else they make money for that.
Guys aren't into real estate because they like real estate. They're like into real estate because girls like real estate, and it's like it's a status signal. Ask the fucking the status nigger that. Like most of what guys do is about status signaling to get more pussy, and yet this guy got. Apparently, there's a couple of people that are dripping pussy on him on this fucking app and never saved it. Come on.
I'm not sure what you're trying to say.
Yeah, I don't even know what.
It comes back to goals, about goals, right?
His goal isn't finance oriented. It's the only thing.
You could have the greatest ship on earth, but if you don't have a plan, you're never gonna leave fucking.
Yeah, but he's not exactly. And
so we're not arguing that he wasn't a magnificent ship or he wasn't capable of crossing the fucking seas.
Bro, we're not saying that, bro. Why can't you listen to people when they talk to you, man?
I'm saying that. Meanwhile, you're looking at it and going,
it doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what you say. You're an Irish leprechaun potato snatch. You're an Irish potato bitch. It doesn't matter what you say.
To show for their existence than you have, and probably will by the date you're my age.
That doesn't matter. It's irrelevant, nigga. You're the king of irrelevant.
Anything that matters.
Somebody having a tough time like coping with what happened here. Is that why we're like getting all upset and arguing?
No, it's just Rambleton has been arguing with himself since the beginning.
Kevin, would you take movie advice from someone that doesn't watch movies?
No.
Oh my God, no, I would rather. Case closed. This is it. That's in essence this whole fucking.
But no one is taking advice.
But no one is taking
financial advice from Lou, bro.
You can't conceptualize.
Whoever
no one's taking advice from him.
Evan, remember the 75 hard group thing that never happened, right?
Yeah.
Would you listen to someone about 75 hard who've never done 75 hard?
I generally speaking, people that are truly disciplined, motivated individuals don't rely on like gimmicky things like that. So I generally don't listen to people like that at all promote those kinds of things.
That's right.
But I don't know. I mean, whoever's making the assessment that Lou was generally a pretty purposeless person or someone who lacked like an overall vision for his own life or like I would agree with that assessment. I feel really bad. I mean, that's how a lot of people go, and that's why a lot of people turn to drugs and alcohol.
And I agree, Kevin. Unfortunately, and this sand nigger is making me say that about my friend who's not even in the ground right now.
Bro, I'm not making you do shit. You're the one doing it. You're
You're stating things which are it's just ridiculous.
Like, don't blame me. Look, man, if you're gonna disrespect your friend,
Kevin, he basically said, I learned a lot from Kevin. This is what he said. Rabbi basically said, I learned a lot from my fat friend how to lose weight. That's basically what he said. And I'm like, for the love of Christ,
I did learn a lot. What I said
I still don't really understand what's being argued here. Like, I don't even know why. This is like a nonsense conversation.
Evan, honestly, it's just Rambleton since the beginning, shit talking Lou and blaming me for it.
No, I think
verify it. I fucking did more than probably anyone.
Yeah, wait, I want to hear Diego translate.
I think what's happening here is that Rambleton is interpreting a kind of a disrespect by Randy, elevating Lou to a place where he wasn't.
I never said that.
Real.
I never said that. I never said that.
But it doesn't mean that he's not loved. Doesn't mean he's not respected.
Right. Well, it doesn't seem like
but it's like, but nigger, it's just base this in truth. Just like
but no one. Yeah, exactly.
It's like the person that gets up on the altar that says.
So when I tell you that I learned from him,
and it's just like they just exaggerate. Exaggerate. He was the best of men. He was the greatest of us, and blah blah blah. You're just like, come on.
Bro, just learn how to take a breath, bro. Learn how to mute the fuck up. Okay.
Yeah, I
told you that he taught me something. And it's because of him, I'm using a new program called Anti-Gravity. He did teach me something. And I'm sorry you don't like that. That sucks that you don't like it.
Part of you. But like,
I'm sorry. No, you should be proud of him.
No, I'm proud of you. Did you learn something?
Okay, well, I'm telling you, instead of shit-talking him and blaming other people, I think you should be proud of him because he did teach me something. And I'm so sorry that he didn't teach you anything. Maybe you should have spent more time with him. But as far as I'm concerned, you guys are behaving.
This is very sour. This is very sour.
This is what it is. You guys are behaving like the faggots you are, and I would invite you to reconsider your words before you say that.
That's just what it comes down to.
Randy, he didn't really teach you. He was more like an advertisement for the product. Like I'm just saying.
So if you asked, he said, "I'm about to read this book," and you went, "Oh, I'll maybe read that too." That's literally the end.
Yeah, well, he taught me more than either of you ever did, so that's also true.
Randy, if you had asked the AI, how do I do this, it probably would have recommended the product to you.
Well, yeah, but at least
I also don't understand the point of undermining what Rabbi is saying. If that was his experience, you guys should let him have that experience, and you guys had your own experiences with him, and everybody liked him for different reasons. I don't think you should be arguing about. I don't think that it's right to argue about someone that just died in this capacity. I think you should all just focus on the things that you liked and appreciated about him.
Yeah, and that's why and that's why you need to teach these white people some ethics. But the truth of the matter is, Lou taught me more than any of these two
niggers in the room are going to tell us about ethics. Amazing.
Exactly.
Nigger, you literally have a slave taking care of your mother.
Okay, but the
truth ethics. You literally have a slave.
That's amazing. Yes, and you would want to have one, and you can.
Okay, and so the truth is,
the difference is I actually would
nigga, shut up, mute up.
That's right.
Lou taught me more than you ever did.
That's right. Okay? I hope you apply it very well.
So reconcile with that.
I hope you apply those.
Okay, you know what? Okay, fine. So at least he gave me something that I wasn't able to apply. You gave me nothing. So understand that before you guys talk about him and how he.
If I give you nothing, then how is it that I told you that life is self-filtering, nigger?
If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't even know what discounting cash flows is, nigger.
See, little Robbie has to pause because he has to think about how he's going to backtrack about things he's previously said.
No, because I'm actually surprised. I've been away from this app for like 2 or 3 days because honestly, I don't feel good, bro. And it's not the same. And he was hanging out with me 24/7. And I come here and I see the only thing you guys are doing is just shit talking the guy while claiming to be his friends. And there's nothing to be respected about that. So that's on you. Don't blame me.
I'm with Rabbi there.
Oh, we can start shit talking you if you really want.
Go for that.
You want to take one for the team, bro? That's amazing.
Go for that. Go for that.
Amazing. Anyway.
So clearly he didn't teach you anything because he taught me loyalty. You guys aren't loyal to him. That's just the truth.
There we go.
Okay, nigga. You were so self-obsessed and with your finger up your ass. You didn't even know he was gone.
Yeah, but at least I'm not.
Yeah, I know. That's a cope little story that you've got for yourself. Keep telling yourself it, okay? Meanwhile, I was sitting. I should have been woe is me in a fucking, in a pity pot of fucking worrying about myself, recovering from a fucking mouth surgery where I couldn't fucking speak. And what I was actually doing was caring about my fucking friend and basically fucking pressuring Diego. And when the cops said, well, actually, we did the wellness check. And actually, niggers like you with jobs too, well, you say shit like, oh, well, it's out of my hands. I did what I did. And I said, no, that's not a fucking good enough answer. You ring them back. You fucking complain. You ring the fucking realtor. There's the realtor's phone number. There's the property manager's fucking phone number. Call someone until people start complaining. Call someone until it's such a pain in the ass that they go and do something. Nigger,
well,
that's the fucking difference. And by my actions, nigger, not by my words, but by my actions, I showed that I fucking cared. So don't you dare fucking tell me that I don't fucking care. Don't you fucking dare try to tell me that I don't care.
Nigga, eat my ass. I can tell you that.
Yeah, eat your own ass, son, nigger, okay? But don't you fucking dare try to tell me I don't care. Don't you fucking dare try to tell me I don't care. I'm not. It's not a dick measuring. It's not a dick measuring contest, but I guarantee you, I fucking probably, and I don't care if you can say I'm not a man. I'll laugh at you anyway. I've probably cried more fucking tears, right? Probably. So, okay. So I'm not gonna. You can think what you think, but whatever. I mean, it's.
Yeah, but I'm not even saying that. See, the issue is you don't listen. You don't even listen.
No, problem. No. You're questioning my loyalty or my friendship thing is actually.
No, I am questioning your ethics. Yes.
No.
He doesn't accept it, Brandy.
He doesn't have to. It'll be handed down to you anyways. It's just like the Quran. It'll be given to you.
Jesus.
This is not how you talk about your friend.
I base things in reality. That's the difference.
Base it on my ball sack. That's the only thing real that you've seen on the app is my ball sack.
Fortunately.
Okay, so you can talk whatever you want to talk. I told you my experience. You choose to disregard it for no reason whatsoever. That's totally fine. Clearly, there's something going on there, and that's between you and yourself. Personally, I'm not interested in that. I know who my friend was. And I'm not going to go shit talk him and blame you for it. If I should talk him,
I'm not. Via talking about this discussion, I'm shit talking you. And the fact that you're a fucking white belt, that's actually what's happening.
Well, at least I'm white. I'm not an Irish potato snatch.
No, you're a white belt, nigga. I know you want to be white, but unfortunately you never will be.
Well, if you were my kid, I would spank you with my belt.
That's because you're a sand nigger. You also dig holes and put women up to their fucking waists and beat the shit out of them.
Yes.
Yes, that's right. Because you're a sand nigger.
Here we go.
And just like the respect I have for my friend Lou, I know exactly who he was. And I'm not going to claim
I have a question, Diego.
Disagree.
Why are the Southern European hair like the Indian?
Why are you gay? No. Why are you gay?
What's the question?
Why are Southern European hair like Indian?
Why are Southern Europeans here like Indians?
Hairlines.
Hairy.
Oh.
Oh, hairy like Indians? Maybe because they have like some Arab in them. I don't know.
The better question is, why do we have people who don't speak English coming in here just to learn English? Why do you do that?
Number one bullshit guy.
Because it's okay to not speak English as a first language, but you have to speak English, my boy.
How is that not English?
English?
I have an extremely hard accent, but I speak English.
Yeah, I
think this is English you're speaking?
All the time. All the time.
Do you know what Chinglish is? That's right.
I know this shit matters.
Randy, I got very emotional when I was watching these YouTube videos where they were showing kind of like America's Funniest Home Videos, bunch of random people getting in absurd situations. Nothing graphic, like, you know, it was just funny stuff. But I got upset because there's a randomness in that, like, you know, I don't know, just like. I mean, you know, you would think that a guy with his constitution wouldn't be, maybe he'd get hurt, but he wouldn't get killed, you know?
Who? I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
No, that, you know, that it's just, you would think that a guy like Lou would end up doing the fentanyl fold, but not dying.
It was still not calling it that. Bro, for some reason, I do think it's netizens.
Wow.
That's why I told you we need I'm pretty surprised that the report didn't come out already. That's pretty surprising.
2 business days. Like, come on.
Diego, are they still going to give you the details?
A little bit too much, man. 2 days.
Diego, are they still going to give you the report when it's ready?
Yeah, they're going to call me, yep. I talked to Nicole from the
Okay, so but remember what you need to ask them about netizens because there's a specific test for that. It's
right.
January, and you need to ask them if it's a heart attack or a lung collapse.
Right, and also, and then Tim wants to know whether he was on the floor or on the bed or on the couch or where.
Well, it's not that I want to know these things. It's just like these certain questions will reveal more questions or answer things. It's like, did he slip? I doubt it, but like, did he slip in the shower and hit his head while he was under the influence or in the kitchen? Like, you know, people die all the time in kitchens and in the bathroom, right? That's what the most common places to die in the home, right? Or was he in the living room, you know, on the sofa, like with a line of Coke in front of him, which it appears like there was a line of Coke. Whether he had consumed one already or what, we don't know. Maybe he had an unrelated fucking heart issue. He could have had an underlying issue. We don't know what we don't know. Was he lying face down? Was the place a mess? Did it look like he struggled? Was he, you know, in the bedroom? Did he go quietly in his sleep? You know, there's just certain things will reveal.
For what it's worth, we know that it's a painless death at least. You know, unless, you know, it's a painless death.
Well, we don't know this. This is all assumptions, okay? That's the point.
If she was on netizens or fentanyl, it is painless. If she fell...
Well, I hope so. But the truth is, we don't. We're just...
That is, the thing is with...
We're just like, it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck. So it's a duck. Like, we're just saying, oh, there was a bag of drugs, therefore it must be that. But we don't know.
My God. Okay, so with netizens, what happens is...
Nobody understands this next thing, but you just...
I'm trying to explain to you, bro. So his heart slows down. It doesn't speed up like with cocaine. But his heart slows down, and basically, if it's very potent, it's like 40 times the potency of fentanyl. And if you don't have prior opioid tolerance, then it microdoses.
Tim Walz put into that job.
So it's
did a great job.
Been
By the way, in some ways, you know, sorry that we're going to lose him.
Okay.
On the other hand,
Looks
I'd like him to
exactly
become
like
the next vice president of the United States. We got elected in 2018, and he...
And so people sell it instead of cocaine, or put it in cocaine, whatever. Regardless, if you die because of this, it's going to be a lung collapse, because what's happening is your body forgets that it needs to breathe. So you would be choking because you're not even breathing. Your body just simply doesn't breathe. But from like if you're watching someone overdose on it, it looks horrible, but that person doesn't feel anything. That person is, they're like dreaming. They don't feel anything. So at least there's that. Fentanyl is going to be a similar thing. I'm wondering, bro, if it has to do with Adderall, mixing Adderall with cocaine, because that makes your heart explode. So, no, man, that's why the autopsy is very important to me, and also where he was. That's definitely important.
I think if it was nitazine, then it's a murder of sorts. I don't think you would just leave it. Like, I don't think someone would drop it like that.
It's a new drug. Well, maybe someone. No, because it's not a home, right? It's like a whatever, like cheap apartment complex stuff. It's not. If it was your home, like a townhouse, then yeah, it's targeted.
Dude, you know who's are
Trump
burning
hating
Patagonia, bro.
Liberal whack job.
You know Patagonia is burning, right?
No.
Yeah, Patagonia is burning, and Milei removed the restrictions on selling Patagonia properties to foreigners, and he removed the restrictions for selling the properties after they've burned, which was another law that they had.
It's very funny for an anarcho-capitalist.
The head of Illinois Doge. Your Trump-hating
They
liberal whack job
recorded
wife created the
multiple
Illinois
Israeli
blueprint. You were such a joke.
people burning the woods, starting fires, dude.
Yeah, but Millet is an Israel cuck, so that's not an issue. But did you notice how the anarcho-capitalist is the first to slap with statist laws?
Which laws are you talking about? Because those that I'm just telling you are actually...
You're talking about like banning private ownership of certain assets.
Yeah. The country had rules that
So the anarcho-capitalist is telling me that I can't sell my property to whoever the fuck I want to.
This is government property.
Yeah. So the anarcho-capitalist is telling you this is now government property.
No. It was government. I mean, oh man, dude. You know the Patagonia is under the control as a national forest of the government, right?
It can only be sold. The condition was a month ago when this was introduced, 1 month ago, that it can only be sold if it has been burned. And now a certain group of people have been caught burning the fucking places down so that they can buy it. So they've incentivized it. And the sand niggers have taken up the fucking incentive.
Yeah, at least they're doing that. You know, in Canada,
at least they're doing it, of course.
Yeah, we have people burning forests for climate change, bro. Like, it's
it's okay. It's okay. It's when the ethno-nationalists do it, it's okay.
At least you want to buy it. Yeah.
Randy, please.
Instead of burning the whole place down because climate change. Come on. Anyways, yeah, I mean, that's bad. I didn't know about it. Yeah. Bro, I've been disconnected, man. I've been very disconnected for the past month, if anything. But, yeah, especially now.
Yeah.
I don't know shit.
Don't you think it's a little coincidental, Tim, that both the Nazis and the Jews moved to Argentina after the war? Isn't that odd? Just like a curiosity of sorts.
Yeah, but a lot of people moved to Argentina. There's a big Syrian delegation.
The full vax brain damage, Barbie.
A lot of people moved.
It's beautiful. I wish Argentina would just be kept on the down low as like a last.
Yeah, it does kind of. It certainly looks in areas. It looks kind of like very European in places.
But now it's getting hyped up, and I don't like that. Now it's going to be filled like Indians soon. Yeah.
Oh, here we go. This guy again with the Indians.
Number one bullshit guy.
Well, no. Apparently, it's going to be like a new Israel. Everyone thought it was going to be Cyprus.
Little sound nigger heaven.
There's nothing called a new Israel. There's only one Israel.
There's only one Israel?
Yeah. It's the same one Jeremiah spoke of.
Jeremiah? What did Jeremiah say?
Exactly. I was just going to say, what do you know about Jeremiah?
Now, you said the Italians.
It doesn't matter.
He doesn't know either.
Of course I know Jeremiah by heart. We talk about Jeremiah, don't fight good prophets.
Hey, this is kind of an aside, Renee, but it's connected to the Bible. Saw this guy on YouTube, like a guy with all these like New Age tattoos, and he had a very, very old ancient Bible, and he said, "Listen, check this out. This is a bunch of books that the Catholic Church took out of the Bible. Check this out, Bell and the Dragon." And he was like scanning it with his like $800 book scanner, and then he's like, "And then I'm gonna work on this book," and I was like, fucking fantastic. He's like, "There's this book called The Maccabees." It was fucking fantastic, bro. He didn't even bother to go on Wikipedia to see it. And he was blaming the Catholic Church for removing his books. I know, he's a moron. So he's spending all this time scanning an ancient book that he probably spent a lot of money on. I know the scanner because I have the scanner. The scanner's like $800.
All of the secrets and everything else like that. What do you think would
No,
happen?
he's just some New Age guy thinking that he was like scanning like books that nobody knows about.
If he's telling our secrets to them,
I can send you the video if you want.
he goes to church, confesses to a priest.
I didn't see it for 10 years.
This guy had a lot of tattoos. I don't even think he was a Christian. I think he was like a Buddhist. I'm gonna send it to you right now.
It could be like a non-denominational type of thing.
Send it to you.
There's a lot of those, as you know. You're one of them.
Please.
Yeah, I miss calling you out with Nora and JJ shit. How has Nora been? Do you still block her, I hope?
Yeah, I still block her.
Or did you cut yet?
I think she gave up on being a Catholic.
Yeah, it was never an option. What are you talking about? What a joke. Imagine Nora, a fucking Catholic. But what's wrong with you, man?
Well, you know, I mean, we need more souls.
My God, bro. Come on.
We're in the soul gathering business, man.
Gather my ball sack. You have a better shot gathering my ball sack, like fucking one.
Okay, we're going to pause these F-word losers and do what's called reading a book to counteract all this stupidity. We're going to read for about 30 minutes, then I'm going to go to the gym, and then we'll let these F-words continue their N-word rants about their dead friend who also loved using the N-word, the hard R, all the time, all day long. And as you just heard, ladies and gentlemen, this guy, Lou, was basically like an advertisement for AI products. And that's a little bit like eating the menu instead of the entrees and appetizers. But I hope you're enjoying the recording. This has been brought to you by someone who I think said he put in his 2-week notice. He's moving on to bigger, better things. Congratulations. He's not just a paper pusher anymore. He's a spy. You could probably go to the CIA and be like, yeah, I've been secretly, covertly recording conversations of some of the dumbest people in the world. Maybe I could take this knowledge and expand it into clown world, and we could eliminate the trillions of dollars of worth of fraud that are running through these NGOs. I just saw the list of how much money each state has given NGOs. I think it was just like in the past year. I don't even know the total dates, but it is a huge fucking scam of epic proportions. We need to shut the entire system down. And they're doing it basically because Trump is aware. I mean, Nick Shirley, man, changed the fucking world. The poor little Nick Shirley, who can't even complete a sentence without making grammatical or errors because, I don't know, he's a special one. A special boy. Ah! Okay, we're going to read Dhammapada, sayings of the Buddha. Ribbano Shalom. Here we go. Oh, you know, the thing about the Dhammapada is you're like, oh, maybe I should start on a different chapter. But all you got to do is go to the first chapter and you're reminded of the brilliance of it. I don't have any cannabis to smoke. I'm all out of cannabis. So you're getting a purely sober John. this moment right now. This is called Twins, Chapter 1 of the Dhammapada. Mind is the forerunner of all actions. All deeds are led by mind, created by mind. If one speaks or acts with a corrupt mind, suffering follows, as the wheel follows the hoof of an ox pulling a cart. Mind is the forerunner of all actions. All deeds are led by mind, created by mind. If one speaks or acts with a serene mind, happiness follows, as surely as one's shadow. He abused me, he mistreated me, defeated me, robbed me. Harboring such thoughts keeps hatred alive. He abused me, mistreated me, defeated me, robbed me. Releasing such thoughts banishes hatred for all time. Animosity does not eradicate animosity. Only by loving kindness is animosity dissolved. This law is ancient and eternal. There are those who are aware that they are always facing death. Knowing this, they put aside all quarrels. The one who lives for sensation, indulgent in eating, lazy and lacking in energy. The tempter Mara breaks, just as the wind breaks a frail tree. The one who lives mindfully, senses under control. Moderate in eating, devout, energetic. Cannot be overthrown by Mara, just as the wind cannot shake a rocky mountain. The monk's robe does not in itself render one free from stain. If the one who wears that robe is lacking in self-control and honesty, he is unworthy of such a robe. Only one who is free from stain, well-disciplined, honest, and endowed with self-control is worthy of the monk's robe. Those who fail to distinguish the non-essential from the essential, and the essential from the non-essential, will, in feeding on wrong thoughts, fail to attain the essential. On the other hand, those who correctly perceive the essential as essential and the non-essential as non-essential will, in feeding on right thoughts, attain the essential. As rain pours through badly thatched houses, so does desire penetrate the undeveloped mind. As rain fails to pour through a well-thatched house, so does desire fail to penetrate the well-developed mind. For the doer of evil there is only grief, here as well as hereafter. In both states he experiences grief, seeing his own unwholesome acts. For the doer of good deeds there is rejoicing, here as well as hereafter. Joy and more joy are his as he sees his own right action. The doer of evil reaps suffering here and hereafter. In both states remembering I have committed evil. Not only here, but hereafter, he experiences more suffering. Because he has gone to a state of suffering. The doer of good deeds reaps happiness. Here and hereafter, in both states remembering, I have done good deeds. And there is more joy, because he has gone to a blissful state. A careless person, quoting much of the scriptural text, but not living it, cannot share the abundance of the holy life, just as the cowherd, counting other people's cattle, cannot taste the milk or ghee. Reciting a small portion of the scriptures, but putting it diligently into practice. Letting go of passion, aggression, and confusion. Revering the truth with a clear mind, not clinging to anything here or hereafter, brings the harvest of the holy life. Number 2, mindfulness. Mindfulness is the path to immortality. Negligence is the path to death. The vigilant never die, whereas the negligent are the living dead. With this understanding, the wise, having developed a high degree of mindfulness, rejoice in mindfulness, delighting in the domain of the noble ones. These awakened ones, dedicated to meditation, striving actively and vigorously, attain nirvana, the ultimate security, the fame and fortune of the man who is vigorous, aware, unsullied, acting with consideration and restraint, become ever growing. The wise man, by vigor, mindfulness, restraint, and self-control, creates for himself an island which no flood can submerge. The foolish, the unwise, surrender themselves to negligence, whereas the wise man protects mindfulness as his most valuable possession. Don't lose yourself in negligence. Don't lose yourself in sensuality. For it is the mindful and meditative man who will experience supreme happiness. When the enlightened man frees himself from careless behavior through mindfulness, free of sorrow, he gazes on the sorrowing masses, as one on the mountaintop gazes on the plain below. The mindful person among the mindless, the aware person among the unaware, surpasses the rest with his wisdom, like a superb racehorse outstripping an old, worn-out horse. By mindfulness did the Magavat, Lord of 2 realms, reach the position of authority among the gods, So vigilance is ever praised and negligence ever disdained. A seeker, concentrating on mindfulness, advances like a fire, consuming the chains of bondage, both great and small. A monk or lay person, rejoicing in mindfulness, seeing the danger of negligence, cannot fall backwards and is close to nirvana. Subnotes. Magavat, according to the belief of ancient Indians, Magavat was the king of a certain heavenly realm. He was born into that realm and became its overlord as a result of good deeds he had performed in his immediate previous life as a man on earth. During that time, he fulfilled all his duties toward others mindfully. Seeker, originally the term here was bhikkhu, or monk. When the Buddha was speaking to his hearers, the bhikkhus were always standing near him. That is why in his general talks he addressed monks. One meaning of bhikkhu is one who discerns the fears of the round of rebirths. Chapter number 3, Mind. Just as an arrowsmith shapes an arrow to perfection with fire, so does the wise man shape his mind, which is fickle, unsteady, vulnerable, and erratic. Like a fish taken from the safety of its watery home and cast upon the dry land, so does the mind flutter, due to the lure of the tempter. Therefore one should leave the dominion of Mara. How good it is to rein the mind, which is unruly, capricious, rushing wherever it pleases. The mind so harnessed will bring one happiness. A wise man should pay attention to his mind, which is very difficult to perceive. It is extremely subtle and wanders wherever it pleases. The mind, well guarded and controlled, will bring him happiness. One who keeps a rein on the wandering mind, which strays far and wide alone, bodiless, will be freed from the tyranny of the tempter. A man of fickle mind will never attain wisdom to its fullest, since he is ignorant of the Dhamma and his wavering faith. The heart of the fully conscious man is fearless. He has freed his mind of lust and anger. He has transcended both good and evil. Observe this body as fragile as an earthen vase. Build a mind as solid as a fortified city. Then confront Mara with the weapon of insight. And proceeding without attachment. Guard what you have already conquered. Certainly before long this body will lie on the ground, lifeless and unconscious, cast aside like a useless log. A mind out of control will do more harm than two angry men engaged in combat. A well-directed mind creates more well-being than the wholesome actions of parents toward their children. Chapter 4, Flowers. Who can truly see this earth, this body, this world of human beings as well as the realm of gods? Who is able to distill the wisdom of the Dhamma as skillfully as a designer of garlands selects choice flowers? Seka, trainee on the first stage of perfection, is able to grasp this earth, the human world, the dwellings of the unhappy ones, as well as the realm of the gods. He can bring forth the shining truth of the Dhamma, even as a skillful gardener selects choice flowers. See this body, as fragile and transient as foam. Know that it is as insubstantial as foam, and thereby destroy the tempter's flowery arrows, and put yourself beyond death's grasp. Just as a raging flood sweeps away a sleeping village, so does death claim a man of distracted mind, as he continually seeks more and more of life's fleeting pleasures. Death drowns the unsatisfied man, whose restless mind clutches for greater and greater pleasures. A monk should dwell and act in the village, like a bee extracting honey from the flower, but leaving the color and fragrance intact. Pay no attention to harsh words uttered by others. Do not be concerned with what others have or have not done. Observe your own actions and inactions. Like a beautiful, brightly colored flower without fragrance is the well-spoken word without action. Like a beautiful, brightly colored flower full of fragrance is the well-spoken word and the deed that matches the word. A man born to this world should do many good deeds. A garland maker makes garlands from a heap of flowers. The scent of flowers is carried no farther than the winds allow. Neither the sandalwood, tagar, nor jasmine, but the fragrance of the deeds of good men spreads to the ends of the earth in all directions, regardless of the wind. The aroma of sandalwood, tagar, lotus, or vasiki is excellent. Superior to these is the fragrance of right action, right speech, right way of earning one's living. Subnote Seka literally means a trainee, but it also refers to the person who entered the state of stream winner's level, where he experiences for the first time the full vision of nirvana. From that stage onwards until he attains arahantship, perfection, he is called Seka, one who is still on the path to perfection. The scent of tagar and sandalwood may be barely detectable, whereas the fragrance of the virtuous reaches the highest levels both among gods and men. Mara, the tempter, can never find where the enlightened ones are, for they live mindfully and in perfect freedom through perfect knowledge. Just as a sweet-smelling lotus blooms beside the highway upon a heap of filth, so does the disciple of the perfect Buddha rise above those bound blindly to the limitations of the world. Chapter 5, The Fool. All right, I'm going to take a quick little break here. Going to recreate some of these clown house worlds with Buddha. Chapter 5, The Fool. Long is the night to the sleepless, long is the road to the weary traveler, long is the cycle of rebirths to the unwise who do not know the truth. Should a traveler fail to find a companion equal or better, rather than suffer the company of a fool, he should resolutely walk alone. I have children. I have wealth. These are the empty claims of an unwise man. He cannot call himself his own. How can he then claim children and wealth as his own? To the extent that a fool knows his foolishness, he may be deemed wise. A fool who considers himself wise is indeed a fool. A fool may associate with a wise man throughout his life and remain untouched by his wisdom, even as a spoon cannot taste the flavor of soup. On the other hand, an aware man in a moment's meeting can learn from a wise man, even as the tongue tastes the flavor of soup. The unwise man, lacking understanding, behaves as if he were his own worst enemy, committing evil deeds that produce bitter fruit. It is unwise to do things that bring regret and require repentance, to cause suffering for oneself and a weeping and tearful face. It is wise to do things which do not require repentance, but bring joy and fulfillment, happiness and delight. Until he feels the effect, the fool rejoices in his evil deed. When the action reaches fruition, the fool harvests nothing but grief. Though the fool may practice asceticism, eating a speck of food on the tip of a blade of grass, he is not worth 1/16 of the Arhat, the knower of the Dhamma. An evil deed does not produce its results at once. It smolders slowly, like a fire covered by ashes, and finally consumes its doer, the fool. The things a fool gains amount to nothing. Unwholesome acts cannot bring him wholesome results. What a fool hungers for is false fame, authority, power over others, and generous offerings. He seeks recognition as a doer, a wielder of power, a knower of right and wrong. His craving and pride are insatiable. Subnote, in the original text, this verse reads, an evil deed, like milk freshly drawn from the udder, does not produce its results at once. When the Dhammapada was compiled, this metaphor would have been relevant to those familiar with the problem of keeping milk fresh in a hot climate without the aid of refrigeration. To the modern reader, this metaphor of spoiled milk may appear confusing, thus we have omitted it for the sake of clarity and ease in reading the text. There is a path that leads to worldly gain. Another road leads to nirvana. Like the seeker, the disciple of Buddha, embracing seclusion. Take the path to wisdom and enlightenment. Chapter 6, The Wise. If someone sees an intelligent person who is skillfully able to point out shortcomings and give suitable reproof, let him cherish such a revealer of hidden treasures. Only good can come from such an association. Let the wise one guide, correct, and deter others from what is base and vile. He will be treasured by the good and spurned by evil. Do not choose bad friends. Do not choose persons of low habits. Select good friends. Be discriminating. Choose the best. Whoever drinks deeply of Dhamma lives happily, with a peaceful mind. The wise man rejoices in the Dhamma taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape wood to their design. Wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings, attain a serene mind. The good certainly cling to nothing. They do not talk aimlessly, concerned with personal gains. The wise, the saintly, whether experiencing comfort or discomfort, show neither elation nor depression. Not for one's own or another's gain should one commit an evil deed, regardless of the desire for children, wealth, or kingdom, or any other kind of success. One should remain virtuous, wise, and righteous. The few cross over to the far shore. The many merely run back and forth fruitlessly along the side of the stream. But only those who follow the carefully taught law can cross to the other shore, beyond the grasp of death, so hard to overcome, that the wise man shun the cauldron of confusion and proceed on the path of light. Let him leave the comfort of home, forsaking sensual pleasures, freeing himself from all obstacles, delighting in seclusion, not an ordinary man's choice, and devote himself to cleansing the blemishes of the mind. Those who have carefully cultivated their minds, in tune with the elements of enlightenment, who without grasping, delight in detachment, cleansed of all corruption and therefore shining brightly, send forth brilliant light. The Arahant. There is no burning for him who has completed the journey, who is free of sorrows and all else, who has broken off all chains. The mindful put forth great effort. They do not remain content in the household life, but leave their homes behind, just as swans leave a muddy lake. Arahants do not hoard. They take a right view of eating, focused on deliverance and void. They leave no trace, like the path of birds in the sky. He who is free from obsessions, eating simply, clear-headed, focused on liberation, like a migrating bird, leaves no trace of a track in the sky. Even the gods delight in the presence of one who has freed himself from pride and mental obsessions, who has his senses under control, like horses trained by an expert trainer. Done with the round of rebirths, he is as accepting as the earth, as firm as a doorpost, placid as a pond free of mud and dutiful. Whoever has reached a state of freedom through perfect wisdom, peaceful and unshakable, is non-violent in his mind, his speech is action. Whoever is in touch with the infinite, free of detachment, desireless, is the highest among men. Delightful is the place where the saints dwell, be it village or forest, cavern or open field. Delightful are forests, where more worldly men find no joy. Being free of the pull of desire, saints who seek no worldly pleasures find delight in such places. Chapter 8, Thousands. A single wise word, bringing peace to the listener, is worth more than 1,000 speeches full of empty words. A single verse full of meaning, bringing peace to the listener, is worth more than 1,000 verses full of empty words. One may recite 100 verses full of vain descriptions, but a single verse bringing peace to the listener is worth far more. One may conquer 1,000,000 men in a single battle. However, the greatest and best warrior conquers himself. Conquest of oneself is the greatest victory of all. Neither a god, nor a heavenly musician, nor a mischievous angel of the highest of the 6 heavenly abodes, the Paranimita heaven, where sensual pleasures prevail, can deprive the self-vanquished, restrained person of victory. The honor paid to the one who has achieved self-mastery for one single instant is worth more than monthly offerings of 1,000 pieces of gold. Honoring the one who has achieved self-mastery for one single instant is worth more than living in the forest, tending the sacred fire for 100 years. Making offerings for glory and recognition is not 1/4 as worthy as honoring the upright. Whoever shows reverence and respect for the aged is rewarded fourfold with long life, beauty, happiness, and strength. Even a single day lived virtuously and meditatively is worth more than 100 years lived wantonly and without discipline. A single day's life of a wise and contemplative man is worth more than 100 years lived wantonly and without discipline. A single day's life of a wise and contemplative man is worth more than 100 years lived wantonly and without discipline. A single day's life of one who puts out great effort is better than a life of 100 years lived in idleness and sluggishness. A single day's life lived by a man who grasps the impermanence of all conditioned things is worth more than 100 years lived in blindness and ignorance. Single day's life of one who sees the deathless state is worth more than 100 years lived without perceiving it. A single day's life of one who sees the truth is worth more than 100 years of not seeing the truth. Evil. Chapter 9. Do not lose a moment of doing good. Protect your mind from evil. Whoever neglects doing good is inviting addiction to evil. If a man has mistakenly committed an evil deed, let him not repeat it. Let him not be addicted to evil, for it is the amassing of evil that brings misery. On the other hand, if a man does good, let him do it repeatedly. Let him put his heart into it, for the accumulation of good brings blessings. Even an evildoer feels happy before his negative actions reach fruition. However, when the evil ripens, he will have a bountiful harvest of evil results. A good man sees what is unwholesome before his good deeds reach fruition. However, when the good ripens, he will have a bountiful harvest of good results. Don't underestimate evil. Saying it can't happen to me, as a pot slowly fills up with water, drop by drop. So does the fool little by little become full of evil. Don't underestimate good. Saying it can't happen to me. Water falling drop by drop will fill even a large pot. Likewise, the wise man accumulating good little by little becomes goodness itself. One should shun all evil. As a merchant with treasure and a small caravan avoids a dangerous road, or as a man loving life shuns poison. If a man has a hand free of wounds, he can take poison in his hand. The poison cannot penetrate the hand that is free of wounds. Likewise, a man is not guilty when he acts with no evil intention. If someone harms an innocent person, one pure and free of guilt, evil results will fall upon the doer, like fine dust thrown against the wind. Some are reborn in a mother's womb. The evildoers are bound to miserable states. The doers of good are reborn to happy states. Those free of any stain go on to perfect peace. There is no place in the world, neither the sky, the sea, nor in mountain crevices, where an evildoer can hide, safe from the consequences of his action. There is no place in the world, neither in the sky, the sea, nor in mountain crevices, where one can escape the inevitability of death. Okay, this is chapter 10. This is the last reading from the Dhammapada. I hope you're enjoying it. This is candidate John Kitover, running for the 16th district to liberate the voters and constituents against the evil deeds of Darren, the Hood Rat. Chapter 10, the Rod. Everybody fears being struck by a rod. Everybody fears death. Therefore, knowing this, feeling for others as for yourself, do not kill others or cause others to kill. Everybody fears being struck by a rod. Life being dear to all. Therefore, knowing this, feeling for others as for yourself, do not kill others or cause others to kill. If one, pursuing happiness, strikes living beings who also strive to live happily with a rod or other instrument, he will reap an unwholesome harvest. If one pursues his own happiness while causing no harm to other living beings who also strive to live happily, he will reap a wholesome harvest. Avoid harsh speech. Angry words backfire upon the speaker. By making yourself as still as a cracked cymbal, not retaliating, you achieve nirvana. As a cowherd leads the cattle to pasture, so do old age and death drive the life of all beings. The fool, committing evil deeds, realizes not their nature. The fool, due to his evil deeds, suffers as if scorched by fire. He who inflicts pain on the innocent comes to one of 10 calamities: pain, loss, injury, illness, insanity, danger from rulers, frightening accusations, loss of loved ones, loss of wealth. One of these will he experience. A fire will destroy his house. After the destruction of his body, the same foolish man will go to an unhappy state, though he does penance through nakedness, with tangled hair covering his body with mud, fasting, rubbing himself with ash, and crouching in a posture of humility. None of these rites can purify a man who has not freed himself of doubt, regardless of attire or adornment. The guiltless one, calm, self-restrained, chaste, and resolute, refraining totally from hurting living beings, is the Brahmin, the recluse, the monk. It is the rare being who is restrained by self-direction, who does not invite reproof, as a good horse does not invite the whip. Be like a good horse, touched gently by the whip. The horse moves forward with full power and energy. Have an abundance of confidence, good conduct, effort, concentration. Be aware and attentive. Put aside this great mass of suffering. Those who would irrigate the land bring the water wherever they choose. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows, carpenters shape wood. The virtuous mold themselves.
Okay, found it. I'm gonna send this to you on X. If I can find you.
Who, me?
Yeah.
I deleted my account. I have an
Randy, why?
Telegram it. Just Telegram it.
Alright. Why would you do that?
Telegram it because I'm far away from my phone. Anyways, Telegram it to me, and then when I get, I'll Telegram you back my Twitter.
Look at this. This guy thought he was being so slick. He's like a 212-year-old Bible. I found the secret sauce.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll check it. But I can't do it now, but I'll check it.
But later.
His day-to-day activities, just because he decided to marry a promiscuous
You see Iran I don't know what's happened with Russia. Ukraine. No one seems to care no more.
Netanyahu said that he said in the next 10 years they're gonna completely wean off of American support.
No, that's good. Okay. Well, that's gonna happen anyways. It's not that.
They're just gonna move on to China, you know. Exactly. Okay. Exactly. I think he's been told you're not getting any more money, and so now he's spinning it like, oh, we want to go independent.
I don't think he's told.
So he wants to go independent. Netanyahu.
Has anyone seen White Nigger Cook?
No. But I've been off the app, so a little bit. So I'm probably still gonna go, man. So I think, look, man, the app is different. Okay.
Polymarket says that Maduro's gonna get off. He's gonna be released.
No, he's not. Oh wait, the poly market says. So how much? What's the bet?
I don't know, but I mean, right now it's in favor of him getting released.
That's wild. Yeah, I doubt it. I doubt it big time. It
sounds realistic to me.
I would bet against that 100%.
Wow.
Come on, bro. You've seen what they've done to your boy Kelly. Like, you know what these guys are like. They already judged you guilty, and that's why they're summoning you. They're not gonna go fucking kidnap you from a country. You're a president of a country. They just go and kidnap you. So they're just gonna release you, man. Come on. If you're not guilty, we're gonna make you guilty, man. That's what it is.
He's a sovereign, bro.
Sovereign my ballsack.
Jerome Powell is being sued by the DOJ.
Yep, that's very interesting. That's a big one. Volatility is back. That's actually why I just literally opened Cookhouse just to write that down. Yeah, that's a big one.
That's huge. I mean, he's denying subpoenas. So literally, they send him subpoenas, and he's like, "No, I don't have to answer this."
Poly market's at 16% for him to be released.
Yeah, because
16% by the end of the year.
16% he's gonna be released by the end of the year, and then what?
Chapter 5, The Fool. Long is the night to the sleepless. Long is the road to the weary traveler. Long is the cycle of rebirths to the unwise who do not know the truth. Should a traveler fail to find a companion equal or better, rather than suffer the company of a fool, he should resolutely walk alone. I have children. I have wealth. These are the empty claims of an unwise man. He cannot call himself his own. How can he then claim children and wealth as his own?
To the extent that a fool knows his foolishness, he may be deemed wise. A fool who considers himself wise is indeed a fool. A fool may associate with a wise man throughout his life and remain untouched by his wisdom, even as a spoon cannot taste the flavor of soup. On the other hand, an aware man, in a moment's meeting, can learn from a wise man, even as the tongue tastes the flavor of soup. The unwise man, lacking understanding, behaves as if he were his own worst enemy, committing evil deeds that produce bitter fruit. It is unwise to do things that bring regret and require repentance, for suffering for oneself and a weeping and tearful face. It is wise to do things which do not require repentance, but bring joy and fulfillment, happiness and delight. Until he feels the effect, the fool rejoices in his evil deed. When the action reaches fruition, the fool harvests nothing but grief. Though the fool may practice asceticism, eating a speck of food on the tip of a blade of grass, he is not worth 1/16th of the Arhat, nor of the Dhamma. An evil deed does not produce its results at once. It smolders slowly, like a fire covered by ashes, finally consumes the fool. If things a fool gains, unwholesome acts cannot bring him wholesome results. What a fool hungers for is false fame, authority, power over others, generous offerings. He seeks recognition as a doer, a wielder of power, a knower of right and wrong. His craving and pride are insatiable. Suddenly, in the original text, this verse reads, "An evil deed, like milk freshly drawn from the udder, does not produce its results at once." When the Dhammapada was compiled, this metaphor would have been relevant to those familiar with the problem of keeping milk fresh in a hot climate without the aid of refrigeration. To the modern reader, this metaphor of spoiled milk may appear confusing, thus we have omitted it for the sake of clarity and ease in the reading the text. There is a path that leads to worldly gain, another road leads to nirvana. Let the seeker, the disciple of Buddha, embracing seclusion, take the path to wisdom and enlightenment. Chapter 6, The Wise. If someone sees an intelligent person who is skillfully able to point out shortcomings and give suitable reproof, let him cherish such a revealer of hidden treasures. Only good can come from such an association. Let the wise one guide, correct, and deter others from what is base and vile. He will be treasured by the good and spurned by evil. Do not choose bad friends. Do not choose persons of low habits. Select good friends. Be discriminating. Choose the best.
Whoever drinks deeply of Dharma lives happily, with a peaceful mind. The wise man rejoices in the Dhamma taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape wood to their design. Wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise all day. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings, attain a serene mind. The good certainly cling to nothing. They do not talk aimlessly, concerned with personal gains. The wise, the saintly, whether experiencing comfort or discomfort, show neither elation nor depression. Not for one's own or another's gain should one commit an evil deed, regardless of the desire for children, wealth, or kingdom, or any other kind of success. One should remain virtuous, wise, and righteous. The few cross over to the far shore. The many merely run back and forth fruitlessly along the side of the stream. But only those who follow the carefully taught law can cross to the other shore, beyond the grasp of death, so hard to overcome. Let the wise man shun the cauldron of confusion and proceed on the path of light. Let him leave the comfort of home, forsaking sensual pleasures, freeing himself from all obstacles, delighting in seclusion, not an ordinary man's choice, and devote himself to cleansing the blemishes of the mind. Those who have carefully cultivated their minds, in tune with the elements of enlightenment, who without grasping, delight in detachment, cleansed of all corruption and therefore shining brightly, send forth brilliant light. The Arahant. There is no burning for him who has completed the journey, who is free of sorrows and all else, who has broken off all chains. The mindful put forth great effort. They do not remain content in the household life, but leave their homes behind, just as swans leave a muddy lake. Arahants do not hoard. They take a right view of eating, focused on deliverance and void. They leave no trace, like the path of birds in the sky. He who is free from obsessions, eating simply, clear-headed, focused on liberation, like a migrating bird, leaves no trace of a track in the sky. Even the gods delight in the presence of one who has freed himself from pride and mental obsessions, who has his senses under control, like horses trained by an expert trainer. Done with the round of rebirths, he is as accepting as the earth, as firm as a doorpost, placid as a pond free of mud and dutiful. Whoever has reached a state of freedom through perfect wisdom, peaceful and unshakable, is non-violent in his mind, his speech is action. Whoever is in touch with the infinite, free of detachment, desireless, is the highest among men. Delightful is the place where the saints dwell, be it village or forest, cavern or open field. Delightful are forests, where more worldly men find no joy. Being free of the pull of desire, saints who seek no worldly pleasures find delight in such places. Chapter 8, Thousands. A single wise word, bringing peace to the listener, is worth more than 1,000 speeches full of empty words. A single verse, full of meaning, bringing peace to the listener, is worth more than 1,000 verses full of empty words. One may recite 100 verses full of vain descriptions, but a single verse bringing peace to the listener is worth far more. One may conquer 1,000,000 men in a single battle. However, the greatest and best warrior conquers himself. Conquest of oneself is the greatest victory of all. Neither a god, nor a heavenly musician, nor a mischievous angel of the highest of the 6 heavenly abodes, the Paranimita heaven, where sensual pleasures prevail, can deprive the self-vanquished, restrained person of victory. The honor paid to the one who has achieved self-mastery for one single instant is worth more than monthly offerings of 1,000 pieces of gold. Honoring the one who has achieved self-mastery for one single instant is worth more than living in the forest, tending the sacred fire for 100 years. Making offerings for glory and recognition is not 1/4 as worthy as honoring the upright. Whoever shows reverence and respect for the aged is rewarded fourfold with long life, beauty, happiness, and strength. Even a single day lived virtuously and meditatively is worth more than 100 years lived wantonly and without discipline. A single day's life of a wise and contemplative man is worth more than 100 years lived wantonly and without discipline. A single day's life of a wise and contemplative man is worth more than 100 years lived wantonly without discipline. A single day's life of one who puts out great effort is better than a life of 100 years lived in idleness and sluggishness. A single day's life lived by a man who grasps the impermanence of all conditioned things is worth more than 100 years lived in blindness and ignorance. A single day's life of one who sees the deathless state is worth more than 100 years lived without perceiving it. A single day's life of one who sees the truth is worth more than 100 years of not seeing the truth. Evil. Chapter 9. Nothing to move to doing good. Protect your mind from evil. Whoever neglects doing good is inviting addiction to evil. If a man has mistakenly committed an evil deed, let him not repeat it. Let him not be addicted to evil. For it is the amassing of evil that brings misery. On the other hand, if a man does good, let him do it repeatedly. Let him put his heart into it. For the accumulation of good brings blessings. Even an evildoer feels happy before his negative actions reach fruition. However, when the evil ripens, he will have a bountiful harvest of evil results. A good man sees what is unwholesome before his good deeds reach fruition. However, when the good ripens, he will have a bountiful harvest of good results. Don't underestimate evil. Saying it can't happen to me, as a pot slowly fills up with water, drop by drop. So does the fool little by little become full of evil. Don't underestimate good. Saying it can't happen to me. Water falling drop by drop will fill even a large pot. Likewise, the wise man accumulating good little by little becomes goodness itself. One should shun all evil. As a merchant with treasure and a small caravan avoids a dangerous road, or as a man loving life shuns poison. If a man has a hand free of wounds, he can take poison in his hand. Poison cannot penetrate the hand that is free of wounds. Likewise, a man is not guilty when he acts with no evil intention. If someone harms an innocent person, one pure and free of guilt, evil results will fall upon the doer, like fine dust thrown against the wind. Some are reborn in a mother's womb. The evildoers are bound to miserable states. The doers of good are reborn to happy states. Those free of any stain go on to perfect peace. There is no place in the world, neither the sky, the sea, nor in mountain crevices, where an evildoer can hide, safe from the consequences of his action. There is no place in the world, neither in the sky, the sea, nor in mountain crevices, where one can escape the inevitability of death.
This is chapter 10. This is the last reading from the Dhammapada. I hope you're enjoying it. This is candidate John Kitover, running for the 16th district to liberate the voters and constituents against the evil deeds of Darren, the Hood Rat. Chapter 10, the Rod. Everybody fears being struck by a rod. Everybody fears death. Therefore, knowing this, feeling for others as for yourself, do not kill others or cause others to kill. Everybody fears being struck by a rod. Life being dear to all. Therefore, knowing this, feeling for others as for yourself, do not kill others or cause others to kill. If one, pursuing happiness, strikes living beings who also strive to live happily with a rod or other instrument, he will reap an unwholesome harvest. If one pursues his own happiness while causing no harm to other living beings who also strive to live happily, he will reap a wholesome harvest. Avoid harsh speech. Angry words backfire upon the speaker. By making yourself as still as a cracked cymbal, not retaliating, you achieve nirvana. As a cowherd leads the cattle to pasture, so do old age and death drive the life of all beings. The fool, committing evil deeds, realizes not their nature. The fool, due to his evil deeds, suffers as if scorched by fire. He who inflicts pain on the innocent comes to one of 10 calamities: pain, loss, injury, illness, insanity, danger from rulers, frightening accusations, loss of loved ones, loss of wealth. One of these will he experience. A fire will destroy his house. After the destruction of his body, the same foolish man will go to an unhappy state. Though he does penance through nakedness, with tangled hair covering his body with mud, fasting, rubbing himself with ash, crouching in a posture of humility. None of these rites can purify a man who has not freed himself of doubt, regardless of attire or adornment. The guiltless one, calm, self-restrained, chaste, and resolute, refraining totally from hurting living beings, is the Brahmin, the recluse, the monk. It is the rare being who is restrained by self-direction, who does not invite reproof, as a good horse does not invite whip. Be like a good horse, touched gently by the whip. The horse moves forward with full power, energy. Have an abundance of confidence, good conduct, effort, concentration. Be aware and attentive. Put aside this great mess of suffering. Those who would irrigate the land, bring the water whenever they choose. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows, carpenters shape wood. The virtuous mold themselves.
The credit card money. So if you don't offer larger lines of credit, you have less defaults.
Oh yeah. So apparently, they said it would kill some of these businesses. They're worried about it, like really destroying, like a 10%. 10%. What do you think, David? Is this? Are y'all having panic? I bet there's some serious meetings going on right now. And this pullback we're seeing in COF, Capital One Financial, is enormous.
Yeah, I mean, all the credit card companies are down. Capital One's down the most because we're the biggest that's focused on the low end of the market. I mean, we do the high end now also, but that's a small portion of our total business.
I wonder what the charge off, like, I wonder what the net would be like, like what's a reasonable, like how much do they have to write off? Like what percentage of the 23% has to be written off? So it's probably what, maybe, I don't know, 8, something like that, maybe.
Overall, I think it's like 3%. So, like really bad stuff, yeah, I would assume it's 2 or 3x higher.
I don't know if anyone's for caps. I think maybe Trump is the only person who wants caps.
AOC wants it, Bernie wants it, all kinds of leftists want it.
I don't know. That's a tough one.
It was their proposal. It just wasn't as aggressive as Trump's. Theirs was 15%. So it's.
That's funny that a Republican came in less. Oh gosh. I mean, can't we just put it like 20% and everybody be happy? Yeah, but I saw Capital One was down like $20, over $20, I think, this morning. More like 9.5%. Oh, maybe 10%.
It's down 6.5% now.
Yeah, 6.5%. So it's come back a little bit. Not too bad. And considering a year ago,
Discover was also the other big player focused on lower end of the market, and so we acquired Discover also. So we are by far the biggest.
I was wondering what happened at Discover. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that deal closed in May.
They have like Sam's Club. I know Sam's Club used to use them like almost exclusively. And you got Amex. Amex has to be down a lot. I'm surprised Amex isn't down more than.
Nah, because Amex's biggest business is charge cards.
Oh, people pay their balances back, right, on Amex?
Yeah.
Some Amex cards. Amex also has credit cards.
They do. It's not. And even the credit cards that they have are, again, targeted very predominantly at the high end of the market where you could conceivably continue to operate. They have some products in the lower ends, just it's not a huge part of their overall business, versus for us it is a very big part of our business. Everyone's down a little bit, though. At least last I checked, like whatever. I think Amex was down 3.5% or something.
But there's no way that this is too low. I mean, there's no way they're gonna look caps. I mean, is there a cap on anything?
in the financial markets, I can't even think.
Well, there are caps like this. They're just at the state level, and then the Supreme Court.
They're still going?
This is a generic advice. Don't buy Starbucks coffee and make your coffee at home. You can't get rich making $5 and $20 here, $50 there. Like, just you're meant to go and earn more money. And the way that I go and earn more money is to free my head from bullshit and not worry about what have I got to time and pay correctly this month.
But it doesn't take that much time. I get it. Yeah, you need to make more money, but you also need to spend less money. I'd rather do both. No,
I would no. I want to spend.
There's 3 Anons in the audience. These fucking losers do not care. They know they're being streamed. They just don't care.
Faster than what I spend. By the way, I don't have crazy outcomes. But if I just focus on earning more, like, your energy is finite. I would rather place my energy into earning more.
What's interesting is like everything that they say is the exact opposite.
It just doesn't. I don't know why.
It's such a. This is why because it's psychological.
I love that there's 3 Anons in there. 3 speakers, 3 Anons. 1 Anon for each speaker.
I'm telling you, well, then you're not human, all right?
It's very easy to own.
Oh my God. Okay. It's psychological in the sense that I would rather focus. I think that there's. I think momentum is the greatest force in generating wealth in life. And if you're worrying about like winning on small deals and shit, it's like it gets you nowhere. I think that it is better for me in my life and in general, like this is like getting almost into a woo conversation, right? But I prefer to focus on success maximization, wealth growth, right? Like increasing sales and trying to
fill your bowl to the brim.
Save $5 on my toilet paper and the bullshit. Like it's
Tao Te Ching can be translated as the book of the imminence of the way, or the book of the way and of how it manifests itself in the world, or simply the book of the way. Since it is already well known by its Chinese title, I have let that stand. About Lao Tzu, its author, there's practically nothing to be said. He may have been an older contemporary of Confucius, 551 to 479 BCE, and may have held the position of archive keeper in one of the petty kingdoms of the time. But all the information that has come down to us is highly suspect. Even the meaning of his name is uncertain. The most likely interpretations, the old master, or more picturesquely, the old boy. Like an Iroquois woodsman, he left no traces. All he left us is his book, the classic manual on the art of living, written in a style of gem-like lucidity, radiant with humor and grace, and large-heartedness and deep wisdom, one of the wonders of the world. People usually think of Lao Tzu as a hermit, a dropout from society, dwelling serenely in some mountain hut, unvisited except perhaps by the occasional traveler arriving from a 60s joke to ask, what is the meaning of life? But it's clear from his teachings that he deeply cared about society, if society means the welfare of one's fellow human beings. His book is, among other things, a treatise on the art of government, whether of a country or of a child. The misperception may arise from his insistence on wei wu wei, literally, doing, not doing, which has been seen as passivity. Nothing could be further from the truth. A good athlete can enter a state of body awareness in which the right stroke or the right movement happens by itself, effortlessly, without any interference of the conscious will. This is a paradigm for non-action, the purest and most effective form of action. The game plays the game. The poem writes the poem. We can't tell the dancer from the dance. Less and less do you need to force things, until finally you arrive at non-action. When nothing is done, nothing is left undone. Nothing is done because the doer has wholeheartedly vanished into the deed. The fuel has been completely transformed into flame. This nothing is in fact everything. It happens when we trust the intelligence of the universe, in the same way that an athlete or a dancer trusts the superior intelligence of the body. Hence Lao Tzu's emphasis on softness. Softness means the opposite of rigidity and is synonymous with suppleness, adaptability, endurance. Anyone who has seen a Tai Chi or Aikido master doing not doing will know how powerful this softness is. Lao Tzu's central figure is a man or woman whose life is in perfect harmony with the way things are. This is not an idea, it is a reality. I have seen it. The master has mastered nature, not in the sense of conquering it, but of becoming it. In surrendering to the Tao, in giving up all concepts, judgments, and desires, her mind has grown naturally compassionate. She finds, deep in her own experience, the central truths of the art of living, which are paradoxical only on the surface, that the more truly solitary we are, the more compassionate we can be. The more we let go of what we love, the more present our love becomes. The clearer our insight into what is beyond good and evil, the more we can embody the good. Until finally she is able to say, in all humility, I am the Tao, the truth, the life. The teaching of the Tao Te Ching is moral in the deepest sense, unencumbered by any concept of sin. The master doesn't see evil as a force to resist, but simply as an opaqueness, a state of self-absorption, which is in disharmony with the universal process, so that, as with a dirty window, the light can't shine through. This freedom from moral categories allows him his great compassion for the wicked and the selfish. Thus, the master is available to all people and doesn't reject anyone. He is ready to use all situations and doesn't waste anything. This is called embodying the light. What is a good man but a bad man's teacher? What is a bad man but a good man's job? If you don't understand this, you will get lost, however intelligent you are. It is the great secret. The listener will notice that in the many passages where Lao Tzu describes the master, I've used the pronoun she at least as often as he. The Chinese language doesn't make this kind of distinction. In English, we have to choose. But since we are all potentially the master, since the master is, essentially, us, I felt it would be untrue to present a male archetype, as other versions have, ironically, done. Ironically, because of all the great world religions, the teaching of Lao Tzu is by far the most female. Of course, you should feel free throughout the recording to substitute he for she, or vice versa. As to method, I worked from Paul Karas's literal version, which provides English equivalents, often very quaint ones, alongside each of the Chinese ideograms. I also consulted dozens of translations into English, German, and French. But the most essential preparation for my work was a 14 years long course of Zen training, which brought me face to face with Lao Tzu and his true disciples and heirs, the early Chinese Zen masters. With great poetry, the freest translation is sometimes the most faithful. We must try its effect as an English poem, Dr. Johnson said. That is the way to judge of the merit of a translation. I have often been fairly literal, or as literal as one can be with such a subtle, kaleidoscopic book as the Tao Te Ching. But I have also paraphrased, expanded, contracted, interpreted, worked with the text, played with it, until it became embodied in a language that felt genuine to me. If I haven't always translated Lao Tzu's words, my intention has always been to translate his mind. Describing the indescribable, teaching the unteachable, pointing the way to the way. What does Lao Tzu think he is doing here? It can't be done. No way. Hence, Po Chu-yi, poet and stand-up comedian, wrote, "He who talks doesn't know, he who knows doesn't talk." That is what Lao Tzu told us in a book of 5,000 words. If he was the one who knew, how could he have been such a blabbermouth? That's the problem with spiritual teachers. They have to be blabbermouths. But their words are, in the traditional Buddhist metaphor, fingers pointing at the moon. If you watch the finger, you can't see the moon. How meticulous the great masters had to be. A monk asked Matsu, "Why do you teach mind is Buddha?" Matsu said, "To stop a baby from crying." The monk said, "When the crying has stopped, what then?" Matsu said, "Then I teach, not mind, not Buddha." The monk said, "How about someone who isn't attached to either?" Matsu said, "I would tell him, not beings." The monk said, "And what if you met a man unattached to all things? What would you tell him?" Matsu said, "I would just let him experience the great Tao." In fact, the truth is right before our eyes, right under our noses. So simple that every child understands it. And yet, as Bankei said, the farther you enter into it, the deeper it is. Where is the way to the way? What a question. Still, for complicated minds, drastic measures are needed. Lao Tzu's book was written as a response out of grandmotherly kindness. According to the oldest biography, Lao Tzu lived for a long time in the country of Chu, but seeing its decline, he departed. When he reached the frontier, the guard said, "Since you are going away, sir, could you write a book to teach me the art of living?" Thereupon, Lao Tzu wrote his book about the Tao and departed. This is legend, but it is an accurate description of the way in which true teaching happens. He who knows doesn't talk, but words are no hindrance for him. He uses them as he would use gardening tools. When someone asks, he answers. Tao Te Ching 1. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The unnameable is the eternally real. Naming is the origin of all particular things. Free from desire, you realize the mystery. Caught in desire, you see only the manifestations. Yet mystery and manifestations arise from the same source. This source is called darkness. Darkness within darkness. The gateway to all understanding. 2. When people see some things as beautiful, other things become ugly. When people see some things as good, other things become bad. Being and non-being create each other. Difficult and easy support each other. Long and short define each other. High and low depend on each other. Before and after follow each other. Therefore the master acts without doing anything and teaches without saying anything. Things arise and she lets them come. Things disappear, and she lets them go. She has, but doesn't possess. Acts, but doesn't expect. When her work is done, she forgets it.
This video will demonstrate how
That
to
is why
file
it lasts
quarterly report
forever.
electronically.
3. If you overesteem great men, people become powerless. If you overvalue possessions, people begin to steal. The master leads by emptying people's minds and filling their cores, by weakening their ambition and toughening their resolve. He helps people lose everything they know, everything they desire, and creates confusion in those who think that they know. Practice not doing, and everything will fall into place. 4. The Tao is like a well, used but never used up. It is like the eternal void, filled with infinite possibilities. It is hidden but always present. I don't know who gave birth to it. It is older than God. 5. The Tao doesn't take sides. It gives birth to both good and evil. The Master doesn't take sides. She welcomes both saints and sinners. The Tao is like a bellows. It is empty, yet infinitely capable. The more you use it, the more it produces. The more you talk of it, the less you understand. Hold on to the center. 6. The Tao is called the Great Mother. Empty, yet inexhaustible, it gives birth to infinite worlds. It is always present within you. You can use it any way you want. 7. The Tao is infinite, eternal. Why is it eternal? It was never born, thus it can never die. Why is it infinite? It has no desires for itself, thus it is present for all beings. The Master stays behind. That is why she is ahead. She is detached from all things. That is why she is one with them. Because she has let go of herself, she is perfectly fulfilled. 8. The Supreme Good is like water, which nourishes all things without trying to. It is content with the low places that people disdain. Thus, it is like the Tao. In dwelling, live close to the ground. In thinking, keep to the simple. In conflict, be fair and generous. In governing, don't try to control. In work, do what you enjoy. In family life, be completely present. When you are content to be simply yourself and don't compare or compete. Everybody will respect you. 9. Fill your bowl to the brim, and it will spill. Keep sharpening your knife, and it will blunt. Chase after money and security, and your heart will never unclench. Care about people's approval, and you will be their prisoner. Do your work, then step back. The only path to serenity. 10. Can you coax your mind from its wandering and keep to the original oneness? Can you let your body become supple as a newborn child's? Can you cleanse your inner vision until you see nothing but the light? Can you love people and lead them without imposing your will? Can you deal with the most vital matters by letting events take their course? Can you step back from your own mind and thus understand all things? Giving birth and nourishing, having without possessing, acting with no expectations, leading and not trying to control. This is the supreme virtue. 11. We join spokes together in a wheel, but it is the center hole that makes the wagon move. We shape clay into a pot, but it is the emptiness inside that holds whatever we want. We hammer wood for a house, but it is the inner space that makes it livable. We work with being, but non-being is what we use. 12. Colors blind the eye. Sounds deafen the ear. Flavors numb the taste. Thoughts weaken the mind. Desires wither the heart. The master observes the world, but trusts his inner vision. He allows things to come and go. His heart is open as the sky. 13. Success is as dangerous as failure. Hope is as hollow as fear. What does it mean that success is as dangerous as failure? Whether you go up the ladder or down it, your position is shaky. When you stand with your 2 feet on the ground, you will always keep your balance. What does it mean that hope is as hollow as fear? Hope and fear are both phantoms that arise from thinking of the self. When we don't see the self as self, what do we have to fear? See the world as yourself. Have faith in the way things are. Love the world as yourself. Then you can care for all things. 14. Look, and it can't be seen. Listen, and it can't be heard. Reach, and it can't be grasped. Above, it isn't bright. Below, it isn't dark. Seamless, unnameable, it returns to the realm of nothing. Form that includes all forms. Image without an image. Subtle, beyond all conception. Approach it, and there is no beginning. Follow it, and there is no end. You can't know it, but you can be it, at ease in your own life. Just realize where you come from. This is the essence of wisdom. 15. The ancient masters were profound and subtle. Their wisdom was unfathomable. There is no way to describe it. All we can describe is their appearance. They were careful as someone crossing an iced-over stream, alert as a warrior in enemy territory, courteous as a guest, fluid as melting ice, shapeable as a block of wood, receptive as a valley, clear as a glass of water. Do you have the patience to wait till your mud settles and the water is clear? Can you remain unmoving till the right action arises by itself? The master doesn't seek fulfillment. Not seeking, not expecting. She is present and can welcome all things. 16. Empty your mind of all thoughts. Let your heart be at peace. Watch the turmoil of beings, but contemplate their return. Each separate being in the universe returns to the common source. Returning to the source is serenity. If you don't realize the source, you stumble in confusion and sorrow. When you realize where you come from, you naturally become tolerant, disinterested, amused, kind-hearted as a grandmother, dignified as a king. Immersed in the wonder of the Tao, you can deal with whatever life brings you. And when death comes, you are ready. 17. When the master governs, the people are hardly aware that he exists. Next best is a leader who is loved. Next, one who is feared. The worst is one who is despised. If you don't trust the people, you make them untrustworthy. The master doesn't talk, He acts. When his work is done, the people say, "Amazing. We did it, all by ourselves." 18. When the great Tao is forgotten, goodness and piety appear. When the body's intelligence declines, cleverness and knowledge step forth. When there is no peace in the family, filial piety begins. When the country falls into chaos, patriotism is born. 19. Throw away holiness and wisdom, and people will be 100 times happier. Throw away morality and justice, and people will do the right thing. Throw away industry and profit, and there won't be any thieves. If these three aren't enough, just stay at the center of the circle and let all things take their course. 20. Stop thinking and end your problems. What difference between yes and no? What difference between success and failure? Must you value what others value? Avoid what others avoid? How ridiculous. Other people are excited, as though they were at a parade. I alone don't care. I alone am expressionless, like an infant before it can smile. Other people have what they need. I alone possess nothing. I alone drift about, like someone without a home. I am like an idiot, my mind is so empty. Other people are bright. I alone am dark. Other people are sharp. I alone am dull. Other people have a purpose. I alone don't know. I drift like a wave on the ocean. I blow as aimless as the wind. I am different from ordinary people. I drink from the great mother's breasts. 21. The master keeps her mind always at one with the Tao. That is what gives her her radiance. The Tao is ungraspable. How can her mind be at one with it? Because she doesn't cling to ideas. The Tao is dark and unfathomable. How can it make her radiant? Because she lets it. Since before time and space were, the Tao is. It is beyond is and is not. How do I know this is true? I look inside myself and see. 22. If you want to become whole, let yourself be partial. If you want to become straight, let yourself be crooked. If you want to become full, let yourself be empty. If you want to be reborn, let yourself die. If you want to be given everything, give everything up. The Master, by residing in the Tao, sets an example for all beings. Because he doesn't display himself, people can see his light. Because he has nothing to prove, people can trust his words. Because he doesn't know who he is, people recognize themselves in him. Because he has no goal in mind, everything he does succeeds. When the ancient masters said, if you want to be given everything, give everything up, they weren't using empty phrases. Only in being lived by the Tao can you be truly yourself. '23. Express yourself completely, then keep quiet. Be like the forces of nature. When it blows, there is only wind. When it rains, there is only rain. When the clouds pass, the sun shines through. If you open yourself to the Tao, you are at one with the Tao, and you can embody it completely. If you open yourself to insight, you are at one with insight, and you can use it completely. If you open yourself to loss, you are at one with loss, and you can accept it completely. Open yourself to the Tao, then trust your natural responses, and everything will fall into place. 24. He who stands on tiptoe doesn't stand firm. He who rushes ahead doesn't go far. He who tries to shine dims his own light. He who defines himself can't know who he really is. He who has power over others can't empower himself. He who clings to his work will create nothing that endures. If you want to accord with the Tao, just do your job, then let go. 25. There was something formless and perfect before the universe was born. It is serene, empty, solitary, unchanging, infinite, eternally present. It is the mother of the universe. For lack of a better name, I call it the Tao. It flows through all things, inside and outside, and returns to the origin of all things. The Tao is great. The universe is great. Earth is great. Man is great. These are the four great powers. Man follows the earth. Earth follows the universe. The universe follows the Tao. The Tao follows only itself. 26. The heavy is the root of the light. The unmoved is the source of all movement. Thus the master travels all day without leaving home. However splendid the views, she stays serenely in herself. Why should the lord of the country flit about like a fool? If you let yourself be blown to and fro, you lose touch with your root. If you let restlessness move you, you lose touch with who you are. 27. A good traveler has no fixed plans and is not intent upon arriving. A good artist lets his intuition lead him wherever it wants. A good scientist has freed himself of concepts and keeps his mind open to what is. Thus the master is available to all people and doesn't reject anyone. He is ready to use all situations and doesn't waste anything. This is called embodying the light. What is a good man but a bad man's teacher? What is a bad man but a good man's job? If you don't understand this, you will get lost, however intelligent you are. It is the great secret. 28. Know the male, yet keep to the female. Receive the world in your arms. If you receive the world, the Tao will never leave you, and you will be like a little child. Know the white, yet keep to the black. Be a pattern for the world. If you are a pattern for the world, the Tao will be strong inside you, and there will be nothing you can't do. Know the personal, yet keep to the impersonal. Accept the world as it is. If you accept the world, the Tao will be luminous inside you, and you will return to your primal self. The The world is formed from the void, like utensils from a block of wood. The master knows the utensils, yet keeps to the block. Thus she can use all things. 29. Do you want to improve the world? I don't think it can be done. The world is sacred. It can't be improved. If you tamper with it, you'll ruin it. If you treat it like an object, you'll lose it. There is a time for being ahead, a time for being behind, a time for being in motion, a time for being at rest, a time for being vigorous, a time for being exhausted, a time for being safe, a time for being in danger. The master sees things as they are, without trying to control them. She lets them go their own way and resides at the center of the circle. 30. Whoever relies on the Tao in governing men doesn't try to force issues or defeat enemies by force of arms. For every force, there is a counterforce. Violence, even well-intentioned, always rebounds upon oneself. The master does his job and then stops. He understands that the universe is forever out of control, and that trying to dominate events goes against the current of the Tao. Because he believes in himself, he doesn't try to convince others. Because he is content with himself, he doesn't need others' approval. Because he accepts himself, the whole world accepts him. 31. Weapons are the tools of violence. All decent men detest them. Weapons are the tools of fear. A decent man will avoid them, except in the direst necessity, and if compelled, will use them only with the utmost restraint. Peace is his highest value. If the peace has been shattered, how can he be content? His enemies are not demons, but human beings like himself. He doesn't wish them personal harm, nor does he rejoice in victory. How could he rejoice in victory and delight in the slaughter of men? He enters a battle gravely, with sorrow, and with great compassion, as if he were attending a funeral. 32. The Tao can't be perceived. Smaller than an electron, it contains uncountable galaxies. If powerful men and women could remain centered in the Tao, all things would be in harmony. The world would become a paradise. All people would be at peace, and the law would be written in their hearts. You have names and forms. Know that they are provisional. When you have institutions, know where their functions should end. Knowing when to stop, you can avoid any danger. All things end in the Tao, as rivers flow into the sea. 33. Knowing others is intelligence. Knowing yourself is true wisdom. Mastering others is strength. Mastering yourself is true power. If you realize that you have enough, you are truly rich. If you stay in the center and embrace death with your whole heart, you will endure forever. 34. The great Tao flows everywhere. All things are born from it, yet it doesn't create them. It pours itself into its work, yet it makes no claim. It nourishes infinite worlds, yet it doesn't hold on to them. Since it is merged with all things and hidden in their hearts, it can be called humble. Since all things vanish into it, and it alone endures, it can be called great. It isn't aware of its greatness. Thus, it is truly great. 35. She who is centered in the Tao can go where she wishes without danger. She perceives the universal harmony, even amid great pain, because she has found peace in her heart. Music or the smell of good cooking may make people stop and enjoy, but words that point to the Tao seem monotonous and without flavor. When you look for it, there is nothing to see. When you listen for it, there is nothing to hear. When you use it, it is inexhaustible. 36. If you want to shrink something, you must first allow it to expand. If you want to get rid of something, you must first allow it to flourish. If you want to take something, you must first allow it to be given. This is called the subtle perception of the way things are. The soft overcomes the hard. The slow overcomes the fast. Let your workings remain a mystery. This is called the subtle perception of the way things are. The soft overcomes the hard. The slow overcomes the fast. Let your workings remain a mystery. Just show people the results. $37. The Tao never does anything, yet through it all things are done. If powerful men and women could center themselves in it, the whole world would be transformed by itself in its natural rhythms. People would be content with their simple, everyday lives, in harmony and free of desire. When there is no desire, all things are at peace. 38. The master doesn't try to be powerful. Thus, he is truly powerful. The ordinary man keeps reaching for power. Thus, he never has enough. The master does nothing, yet he leaves nothing undone. The ordinary man is always doing things, yet many more are left to be done. The kind man does something, yet something remains undone. The just man does something, and leaves many things to be done. The moral man does something, and when no one responds, he rolls up his sleeves and uses force. When the Tao is lost, there is goodness. When goodness is lost, there is morality. When morality is lost, there is ritual. Ritual is the husk of true faith, the beginning of chaos. Therefore, the master concerns himself with the depths and not the surface, with the fruit and not the flower. He has no will of his own. He dwells in reality and lets all illusions go. $39. In harmony with the Tao, the sky is clear and spacious. The earth is solid and full. All creatures flourish together, content with the way they are, endlessly repeating themselves, endlessly renewed. When man interferes with the Tao, the sky becomes filthy, the earth becomes depleted, the equilibrium crumbles, creatures become extinct. The master views the parts with compassion because he understands the whole. His constant practice is humility. He doesn't glitter like a jewel, but lets himself be shaped by the Tao, as rugged and common as a stone. 40. Return is the movement of the Tao. Yielding is the way of the Tao. all things are born of being, being is born of non-being. "41. When a superior man hears of the Tao, he immediately begins to embody it. When an average man hears of the Tao, he half believes it, half doubts it. When a foolish man hears of the Tao, he laughs out loud. If he didn't laugh, it wouldn't be the Tao. Thus it is said, the path into the light seems dark. The path forward seems to go back. The direct path seems long. True power seems weak. True purity seems tarnished. True steadfastness seems changeable. True clarity seems obscure. The greatest art seems unsophisticated. The greatest love seems indifferent. The greatest wisdom seems childish. The Tao is nowhere to be found, yet it nourishes and completes all things. 42. The Tao gives birth to one. One gives birth to two. Two gives birth to three. Three gives birth to all things. All things have their backs to the female and stand facing the male. When male and female combine, all things achieve harmony. Ordinary men hate solitude, but the Master makes use of it, embracing his aloneness, realizing he is one with the whole universe. 43. The gentlest thing in the world overcomes the hardest thing in the world. That which has no substance enters where there is no space. This shows the value of non-action. Teaching without words, performing without actions. That is the Master's way. 44. Fame or integrity? Which is more important? Money or happiness? Which is more valuable? Success or failure? Which is more destructive? If you look to others for fulfillment, you will never truly be fulfilled. If your happiness depends on money, you will never be happy with yourself. Be content with what you have. Rejoice in the way things are. When you realize there is nothing lacking, the whole world belongs to you. 45. True perfection seems imperfect, yet it is perfectly itself. True fullness seems empty, yet it is fully present. True straightness seems crooked. True wisdom seems foolish. True art seems artless. The Master allows things to happen. She shapes events as they come. She steps out of the way and lets the Tao speak for itself. 46. When a country is in harmony with the Tao, the factories make trucks and tractors. When a country goes counter to the Tao, warheads are stockpiled outside the cities. There is no greater illusion than fear, no greater wrong than preparing to defend yourself, no greater misfortune than having an enemy. Whoever can see through all fear will always be safe. 47. Without opening your door, you can open your heart to the world. Without looking out your window, you can see the essence of the Tao. The more you know, the less you understand. The Master arrives without leaving, sees the light without looking, achieves without doing a thing. 48. In the pursuit of knowledge, every day something is added. In the practice of the Tao, every day something is dropped. Less and less do you need to force things, until finally you arrive at non-action. When nothing is done, nothing is left undone. True mastery can be gained by letting things go their own way. It can't be gained by interfering. 49. The Master has no mind of her own. She works with the mind of the people. She is good to people who are good. She's also good to people who aren't good. This is true goodness. She trusts people who are trustworthy. She also trusts people who aren't trustworthy. This is true trust. The Master's mind is like space. People don't understand her. They look to her and wait. She treats them like her own children. 50. The Master gives himself up to whatever the moment brings. He knows that he is going to die, and he has nothing left to hold on to. No illusions in his mind. No resistances in his body. He doesn't think about his actions. They flow from the core of his being. He holds nothing back from life. Therefore, he is ready for death, as a man is ready for sleep after a good day's work. 51. Every being in the universe is an expression of the Tao. It springs into existence, unconscious, perfect, free, takes on a physical body, lets circumstances complete it. That is why every being spontaneously honors the Tao. The Tao gives birth to all beings, nourishes them, maintains them, cares for them, comforts them, protects them, takes them back to itself, creating without possessing, acting without expecting, guiding without interfering. That is why love of the Tao is in the very nature of things. "52. In the beginning was the Tao. All things issue from it. All things return to it. To find the origin, trace back the manifestations. When you recognize the children and find the mother, you will be free of sorrow. If you close your mind in judgments and traffic with desires, your heart will be troubled. If you keep your mind from judging and aren't led by the senses, your heart will find peace. Seeing into darkness is clarity. Knowing how to yield is strength. Use your own light and return to the source of light. This is called practicing eternity. 53. The great way is easy, yet people prefer the side paths. Be aware when things are out of balance. Stay centered within the Tao. When rich speculators prosper, while farmers lose their land, when government officials spend money on weapons instead of cures, when the upper class is extravagant and irresponsible, while the poor have nowhere to turn, all this is robbery and chaos. It is not in keeping with the Tao. 54. Whoever is planted in the Tao will not be rooted up. Whoever embraces the Tao will not slip away. Her name will be held in honor from generation to generation. Let the Tao be present in your life, and you will become genuine. Let it be present in your family, and your family will flourish. Let it be present in your country, and your country will be an example to all countries in the world. let it be present in the universe, and the universe will sing. How do I know this is true? By looking inside myself. 55. He who is in harmony with the Tao is like a newborn child. Its bones are soft, its muscles are weak, but its grip is powerful. It doesn't know about the union of male and female, yet its penis can stand erect. So intense is its vital power. It can scream its head off all day, yet it never becomes hoarse. So complete is its harmony. The Master's power is like this. He lets all things come and go effortlessly, without desire. He never expects results. Thus he is never disappointed. He is never disappointed. Thus his spirit never grows old. 56. Those who know don't talk. Those who talk don't know. Close your mouth. Block off your senses. Blunt your sharpness. Untie your knots. Soften your glare. Settle your dust. This is the primal identity. Be like the Tao. It can't be approached or withdrawn from, benefited or harmed, honored or brought into disgrace. It gives itself up continually. That is why it endures. 57. If you want to be a great leader, you must learn to follow the Tao. Stop trying to control. Let go of fixed plans and concepts, and the world will govern itself. The more prohibitions you have, the less virtuous people will be. The more weapons you have, the less secure people will be. The more subsidies you have, the less self-reliant people will be. Therefore, the Master says, I let go of the law, and people become honest. I let go of economics, and people become prosperous. I let go of religion, and people become serene. I let go of all desire for the common good, and the good becomes common as grass. 58. If a country is governed with tolerance, the people are comfortable and honest. If a country is governed with repression, the people are depressed and crafty. When the will to power is in charge, the higher the ideals, the lower the results. Try to make people happy, and you lay the groundwork for misery. Try to make people moral, and you lay the groundwork for vice. Thus the master is content to serve as an example and not to impose her will. She is pointed, but doesn't pierce, straightforward, but supple, radiant, but easy on the eyes. 59. For governing a country well, there is nothing better than moderation. The mark of a moderate man is freedom from his own ideas. Tolerant like the sky, all-pervading like sunlight, firm like a mountain, supple like a tree in the wind. He has no destination in view, and makes use of anything life happens to bring his way. Nothing is impossible for him. Because he has let go, he can care for the people's welfare, as a mother cares for her child. Governing a large country is like frying a small fish. You spoil it with too much poking. Center your country in the Tao, and evil will have no power. Not that it isn't there, but you'll be able to step out of its way. Give evil nothing to oppose, and it will disappear by itself. 61. When a country obtains great power, it becomes like the sea. All streams run downward into it. The more powerful it grows, the greater the need for humility. Humility means trusting the Tao, thus never needing to be defensive. A great nation is like a great man. When he makes a mistake, he realizes it. Having realized it, he admits it. Having admitted it, he corrects it. He considers those who point out his faults as his most benevolent teachers. He thinks of his enemy as the shadow that he himself casts. If a nation is centered in the Tao, if it nourishes its own people and doesn't meddle in the affairs of others, it will be a light to all nations in the world. 62. The Tao is the center of the universe, the good man's treasure, the bad man's refuge. Honors can be bought with fine words. Respect can be won with good deeds. But the Tao is beyond all value, and no one can achieve it. Thus, when a new leader is chosen, don't offer to help him with your wealth or your expertise. Offer instead to teach him about the Tao. Why did the ancient masters esteem the Tao? Because being one with the Tao, when you seek, you find. And when you make a mistake, you are forgiven. That is why everybody loves it. 63. Act without doing. Work without effort. Think of the small as large, and the few as many. Confront the difficult while it is still easy. Accomplish the great task by a series of small acts. The master never reaches for the great. Thus she achieves greatness. When she runs into a difficulty, she stops and gives herself to it. She doesn't cling to her own comfort. Thus, problems are no problem for her. 64. What is rooted is easy to nourish. What is recent is easy to correct. What is brittle is easy to break. What is small is easy to scatter. Prevent trouble before it arises. Put things in order before they exist. A giant pine tree grows from a tiny sprout. The journey of 1,000 miles starts from beneath your feet. Rushing into action, you fail. Trying to grasp things, you lose them. Forcing a project to completion, you ruin what was almost ripe. Therefore, the master takes action by letting things take their course. He remains as calm at the end as at the beginning. He has nothing, thus has nothing to lose. What he desires is non-desire. What he learns is to unlearn. He simply reminds people of who they have always been. He cares about nothing but the Tao. Thus, he can care for all things. 65. The ancient masters didn't try to educate the people, but kindly taught them to not know. When they think that they know the answers, people are difficult to guide. When they know that they don't know, people can find their own way. If you want to learn how to govern, avoid being clever or rich. The simplest pattern is the clearest. Content with an ordinary life, you can show all people the way back to their own true nature. '66. All streams flow to the sea because it is lower than they are. Humility gives it its power. If you want to govern the people, You must place yourself below them. If you want to lead the people, you must learn how to follow them. The master is above the people, and no one feels oppressed. She goes ahead of the people, and no one feels manipulated. The whole world is grateful to her, because she competes with no one. No one can compete with her. 67. Some say that my teaching is nonsense. Others call it lofty, but impractical. But to those who have looked inside themselves, this nonsense makes perfect sense. And to those who put it into practice, this loftiness has roots that go deep. I have just 3 things to teach: simplicity, patience, compassion. These 3 are your greatest treasures. Simple in actions and in thoughts, you return to the source of being. Patient with both friends and enemies, you accord with the way things are. Compassionate toward yourself, you reconcile all beings in the world. 68. The best athlete wants his opponent at his best. The best general enters the mind of his enemy. The best businessman serves the communal good. The best leader follows the will of the people. All of them embody the virtue of non-competition. Not that they don't love to compete, but they do it in the spirit of play. In this, they are like children, and in harmony with the Tao. 69. The generals have a saying: rather than make the first move, it is better to wait and see. Rather than advance an inch, it is better to retreat a yard. This is called going forward. There is no greater misfortune than underestimating your enemy. Underestimating your enemy means thinking that he is evil. Thus, you destroy your 3 treasures and become an enemy yourself. When 2 great forces oppose each other, the victory will go to the one that knows how to yield. 70. My teachings are easy to understand and easy to put into practice. Yet your intellect will never grasp them, and if you try to practice them, you'll fail. My teachings are older than the world. How can you grasp their meaning? If you want to know me, look inside your heart. 71. Not knowing is true knowledge. Presuming to know is a disease. First realize that you are sick. Then you can move toward health. The master is her own physician. She has healed herself of all knowing. Thus, she is truly whole. 72. When they lose their sense of awe, people turn to religion. When they no longer trust themselves, they begin to depend upon authority. Therefore, the master steps back so that people won't be confused. He teaches without a teaching so that people will have nothing to learn. 73. The Tao is always at ease. It overcomes without competing, answers without speaking a word, arrives without being summoned, accomplishes without a plan. Its net covers the whole universe, and though its meshes are wide, it doesn't let a thing slip through. 74. If you realize that all things change, there is nothing you will try to hold on to. If you aren't afraid of dying, there is nothing you can't achieve. Trying to control the future is like trying to take the master carpenter's place. When you handle the master carpenter's tools, chances are that you'll cut your hand. 75. When taxes are too high, people go hungry. When the government is too intrusive, people lose their spirit. Act for the people's benefit. Trust them. Leave them alone. 76. Men are born soft and supple. Dead, they are stiff and hard. Plants are born tender and pliant. Dead, they are brittle and dry. Thus, whoever is stiff and inflexible is a disciple of death. Whoever is soft and yielding is a disciple of life. The hard and stiff will be broken. The soft and supple will prevail. 77. As it acts in the world, the Tao is like the bending of a bow. The top is bent downward. The bottom is bent up. It adjusts excess and deficiency so that there is perfect balance. It takes from what is too much and gives to what isn't enough. Those who try to control, who use force to protect their power, go against the direction of the Tao. They take from those who don't have enough and give to those who have far too much. The master can keep giving because there is no end to her wealth. She acts without expectation, succeeds without taking credit, and doesn't think that she is better than anyone else. 78. Nothing in the world is as soft and yielding as water. Yet for dissolving the hard and inflexible, nothing can surpass it. The soft overcomes the hard. The gentle overcomes the rigid. Everyone knows this is true, but few can put it into practice. Therefore, the master remains serene in the midst of sorrow. Evil cannot enter his heart, because he has given up helping. He is people's greatest help. True words seem paradoxical. 79. Failure is an opportunity. If you blame someone else, there is no end to the blame. Therefore, the master fulfills her own obligations and corrects her own mistakes. She does what she needs to do and demands nothing of others. 80. If a country is governed wisely, its inhabitants will be content. They enjoy the labor of their hands and don't waste time inventing labor-saving machines. Since they dearly love their homes, they aren't interested in travel. There may be a few wagons and boats, but these don't go anywhere. There may be an arsenal of weapons, but nobody ever uses them. People enjoy their food, take pleasure in being with their families, spend weekends working in their gardens, delight in the doings of the neighborhood. And even though the next country is so close that people can hear its roosters crowing and its dogs barking, they are content to die of old age without ever having gone to see it. 81. True words aren't eloquent. Eloquent words aren't true. Wise men don't need to prove their point. Men who need to prove their point aren't wise. The master has no possessions. The more he does for others, the happier he is. The more he gives to others, the wealthier he is. The Tao nourishes by not forcing, by not dominating. The master leads. Tao Te Ching can be translated as the Book of the Imminence of the Way, or the Book of the Way and of how it manifests itself in the world, or simply the Book of the Way. Since it is already well known by its Chinese title, I have let that stand. About Lao Tzu, its author, there's practically nothing to be said. He may have been an older contemporary of Confucius, 551 to 479 BCE, and may have held the position of archive keeper in one of the petty kingdoms of the time. But all the information that has come down to us is highly suspect. Even the meaning of his name is uncertain. The most likely interpretations, the old master, or more picturesquely, the old boy. Like an Iroquois woodsman, he left no traces. All he left us is his book, the classic manual on the art of living, written in a style of gem-like lucidity, radiant with humor and grace, and large-heartedness and deep wisdom, one of the wonders of the world. People usually think of Lao Tzu as a hermit, a dropout from society, dwelling serenely in some mountain hut, unvisited except perhaps by the occasional traveler arriving from a 60s joke to ask, what is the meaning of life? But it's clear from his teachings that he deeply cared about society, if society means the welfare of one's fellow human beings. His book is, among other things, a treatise on the art of government, whether of a country or of a child. The misperception may arise from his insistence on wei wu wei, literally, doing, not doing, which has been seen as passivity. Nothing could be further from the truth. A good athlete can enter a state of body awareness in which the right stroke or the right movement happens by itself, effortlessly, without any interference of the conscious will. This is a paradigm for non-action, the purest and most effective form of action. The game plays the game. The poem writes the poem. We can't tell the dancer from the dance. Less and less do you need to force things, until finally you arrive at non-action. When nothing is done, nothing is left undone. Nothing is done because the doer has wholeheartedly vanished into the deed. The fuel has been completely transformed into flame. This nothing is in fact everything. It happens when we trust the intelligence of the universe in the same way that an athlete or a dancer trusts the superior intelligence of the body. Hence Lao Tzu's emphasis on softness. Softness means the opposite of rigidity and is synonymous with suppleness, adaptability, endurance. Anyone who has seen a Tai Chi or Aikido master doing not doing will know how powerful this softness is. Lao Tzu's central figure is a man or woman whose life is in perfect harmony with the way things are. This is not an idea, it is a reality. I have seen it. The master has mastered nature, not in the sense of conquering it, but of becoming it. In surrendering to the Tao, in giving up all concepts, judgments, and desires, her mind has grown naturally compassionate. She finds, deep in her own experience, the central truths of the art of living, which are paradoxical only on the surface, that the more truly solitary we are, the more compassionate we can be. The more we let go of what we love, the more present our love becomes. The clearer our insight into what is beyond good and evil, the more we can embody the good. Until finally she is able to say, in all humility, I am the Tao, the truth, the life. The teaching of the Tao Te Ching is moral in the deepest sense, unencumbered by any concept of sin. The master doesn't see evil as a force to resist, but simply as an opaqueness, a state of self-absorption, which is in disharmony with the universal process, so that, as with a dirty window, the light can't shine through. This freedom from moral categories allows him his great compassion for the wicked and the selfish. Thus the master is available to all people and doesn't reject anyone. He is ready to use all situations and doesn't waste anything. This is called embodying the light. What is a good man but a bad man's teacher? What is a bad man but a good man's job? If you don't understand this, you will get lost, however intelligent you are. It is the great secret. The listener will notice that in the many passages where Lao Tzu describes the master, I've used the pronoun she at least as often as he. The Chinese language doesn't make this kind of distinction. In English, we have to choose. But since we are all potentially the master, since the master is essentially us, I felt it would be untrue to present a male archetype. Done. Ironically, because of all the great world religions, the teaching of Lao Tzu is by far the most female. Of course, you should feel free throughout the recording to substitute he for she, or vice versa. As to method, I worked from Paul Karas's literal version, which provides English equivalents, often very quaint ones, alongside each of the Chinese ideograms. I also consulted dozens of translations into English, German, and French. But the most essential preparation for my work was a 14 years long course of Zen training, which brought me face to face with Lao Tzu and his true disciples and heirs, the early Chinese Zen masters. With great poetry, the freest translation, we must try its effect as an English poem, Dr. Johnson said. That is the way to judge of the merit of a translation. I have often been fairly literal, or as literal as one can be with such a subtle, kaleidoscopic book as the Tao Te Ching. But I have also paraphrased, expanded, contracted, interpreted, worked with the text, played with it, until it became embodied in a language that felt genuine to me. If I haven't always translated Lao Tzu's words, my intention has always been to translate his mind. Describing the indescribable, teaching the unteachable, pointing the way to the way. What does Lao Tzu think he is doing here? It can't be done. No way. Hence, Po Chu-yi, poet and stand-up comedian, wrote, "He who talks doesn't know, he who knows doesn't talk." That is what Lao Tzu told us in a book of 5,000 words. If he was the one who knew, how could he have been such a blabbermouth? That's the problem with spiritual teachers. They have to be blabbermouths. But their words are, in the traditional Buddhist metaphor, fingers pointing at the moon. If you watch the finger, you can't see the moon. How meticulous the great masters had to be. A monk asked Matsu, "Why do you teach mind is Buddha?" Matsu said, "To stop a baby from crying." The monk said, "When the crying has stopped, what then?" Matsu said, "Then I teach, not mind, not Buddha." The monk said, "How about someone who isn't attached to either?" Matsu said, "I would tell him, not beings." The monk said, "And what if you met a man unattached to all things? What would you tell him?" Matsu said, "I would just let him experience the great Tao." In fact, the truth is right before our eyes, right under our noses. So simple that every child understands it. And yet, as Bankei said, the farther you enter into it, the deeper it is. Where is the way to the way? What a question. Still, for complicated minds, drastic measures are needed. Lao Tzu's book was written as a response out of grandmotherly kindness. According to the oldest biography, Lao Tzu lived for a long time in the country of Chu, but seeing its decline, he departed. When he reached the frontier, the guard said, "Since you are going away, sir, could you write a book to teach me the art of living?" Thereupon, Lao Tzu wrote his book about the Tao and departed. This is legend, but it is an accurate description of the way in which true teaching happens. He who knows doesn't talk, but words are no hindrance for him. He uses them as he would use gardening tools. When someone asks, he answers. Tao Te Ching. 1. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The unnameable is the eternally real. Naming is the origin of all particular things. Free from desire, you realize the mystery. Caught in desire, you see only the manifestations. Yet mystery and manifestations arise from the same source. This source is called darkness. Darkness within darkness. The gateway to all understanding. 2. When people see some things as beautiful, other things become ugly. When people see some things as good, other things become bad. Being and non-being create each other. Difficult and easy support each other. Long and short define each other. High and low depend on each other. Before and after follow each other. Therefore the master acts without doing anything and teaches without saying anything. Things arise and she lets them come. Things disappear and she lets them go. She has but doesn't possess, acts but doesn't expect. When her work is done, she forgets it. That is why it lasts forever. 3. If you overesteem great men, people become powerless. If you overvalue possessions, people begin to steal. The master leads by emptying people's minds and filling their cores, by weakening their ambition and toughening their resolve. He helps people lose everything they know, everything they desire, and creates confusion in those who think that they know. Practice not doing, and everything will fall into place. 4. The Tao is like a well, used but never used up. It is like the eternal void, filled with infinite possibilities. It is hidden but always present. I don't know who gave birth to it. It is older than God. 5. The Tao doesn't take sides. It gives birth to both good and evil. The Master doesn't take sides. She welcomes both saints and sinners. The Tao is like a bellows. It is empty, yet infinitely capable. The more you use it, the more it produces. The more you talk of it, the less you understand. Hold on to the center. 6. The Tao is called the Great Mother. Empty, yet inexhaustible, it gives birth to infinite worlds. It is always present within you. You can use it any way you want. 7. The Tao is infinite, eternal. Why is it eternal? It was never born, thus it can never die. Why is it infinite? It has no desires for itself, thus it is present for all beings. The Master stays behind, that is why she is ahead. She is detached from all things, that is why she is one with them. Because she has let go of herself, she is perfectly fulfilled. 8. The supreme good is like water, which nourishes all things without trying to. It is content with the low places that people disdain. Thus, it is like the Tao. In dwelling, live close to the ground. In thinking, keep to the simple. In conflict, be fair and generous. In governing, don't try to control. In work, do what you enjoy. In family life, be completely present. When you are content to be simply yourself and don't compare or compete, everybody will respect you. 9. Fill your bowl to the brim, and it will spill. Keep sharpening your knife, and it will blunt. Chase after money and security, and your heart will never unclench. Care about people's approval, and you will be their prisoner. Do your work, then step back. The only path to serenity. 10. Can you coax your mind from its wandering and keep to the original oneness? Can you let your body become supple as a newborn child's? Can you cleanse your inner vision until you see nothing but the light? Can you love people and lead them without imposing your will? Can you deal with the most vital matters by letting events take their course? Can you step back from your own mind and thus understand all things? Giving birth and nourishing, having without possessing, acting with no expectations, leading and not trying to control. This is the supreme virtue. 11. We join spokes together in a wheel, but it is the center hole that makes the wagon move. We shape clay into a pot, but it is the emptiness inside that holds whatever we want. We hammer wood for a house, but it is the inner space that makes it livable. We work with being, but non-being is what we use. 12. Colors blind the eye. Sounds deafen the ear. Flavors numb the taste. Thoughts weaken the mind. Desires wither the heart. The master observes the world, but trusts his inner vision. He allows things to come and go. His heart is open as the sky. Success is as dangerous as failure. Hope is as hollow as fear. What does it mean that success is as dangerous as failure? Whether you go up the ladder or down it, your position is shaky. When you stand with your 2 feet on the ground, you will always keep your balance. What does it mean that hope is as hollow as fear? Hope and fear are both phantoms that arise from thinking of the self. When we don't see the self as self, what do we have to fear? See the world as yourself. Have faith in the way things are. Love the world as yourself. Then you can care for all things. 14. Look, and it can't be seen. Listen, and it can't be heard. Reach, and it can't be grasped. Above, it isn't bright. Below, it isn't dark. The realm of nothing. Form that includes all forms. Image without an image. Subtle, beyond all conception. Approach it, and there is no beginning. Follow it, and there is no end. You can't know it, but you can be it, at ease in your own life. Just realize where you come from. This is the essence of wisdom. 15. The ancient masters were profound and subtle. Their wisdom was unfathomable. There is no way to describe it. All we can describe is their appearance. They were careful as someone crossing an iced-over stream, alert as a warrior in enemy territory, courteous as a guest, fluid as melting ice, shapeable as a block of wood, receptive as a valley, clear as a glass of water. Do you have the patience to wait till your mud settles and the water is clear? Can you remain unmoving till the right action arises by itself? The master doesn't seek fulfillment. Not seeking, not expecting. She is present and can welcome all things. 16. Empty your mind of all thoughts. Let your heart be at peace. Watch the turmoil of beings, but contemplate their return. Each separate being in the universe returns to the common source. Returning to the source is serenity. If you don't realize the source, you stumble in confusion and sorrow. When you realize where you come from, you naturally become tolerant, disinterested, amused, kind-hearted as a grandmother, dignified as a king. Immersed in the wonder of the Tao, you can deal with whatever life brings you. And when death comes, you are ready. 17. When the master governs, the people are hardly aware that he exists. Next best is a leader who is loved. Next, one who is feared. The worst is one who is despised. If you don't trust the people, you make them untrustworthy. The master doesn't talk, he acts. When his work is done, the people say, "Amazing, we did it, all by ourselves." 18. When the great Tao is forgotten, goodness and piety appear. When the body's intelligence declines, cleverness and knowledge step forth. When there is no peace in the family, filial piety begins. When the country falls into chaos, patriotism is born. 19. Throw away holiness and wisdom, and people will be 100 times happier. Throw away morality and justice, and people will do the right thing. Throw away industry and profit, and there won't be any thieves. If these three aren't enough, just stay at the center of the circle and let all things take their course. 20. Stop thinking and end your problems. What difference between yes and no? What difference between success and failure? Must you value what others value? Avoid what others avoid? How ridiculous. Other people are excited, as though they were at a parade. I alone don't care. I alone am expressionless. like an infant before it can smile. Other people have what they need. I alone possess nothing. I alone drift about like someone without a home. I am like an idiot. My mind is so empty. Other people are bright. I alone am dark. Other people are sharp. I alone am dull. Other people have a purpose. I alone don't know. I drift like a wave on the ocean. I blow as aimless as the wind. I am different from ordinary people. I drink from the great mother's breasts. 21. The master keeps her mind always at one with the Tao. That is what gives her her radiance. The Tao is ungraspable. How can her mind be at one with it? Because she doesn't cling to ideas. The Tao is dark and unfathomable. How can it make her radiant? Because she lets it. Since before time and space were, the Tao is. It is beyond is and is not. How do I know this is true? I look inside myself and see. "22. If you want to become whole, let yourself be partial. If you want to become straight, let yourself be crooked. If you want to become full, let yourself be empty. If you want to be reborn, let yourself die. If you want to be given everything, give everything up." The Master, by residing in the Tao, sets an example for all beings. Because he doesn't display himself, people can see his light. Because he has nothing to prove, people can trust his words. Because he doesn't know who he is, people recognize themselves in him. Because he has no goal in mind, everything he does succeeds. When the ancient masters said, "If you want to be given everything, give everything up," they weren't using empty phrases. Only in being lived by the Tao can you be truly yourself. 23. Express yourself completely, then keep quiet. Be like the forces of nature. When it blows, there is only wind. When it rains, there is only rain. When the clouds pass, the sun shines through. If you open yourself to the Tao, you are at one with the Tao, and you can embody it completely. If you open yourself to insight, you are at one with insight, and you can use it completely. If you open yourself to loss, you are at one with loss, and you can accept it completely. Open yourself to the Tao, then trust your natural responses, and everything will fall into place. 24. He who stands on tiptoe doesn't stand firm. He who rushes ahead doesn't go far. He who tries to shine dims his own light. He who defines himself can't know who he really is. He who has power over others can't empower himself. He who clings to his work will create nothing that endures. If you want to accord with the Tao, just do your job, then let go. 25. There was something formless and perfect before the universe was born. It is serene, empty, solitary, unchanging, infinite, eternally present. It is the mother of the universe. For lack of a better name, I call it the Tao. It flows through all things, inside and outside, and returns to the origin of all things. The Tao is great. The universe is great. Earth is great. Man is great. These are the four great powers. Man follows the earth. Earth follows the universe. The universe follows the Tao. The Tao follows only itself. 26. The heavy is the root of the light. The unmoved is the source of all movement. Thus the master travels all day without leaving home. However splendid the views, she stays serenely in herself. Why should the Lord? A good traveler has no fixed plans and is not intent upon arriving. A good artist lets his intuition lead him wherever it wants. A good scientist has freed himself of concepts and keeps his mind open to what is. Thus the master is available to all people and doesn't reject anyone. He is ready to use all situations and doesn't waste anything. This is called embodying the light. What is a good man but a bad man's teacher? What is a bad man but a good man's job? If you don't understand this, you will get lost, however intelligent you are. It is the great secret. 28. Know the male, yet keep to the female. Receive the world in your arms. If you receive the world, the Tao will never leave you, and you will be like a little child. Know the white, yet keep to the black. Be a pattern for the world. If you are a pattern for the world, the Tao will be strong inside you, and there will be nothing you can't do. Know the personal, yet keep to the impersonal. Accept the world as it is. If you accept the world, the Tao will be luminous inside you, and you will return to your primal self. The world is formed from the void, like utensils from a block of wood. The master knows the utensils, yet keeps to the block. Thus she can use all things. 29. Do you want to improve the world? I don't think it can be done. The world is sacred. It can't be improved. If you tamper with it, you'll ruin it. If you treat it like an object, you'll lose it. There is a time for being ahead, a time for being behind, a time for being in motion, a time for being at rest, a time for being vigorous, a time for being exhausted, a time for being safe, a time for being in danger. The master sees things as they are, without trying to control them. She lets them go their own way and resides at the center of the circle. 30. Whoever relies on the Tao in governing men doesn't try to force issues or defeat enemies by force of arms. For every force, there is a counterforce. Violence, even well-intentioned, always rebounds upon oneself. The master does his job and then stops. He understands that the universe is forever out of control, and that trying to dominate events goes against the current of the Tao. Because he believes in himself, he doesn't try to convince others. because he is content with himself. He doesn't need others' approval, because he accepts himself. The whole world accepts him. 31. Weapons are the tools of violence. All decent men detest them. Weapons are the tools of fear. A decent man will avoid them, except in the direst necessity, and if compelled, will use them only with the utmost restraint. Peace is his highest value. If the peace has been shattered, how can he be content? His enemies are not demons, but human beings like himself. He doesn't wish them personal harm, nor does he rejoice in victory. How could he rejoice in victory and delight in the slaughter of men? He enters a battle gravely, with sorrow, and with great compassion, as if he were attending a funeral. 32. The Tao can't be perceived. Smaller than an electron, it contains uncountable galaxies. If powerful men and women could remain centered in the Tao, all things would be in harmony. The world would become a paradise. All people would be at peace, and the law would be written in their hearts. When you have names and forms, know that they are provisional. When you have institutions, know where their functions should end. Knowing when to stop, you can avoid any danger. All things end in the Tao, as rivers flow into the sea. 33. Knowing others is intelligence. Knowing yourself is true wisdom. Mastering others is strength. Mastering yourself is true power. If you realize that you have enough, you are truly rich. If you stay in the center and embrace death with your whole heart, you will endure forever. 34. The great Tao flows everywhere. All things are born from it, yet it doesn't create them. It pours itself into its work, yet it makes no claim. It nourishes infinite worlds, yet it doesn't hold on to them. Since it is merged with all things and hidden in their hearts, it can be called humble. Since all things vanish into it, and it alone endures, it can be called great. It isn't aware of its greatness. Thus, it is truly great. 35. She who is centered in the Tao can go where she wishes without danger. She perceives the universal harmony, even amid great pain, because she has found peace in her heart. Music or the smell of good cooking may make people stop and enjoy, but words that point to the Tao seem monotonous and without flavor. When you look for it, there is nothing to see. When you listen for it, there is nothing to hear. When you use it, it is inexhaustible. 36. If you want to shrink something, you must first allow it to expand. If you want to get rid of something, you must first allow it to flourish. If you want to take something, you must first allow it to be given. This is called the subtle perception of the way things are. The soft overcomes the hard. The slow overcomes the fast. Let your workings remain a mystery. This is called the subtle perception of the way things are. The soft overcomes the hard. The slow overcomes the fast. Let your workings remain a mystery. Just show people the results. 37. The Tao never does anything, yet through it all things are done. If powerful men and women could center themselves in it, the whole world would be transformed by itself in its natural rhythms. People would be content with their simple, everyday lives, in harmony and free of desire. When there is no desire, all things are at peace. 38. The master doesn't try to be powerful. Thus, he is truly powerful. The ordinary man keeps reaching for power. Thus, he never has enough. The master does nothing, yet he leaves nothing undone. The ordinary man is always doing things, yet many more are left to be done. The kind man does something, yet something remains undone. The just man does something, and leaves many things to be done. The moral man does something, and when no one responds, he rolls up his sleeves and uses force. When the Tao is lost, there is goodness. When goodness is lost, there is morality. When morality is lost, there is ritual. Ritual is the husk of true faith, the beginning of chaos. Therefore, the master concerns himself with the depths and not the surface, with the fruit and not the flower. He has no will of his own. He dwells in reality and lets all illusions go. In harmony with the Tao, the sky is clear and spacious. The earth is solid and full. All creatures flourish together, content with the way they are, endlessly repeating themselves, endlessly renewed. When man interferes with the Tao, the sky becomes filthy, the earth becomes depleted, the equilibrium crumbles, creatures become extinct. The master views the parts with compassion because he understands the whole. His constant practice is humility. He doesn't glitter like a jewel, but lets himself be shaped by the Tao, as rugged and common as a stone. 40. Return is the movement of the Tao. Yielding is the way of the Tao. All things are born of being. Being is born of non-being. When a superior man hears of the Tao, he immediately begins to embody it. When an average man hears of the Tao, he half believes it, half doubts it. When a foolish man hears of the Tao, he laughs out loud. If he didn't laugh, it wouldn't be the Tao. Thus it is said, the path into the light seems dark. The path forward seems to go back. The direct path seems long. True power seems weak. True purity seems tarnished. True steadfastness seems changeable. True clarity seems obscure. The greatest art seems unsophisticated. The greatest love seems indifferent. The greatest wisdom seems childish. The Tao is nowhere to be found, yet it nourishes and completes all things. 42. The Tao gives birth to one. One gives birth to two. Two gives birth to three. Three gives birth to all things. All things have their backs to the female and stand facing the male. When male and female combine, all things achieve harmony. Ordinary men hate solitude. the Master makes use of it, embracing his aloneness, realizing he is one with the whole universe. 43. The gentlest thing in the world overcomes the hardest thing in the world. That which has no substance enters where there is no space. This shows the value of non-action. Teaching without words, performing without actions. That is the Master's way. 44. Fame or integrity? Which is more important? Money or happiness? Which is more valuable? Success or failure? Which is more destructive? If you look to others for fulfillment, you will never truly be fulfilled. If your happiness depends on money, you will never be happy with yourself. Be content with what you have. Rejoice in the way things are. When you realize there is nothing lacking, the whole world belongs to you. 45. True perfection seems imperfect, yet it is perfectly itself. True fullness seems empty, yet it is fully present. True straightness seems crooked. True wisdom seems foolish. True art seems artless. The Master allows things to happen. She shapes events as they come. She steps out of the way and lets the Tao speak for itself. 46. When a country is in harmony with the Tao, the factories make trucks and tractors. When a country goes counter to the Tao, warheads are stockpiled outside the cities. There is no greater illusion than fear, no greater wrong than preparing to defend yourself, no greater misfortune than having an enemy. Whoever can see through all fear will always be safe. 47. Without opening your door, you can open your heart to the world. Without looking out your window, you can see the essence of the Tao. The more you know, the less you understand. The Master arrives without leaving, sees the light without looking, achieves without doing a thing. 48. In the pursuit of knowledge, every day something is added. In the practice of the Tao, every day something is dropped. Less and less do you need to force things, until finally you arrive at non-action. When nothing is done, nothing is left undone. True mastery can be gained by letting things go their own way. It can't be gained by interfering. "49. The master has no mind of her own. She works with the mind of the people. She is good to people who are good. She's also good to people who aren't good. This is true goodness. She trusts people who are trustworthy. She also trusts people who aren't trustworthy. This is true trust. The master's mind is like space. People don't understand her. They look to her and wait. She treats them like her own children. 50. The master gives himself up to whatever the moment brings. He knows that he is going to die, and he has nothing left to hold on to. No illusions in his mind. No resistances in his body. He doesn't think about his actions. They flow from the core of his being. He holds nothing back from life. Therefore, he is ready for death, as a man is ready for sleep after a good day's work. 51. Every being in the universe is an expression of the Tao. It springs into existence, unconscious, perfect, free, takes on a physical body, lets circumstances complete it. That is why every being spontaneously honors the Tao. The Tao gives birth to all beings, nourishes them, maintains them, cares for them, comforts them, protects them, takes them back to itself, creating without possessing, acting without expecting, guiding without interfering. That is why love of the Tao is in the very nature of things. 52. In the beginning was the Tao. All things issue from it. All things return to it. To find the origin, trace back the manifestations. When you recognize the children and find the mother, you will be free of sorrow. If you close your mind in judgments and traffic with desires, your heart will be troubled. If you keep your mind from judging and aren't led by the senses, your heart will find peace. Seeing into darkness is clarity.
You are steering this conclave. Exactly where, I do not know.
Knowing how to yield
That hand of yours has its
is strength.
Thomas, I've come to ask for your forgiveness. I have
Use your own light
to tell you to examine
and return
your heart.
to the source of
One
light.
time it was my own.
It's shameful. To be this age,
This is called practicing eternity.
I'm sorry. So, perhaps it's going to be decided upon a name. As the next most senior
The great way is easy.
It will fall to me to ask you how
Yet
you
people
wish to
prefer
be
the side
For better
paths.
or for worse, it seems the turnway is finished. This is a contest
Beware when
between
things are out of balance.
the only one of them.
When the upper class is extravagant and irresponsible, while the poor have nowhere to turn. All this is robbery and chaos. It is not in keeping with the Tao. 54. Whoever is planted in the Tao will not be rooted up. Whoever embraces the Tao will not slip away. Her name will be held in honor from generation to generation. Let the Tao be present in your life, and you will become genuine. Let it be present in your family, and your family will flourish. Let it be present in your country, and your country will be an example to all countries in the world. Let it be present in the universe, and the universe will sing. How do I know this is true? By looking inside myself. 55. Its bones are soft, its muscles are weak, but its grip is powerful. It doesn't know about the union of male and female, yet its penis can stand erect. So intense is its vital power. It can scream its head off all day, yet it never becomes hoarse. So complete is its harmony. The Master's power is like this. He lets all things come and go effortlessly, without desire. He never expects results. Thus he is never disappointed. He is never disappointed. Thus, his spirit never grows old. 56. Those who know don't talk. Those who talk don't know. Close your mouth. Block off your senses. Blunt your sharpness. Untie your knots. Soften your glare. Settle your dust. This is the primal identity. Be like the Tao. It can't be approached or withdrawn from, benefited or harmed, honored or brought into disgrace. It gives itself up continually. That is why it endures. 57. If you want to be a great leader, you must learn to follow the Tao. Stop trying to control. Let go of fixed plans and concepts, and the world will govern itself. The more prohibitions you have,
the less virtuous people will be. The more weapons you have, the less secure people will be. The more subsidies you have, the less self-reliant people will be. Therefore, the Master says, I let go of the law, and people become honest. I let go of economics, and people become prosperous. I let go of religion, and people become serene. I let go of all desire for the common good, and the good becomes common as grass. 58. If a country is governed with tolerance, the people are comfortable and honest. If a country is governed with repression, the people are depressed and crafty. When the will to power is in charge, the higher the ideals, the lower the results. Try to make people happy, and you lay the groundwork for misery. Try to make people moral, and you lay the groundwork for vice. Thus the Master is content to serve as an example and not to impose her will. She is pointed, but doesn't pierce. Straightforward, but supple. Radiant, but easy on the eyes. 59. For governing a country well, there is nothing better than moderation. The mark of a moderate man is freedom from his own ideas. Tolerant like the sky, all-pervading like sunlight, firm like a mountain, supple like a tree in the wind. He has no destination in view, and makes use of anything life happens to bring his way. Nothing is impossible for him. Because he has let go, he can care for the people's welfare, as a mother cares for her child. 60. Governing a large country is like frying a small fish. You spoil it with too much poking. Center your country in the Tao, and evil will have no power. Not that it isn't there, but you'll be able to step out of its way. Give evil nothing to oppose, and it will disappear by itself. 61. When a country obtains great power, it becomes like the sea. All streams run downward into it. The more powerful it grows, the greater the need for humility. Humility means trusting the Tao, thus never needing to be defensive. A great nation is like a great man. When he makes a mistake, he realizes it. Having realized it, he admits it. Having admitted it, he corrects it. considers those who point out his faults as his most benevolent teachers. He thinks of his enemy as the shadow that he himself casts. If a nation is centered in the Tao, if it nourishes its own people and doesn't meddle in the affairs of others, it will be a light to all nations in the world. 62. The Tao is the center of the universe, the good man's treasure, the bad man's refuge. Honors can be bought with fine words. Respect can be won with good deeds. But the Tao is beyond all value, and no one can achieve it. Thus, when a new leader is chosen, don't offer to help him with your wealth or your expertise. Offer instead to teach him about the Tao. Why did the ancient masters esteem the Tao? Because being one with the Tao, when you seek, you find. And when you make a mistake, you are forgiven. That is why everybody loves it. 63. Act without, and the few as many. Confront the difficult while it is still easy. Accomplish the great task by a series of small acts. The master never reaches for the great. Thus she achieves greatness. When she runs into a difficulty, she stops and gives herself to it. She doesn't cling to her own comfort. Thus, problems are no problem for her. 64. What is rooted, what is brittle, is easy to break. What is small is easy to scatter. Prevent trouble before it arises. Put things in order before they exist. A giant pine tree grows from a tiny sprout. The journey of 1,000 miles starts from beneath your feet. Rushing into action, you fail. Trying to grasp things, you lose them. Forcing a project to completion, you ruin what was almost ripe. Therefore, the master takes action by letting things take their course. He remains as calm at the end as at the beginning. He has nothing, thus has nothing to lose. What he desires is non-desire. What he learns is to unlearn. He simply reminds people of who they have always been. He cares about nothing but the Tao. Thus, he can care for all things. 65. The ancient masters didn't try to educate the people, but kindly taught them to not know. When they think that they know the answers, people are difficult to guide. When they know that they don't know, people can find their own way. If you want to learn how to govern, avoid being clever or rich. The simplest pattern is the clearest. Content with an ordinary life, you can show all people the way back to their own true nature. '66. All streams flow to the sea because it is lower than they are. Humility gives it its power. If you want to govern the people, you must place yourself below them.
Defining words.
If you want to lead the people, you must learn how to follow them. The master is above the people, and no one feels oppressed. She goes ahead of the people, and no one feels manipulated. The whole world is grateful to her because she competes with no one. No one can compete with her. 67. Some say that my teaching is nonsense. Others call it lofty, but impractical. But to those who have looked inside themselves,
Maybe I don't know, maybe it's not funny, but what's
El Normo.
Thank you. An honest question, but please don't be mad at me. Now, we've been, hearing the media.
I'm in McZed's room being Jewish after the destruction of Palestine.
What's the room?
McZed, it's in a public room. He's modding with Ace and Worrell. And the title is called Being Jewish After the Destruction of Palestine.
Let me see. Okay, should I search for it?
Yeah, you can just search for Jewish. You'll see McZed. BB's in there. I'm not on stage. I'm not going to raise my hand.
Hang on. Okay, I got it. All right, I'm going to go there.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Yo, no, please.
Can we go back to I know who this guy is. Out of shit. And that bagel.
Oh, Edward, your friend's here, the fellow Trump voter.
Norm, how are you, sir?
Yeah, but unlike Norm, I was honest about who I voted for.
That's true.
Just honest about anything ever.
You said you voted for Kamala Harris. You told everybody.
Never
Yes, you did.
in my life. Never in my life.
Yes. You said
You're
you're left center.
That's a lie.
He said he voted for Trump. Right of center. Just right of center.
Edward, I have never.
And you voted for Harris.
He said he voted for Trump. You guys are lying.
Bullshit. He did not, because I heard the recording.
Yes,
he
he
said,
did.
don't tell anybody.
I'm the guy every fucking day.
Okay, he said not to tell anybody, so obviously it's said.
You know what? It's not uncommon that Palestinians lie. They basically lie all the time. And the supporters, like he's the biggest liar of them all.
Recording was hilarious. This guy's like,
You're hilarious.
don't tell anybody I voted for Trump.
Palestinians always lie. Want to know why?
Well, did Kitover lie when he recorded
Davis lie.
Well, John Kitover, he's a Zionist, and he lied because you told him you won't tell anybody. He said, no, I won't tell anybody. He did. He told the whole world.
He said, don't use it against me. Don't use it against me.
You're just going from you're skipping around from one lie to the next.
They're just skipping around. There's nothing to lie about. I'm not ashamed of anything. I vote my interests and the
Norm, you have never. That's not the point. You've never.
What is the point?
You've always hidden who you voted for.
The point is you lie, Edward. The question is why.
No, I've never heard you say you voted for Trump. You've always said.
I've always said I don't discuss.
You're a Democrat.
I am a Democrat.
Yeah, and you never said you voted for Trump. Never ever said you voted for Trump.
That's correct. I say I don't discuss it. That's what I say.
So okay, there you go. There you go.
Right.
You hit it. I at least put exactly who I voted for, and I say who I voted for.
Is that a virtue?
Yeah. Full disclosure. Why are you ashamed?
And why is that a virtue?
Well, not deceiving others is a virtue. Yes.
So it's not deceptive to not disclose. There's a reason why voting is private. That's why you have private voting booths. There's a reason for that.
But it's so private that you told John Kitover?
Value. Your problem is you don't understand.
You told John Kitover. Why would you tell him? And you told him not even
because he's my friend.
Well, what kind of friend would go out there and put it on YouTube?
You ask him. I have no objections to anything he does.
You have no objections for him? Oh my God! You have no friends. I mean, that's all.
I have more friends than I can count, unlike you.
I have others. I don't have any friends that when I tell them something, they will go and put it on YouTube. They will be an ex-friend very quickly.
Especially after you said,
that's your business. That is your business and your problem. But your other problem is that you accuse somebody of lying, which is a sin, because I haven't.
You did, because you made people believe, and you did say you voted for Kamala Harris. I've heard you in African American rooms.
Never said it in my life. Never said it in my life. You want to know why? Because I always say the same thing. I don't discuss who I voted for. That's what I say. So you're a liar, sir. And you have a bad memory. And that is why you don't have a state.
No.
Next topic.
Oh, that's why we don't have a state. Well, how did we get on Palestinians not having a state? Actually, look at my profile picture right now. Look at the guy next to Trump right now. Look him up.
Of the room.
He's going to be the Director General of the Board of Peace. Look him up.
Well, you guys need somebody to direct peace because you seem to be incapable of it. So I urge you to have somebody help you have peace so that you could have it.
Norm, it's not you that's doing it.
No,
we're doing it. Trump is doing it.
Norm, you're projecting too. You're projecting.
I like Trump. What am I projecting?
The Israelis are the people that are anti-peace.
So absolutely wrong. We've offered it many times. We've made peace deals with, for example, Egypt. Hang on.
He's going to go to Egypt, and he's going to go to Jordan, and he won't address Palestinians.
Let's talk about my lifetime, bro. Let's talk about my lifetime. Let's talk about.
I don't know what your lifetime is, nor do I care. Israel
lifetime.
Israel makes peace deals and keeps them. Right. So you're lying.
Israel makes deals and keeps them. Is that what you said?
Israel makes peace deals and keeps them.
Excuse me. Look at the ceasefire right now.
Over 400.
Look at the ceasefire in Lebanon right now.
Over 400.
Our deals with Lebanon. Our deals with Lebanon and Hamas include our ability to act for our own security.
Security.
Let me make it very clear.
Shove your security up your ass.
Hang on.
No one cares about
including terrorism. Beg your pardon?
Okay, no one cares about the security anymore.
No,
outreach that excuse. No.
Yeah.
No, you've outused that excuse.
We're about to take out the people that trained and funded you for the Hamas operation.
You're not about to do anything. How long have you been saying you're about to? How many times have you come into Amir's room saying, "Are you ready to surrender? Are you ready to surrender?" And at the end of the day, no one surrendered.
Wait, Hamas surrendered.
Bro, in your reality, maybe, okay.
Well, I'm sorry.
I don't recall them surrendering.
I'm sorry. Wait, are we occupying Gaza right now? Do we control 53% of Gaza right now?
You're about to leave, and you keep the percentage keeps going up in your head.
We're not leaving until Hamas is disarmed.
No, that's not true.
Yeah.
You're leaving.
100% we're not leaving.
No, that's not true.
Well, why haven't we left?
Listen, you don't have a good track record with this, Norm, because you kept saying, "Are you ready to surrender?" And then look, Hamas not only didn't surrender, but they still have the weapons.
I said, "Are you ready to surrender?" And you surrendered. You gave back the hostages.
No, the weapons. They're still in charge. You delusional man, they're still in charge. They're governing Gaza, and they have their weapons. You're delusional.
You illiterate, blind asshole.
Oh, look at you! Look how you are. You don't like the fact that your country, your little country Israel, couldn't defeat little Hamas. You know, the little weapons. That's how ineffective you are.
Iran is defeated.
Oh, Iran is defeated now too.
Iraq is defeated.
Okay. Oh wait. You defeated Iraq now too? Israel defeated Iraq?
Yeah.
Oh, it did?
I agree with Norm.
Israel defeated Iraq?
Who defeated Iraq, yeah.
Every one of those
was Israel who provoked the U.S. to invade Iraq.
Yes. That I agree with.
Israel did not need to provoke the U.S. because 44 intelligence agencies. That's true. Should we go back and look at the record?
So now you're literally doing a 180 on your own position.
No, not what's my position that I'm doing 180 on.
Your position is Israel strong in defeating all these countries, and then now you're saying, oh no, it's not. It wasn't Israel.
No, I never said no.
You couldn't even defeat Hamas.
I never. Okay, well,
Edward, please.
What is Edward? What is left of Hamas right now?
No, wait. You said that Israel destroyed Hamas. I respectfully agree.
I said defeated, not destroyed.
Defeated, fine.
Yeah.
Israel managed to destroy Hezbollah, or if you would like to take another word, that's defeated.
Well, I like English.
Just wait.
English is an important language.
Iraq. Wait. Israel destroyed Iraq. Defeated Iran, that's correct. But saying that Israel defeated Iran, I respectfully disagree. These guys kicked your ass. Kicked your ass for 12 days.
The opposite is true. The opposite is true.
Israel was
again.
We flew
Zionist delusions.
Hang on. We flew 157 sorties. Hang on.
I mean, we've seen the videos, man.
Hang on.
It's like Israel and Hamas.
Hang on. Don't get triggered. Don't get all freaked out. We flew with impunity over Iran, all over it. We didn't lose a single bomb. We took out your generals. We took out your scientists. We took out your pilots.
How about the bombs that landed in Israel? Because it seemed like Iran was able to send missiles with impunity across, not just Iran, Hezbollah was able to send missiles across Israel with impunity.
Iran
was bombed by an Iranian kamikaze drone.
Say again?
Hezbollah sent a kamikaze drone even to be
Hezbollah right into his bedroom window.
Hezbollah is a terrorist organization.
Total impunity. They're not even a nation. They're not even a nation.
Terrorist organization.
They're not even a nation. That's how weak your country is.
They're normal. We are speaking about power.
And that's about
it's not about what
obviously that's about to end.
The Jews are terrorists. The Arabs are terrorists. Everyone is a terrorist. So, okay, this is happening.
No, everyone is not a terrorist. No, the IRGC is a terrorist.
Yeah, Israel is also a terrorist country. They kill
not by the definition of terror. No, because language means something. Words have
everyone is a terrorist. Israel. Are you fine with these terms?
I beg your pardon? What's that?
Everyone is a terrorist except
no, everyone is not a terrorist. That's a lie.
Come on, man.
You need to speak English, sir.
Just be decent and say okay. Iran has 92 million people, right? 60% of them, minimum 60% of those 92 million individuals do support their regime, right? At least 60%.
I don't think so.
Wait. Israel went there. And
wait. I'm telling you right now, I don't agree with you. So what's your next point? You can't build on a point with which I disagree. Okay. I don't agree that 60% like the regime. I think they want that regime out, and I think that regime is about to fall.
I am not a slave lives in Gaza. I am entitled to an opinion. I'm not a subordinate.
I didn't say you could. I didn't say you could have an opinion.
I don't know what you are. Listen to me very carefully.
There's no such thing as a goyim. You're entitled to your opinions, but you're not entitled to your own facts. You're not entitled to lie like Edward got caught lying.
Agreed.
Okay.
Agreed.
So stop lying.
You are
Edward,
equal
stop
to
lying
me.
too.
Listen.
Yes.
You are equal to me in humanity.
Sure.
Perhaps a brother of religion.
Sure.
But speaking about facts.
What is your religion?
Regardless. I mean,
well, you just said perhaps a brother religion. I'll confirm or deny that.
I'm a Muslim. We are a supporter.
We are
supporter and Iranian supporter.
We are
cousins.
What?
Cousins, exactly.
Yeah.
Perhaps more than cousins.
We are cousins through the father.
We are more than cousins, man. I'm an Iraqi. You were living here for 100 years.
Yeah, and now we have our own country.
Well,
so that was yeah. No, it's not well. It's pretty
not
clear.
A fact, my friend.
That's a fact.
We just agreed to fact check, huh?
Yes, let's fact check.
Your country. It was land that was stolen.
Well, wait, hang on. Wait. We have a country. Its name is Israel. The capital is Jerusalem. If you can't admit reality, then there's not much to talk about. We have a country. The name of the country is Israel. It is the Jewish state, the capital of which is Jerusalem.
If I'm walking in New York Street where you live, and I pick up your phone, and I stand and shout, "This is mine," that wouldn't make it a fact that your iPhone is mine.
That's a very weird analogy. Israel is not a phone.
That a God 2,000 years ago.
When you lose a war, listen. When you lose a war, you lose land. Sorry, not sorry. That's a fact. Okay. Next time, don't make a war, you won't lose land.
Let's back up though.
Or if you do make a war, then you have to accept the consequences of the war. When you lose a war, you lose land. That's a universal fact.
We heard you the first time.
Good. I'm glad you heard me.
Yes.
So now, what fact did you want?
Okay, real quick. And I just like to get what's the word, fundamentals understood, just what people get, just general principles. So are you anti-imperial, anti-colonial? I'm asking, are you anti-imperialist? Are you anti-colonial? Are you anti-imperialism or anti-colonialism?
No, I'm not a communist. I don't know words like imperialism and colonialism. That's not.
You don't know what colonialism? Colonialism has been here long before.
I don't accept communist terms. They're nonsense. They're mean.
Communism is a Jewish ideology.
No, it's not a Jewish ideology.
You know what a colony is?
All the founders are Jewish.
Yes, a colony is when a big power goes and puts its people onto a smaller power and sucks out its resources. Israel's obviously not that. There's no big power controlling Israel.
I'm not asking about it.
It's not taking on anybody's resources.
Back up. Your hand is right in front of your face. You're looking at
I beg your pardon now. What did you say about my head and my face?
I said, okay, you're misunderstanding me. Relax.
Okay, then why not speak?
I said, okay, I'm saying you're looking at the subject as if is.
We're not talking Marxism. What's that?
What do you say? What do you say? Can you hear me? I'm on the Matrix.
Yeah, this imperialist bullshit is Marxist nonsense. This whole colonial theory stuff is nonsense, bullshit, academic garbage. It's done. Marxist theory is over. It failed. Communism failed. Now, what's your question? Sir?
There he is.
I was saying you're
there
looking
he
at the
is.
subject as if your hand is right in front of your face, as if it was the.
I don't get what that's supposed to mean. What's up?
I'm saying you're not actually saying.
What am I not seeing? That Israel is a country?
You're not seeing you're not seeing the words I'm saying to you because you're going right back to Israel.
What word am I not seeing?
No, I'm saying okay. You're getting drawn back to the subject of Israel and Palestine.
Well, that's the title of the room, isn't it?
I understand that, but I said, hey, I'm just asking a general question about.
Okay, general question. Go ahead.
Yeah, I did ask him, and then you went off some old.
Well, were you talking about some phone things?
Rants about
No, this is not McCarthy. I'm saying that your words are meaningless in 2026. Colonialism and imperialism, it's bullshit.
So is the word genocide also meaningless?
Well, it has a specific meaning, which we taught you.
The word apartheid also means?
We taught you the word genocide. Apartheid is Dutch. And it refers to a system that existed in South Africa of racial separation. Hang on. Don't interrupt. Of racial separation. There is no system of racial separation in Israel, nor Palestinians a race. So the term apartheid really doesn't apply.
South African lawyers disagree with that.
No, there's not. I don't care about some South African lawyer. They're a failed state. So do you want to look up the word apartheid? You want to look it up?
When you said the word,
do you think Palestinians are a different race?
I never said that. Please relax.
I didn't say you said it. I asked you a yes or a no. Do you think they're a different race?
Race is a social construct.
I didn't ask you what race is. I said, do you think they're a different race?
I think they're being treated unfairly.
Hang on. We're using the word apartheid. The fact that somebody's being treated unfairly doesn't mean something is apartheid. So if you don't think Palestinians are a different race, then the idea of apartheid is sort of ludicrous.
Well, no, it doesn't matter. Genocide or apartheid does not have to be victimized on a particular race. It can be for religion.
I didn't say that it did. I gave you a definition of, hang on, I told you what apartheid means. It's a system of racial separation. It's a Dutch word. It was created for South Africa. Israel has no such system. There were different laws. People had to live in different places. Israel has no such system. The Arab citizens of Israel live integrated and fully a part of Israeli society in every way. They're not excluded from the judicial or the political system or the social system. There was no apartheid in Israel. There's a silly word, as is your misuse of the term genocide, which is an attempt to destroy an entire people. The Palestinians went from about 1 million 75 years ago to about 7 million now.
Genocide works.
That is exactly how it works.
That's how it works.
That's exactly how it works. Again, hang on. We taught you the word. It means to wipe out a tribe.
Okay, when you say we taught you the word, you're referring to Andre Lincoln? Like, normally. Oh my gosh. You gotta slow down. But if you are referring to Andre, I forgot what his last name is. The genocide scholar from the 1940s and 50s, he considers settler colonialism as an aspect of or to have aspects.
No, the man who coined the term, Raphael Lemkin, we taught you this word. The Jews created this word. We taught the world what this meant because the Arabs have determined to wipe the Jews out. They say it all the time. They said it in 48. They said it in 36. They said it in 2023. They intend to commit genocide. They want to wipe out the Jewish people, wipe out the Jewish nation. They say it all the time. You Jew, you're hiding behind a rock or a tree. They will cry out and say, here is a Jew hiding behind me, kill him. There is something weird in Muslim theology, which I reject and which most civilized people reject, that their redemption cannot happen as long as there are Jews alive. This is a bullshit belief in Islam, which needs to be rejected. But people like the Muslim Brotherhood and Hamas believe in this and embrace it. And it's hurt the Palestinians enormously because it's preventing them from having a state, what little land remains to them. They're getting screwed here. They tried to destroy Israel. Instead, they destroyed Gaza.
You're talking about Hamas, though, and then you're blaming the entire population. Like, Gaza is 2 million.
I'm not blaming the entire population. I'm blaming whoever supported Hamas, whoever put hostages in their homes, which were civilians, whoever came into Israel on October 7th, who were civilians, whoever voted for Hamas, who were civilians. Whoever did not tell the West where these hostages were being kept prisoner, we didn't have one single righteous Gentile do that. Maybe they were afraid of Hamas. I mean, Hamas is terrorizing their people too. But once again, you need to embrace peace. You need to be taught peace. You need to accept the existence of the state of Israel and begin to develop your own nation with an economy. You guys have no economy. You guys have no political system. There's not even anybody for us. If we wanted to negotiate with you, who would we negotiate with? You don't even have elected representatives. You got some old guy who's in the 20 to 4-year term.
People on stage. Oh, Caleb, I'm sorry.
Guys, an alien doesn't have a country. Guys, there is no country called Israel. Guys.
No, it doesn't exist. Because I was there recently. It was pretty healthy.
Fuck Israel.
We're about to take down Iran. I don't know what you're going to say to that.
Fuck your mom, yeah.
Hey, well, sure, I understand. You're an animal, and that's the way you talk.
You're a fucking refugee.
You talk like the animal that you are. And that's
You're a fucking refugee.
Yeah, except you have nothing, and we have our home.
You're an
animal. You're an animal.
I'm not an animal. I'm
Arab. You're an
I'm Arab. I'm Arab. In Arizona.
No, you're don't engage with him. We don't need. The Arab world turned its back.
Why you live beside Arabs? Why you live beside Arabs? Why?
What's that?
Why?
Why not?
You're not Arab.
No, we're
not Arab. Why you live?
That's correct. And you're not.
Why you live with us?
What do you mean? Why is that a problem? Are you too barbaric?
Why you want Palestine?
We don't want Palestine. We have no interest. We have Israel.
Okay, leave it.
No, thank you. No.
Leave it.
No.
No.
The answer is no. We pass. I'll pass on your offer.
That's why you are a refugee.
Surrender, my friend. Surrender. It's time to surrender.
Yeah.
You've lost
Surrender. Surrender.
Yes. Yeah. Now you need to surrender.
Yes.
While you still have something to surrender. That's what I urge you to do. Stop being a terrorist.
You know Adolf Hitler?
No, I don't know him.
Do you know him?
Do you? Do you know him? Your father?
He's my grandfather.
That makes sense to me. You're an animal.
This is why we have problem with this Palestinianism, because when they feel comfortable, they are very open about what they want and what they believe. Continue speaking whatever you want. I think that you are helping our cause. Go on, continue.
He is helping our cause. He makes more Zionists every day.
You know, I'm raising my hand now like Hitler. I'm raising my hand like Hitler.
That's very nice.
I'm raising my hand like Hitler.
And I'm not
sure why you are even on
no Hitler phrase. I don't even know why I have to say that shit. Okay, but what's up, Adam? What's up, Caleb? Normal has being supporter of Israel changed after what many people around the world are looking at as a genocide. Has it changed?
It's impossible. It's a nonsense claim. Makes no sense at all. There's no desire to wipe out the Palestinians, and you know it. So you're just talking foolishness.
I'm just asking has it changed in the past 2 to 3 years?
Wait, say that again? World.
What's up?
Say that again? What's that?
What's up?
Yeah. Your thing is your microphone is blurry.
Okay. World.
Yep.
Have you ever heard of a blood libel?
Yes, of course. Submersion of Venice.
That would sort of be an example. What's your sense of what a blood libel is?
It's the mythical racist claim from medieval Europe that Jewish people would kill people children as part of a blood ritual. It's not true. It's a myth.
Yeah. It's a lie they tell about Jews in order to justify killing us. That's what the
okay. If that's a blood libel, why does it have so many manifestations? Right? Why isn't it just that the Jews drink blood or something? It came in different ways. It was that they killed non-Jewish children, poisoned the water, right? Where do these claims of these Jews engaged in mass poisoning and cannibalism, where do they come from?
I don't know. I'm not a European.
I agree with you. It's a good question. Okay, so let me say a different thing. Because, I've researched a little bit of the development of the concept of genocide and how it's been applied. It was originally established like a legal term, just like murder, right? If let's say that cop, the ICE agent in Minneapolis, if I call him a murderer, right, I'm jumping past the legal part where we give him rights and we arrest him and we put him before a judge, and the judge decides whether or not he engages in murder, right? When I say murderer, we either know that, like, I'm speaking euphemistically, or, like, mostly we see me as judging the guy already. And when it comes to, like, genocide, I see the exact same, like, principle of them establishing a system with, like, an intent, again, for a criminal case, and particular markers, but then when they, like, failed, as they saw it, to preempt some actual genocides that happened after they had, like, figured out the clear way to call a thing a crime, they shifted their use of the term. Instead, they started preemptively calling things genocides.
Yeah, okay, but I'm being fair when I'm asked the question because I'm not trying to get bogged down by splitting hairs.
What is the question?
I was just asking, like, has it checked? Because many people around the world consider
what is the question?
Like, okay, but world, which type of genocide are they considering it? Are they considering it the proper political activist identification of a likely case of genocide, or are they following the original intention of the word when it was established and agreed upon as illegal, a criminal finding of a international?
I don't know why you guys are even doing that with this guy. Was O.J. Simpson guilty or considered guilty? I was thinking about that exactly.
Which one is the world agreeing to?
Oh my God, like, that's crazy. Yeah, I was like, okay, because, like, everybody, the court has an opinion. Everybody else has opinions too. Is really
right.
What courts?
No, but the question is, when does something become libelous, or more specifically, blood libelous?
I mean, I'm not Jewish. I don't know. Like, what? Like, okay, so there's a genocide. Okay, let me ask you.
You have to be
because this is coming up in a national conversation.
Do you have to be Jewish to understand? Wait. Do you have to be Jewish to understand his question?
No, I understand the question. I have another question. Okay, so
they'll answer his question before you ask another, so we can.
I don't understand blood libel enough to answer the question.
Okay, I will explain it very simply. It's a lie told.
I don't understand it. Like, I don't understand it. Like, how you guys understand it as a lived experience. Like, I can tell you about being black, but, like, you're not gonna see.
We're talking
okay,
words, not lived experience.
No, relax. Like, I can tell you about being black, but you're not gonna see, like, the.
I'm not interested. I can speak English, so I know what words mean, even if I'm not black.
I know
what the word black means. Right? So if somebody says that all black people are criminals,
okay, but like, allow me to make my point. Wait, okay, chill. Okay, but what I'm trying to say is, like, I can
change the topic. Yeah.
No, like, I can. Bro, you can talk about being Jewish. I can talk about being black. Like, I don't.
No, we're not talking about either one. We're talking about blood libel.
No, I understand that. Like, could I get if I can get more than 2 complete sentences?
Yeah,
you understand that I'm making a coherent point. But if you interrupt, I analog. I use metaphors a lot.
That's okay.
Yes.
Just as long as you're talking on the topic. So you understand. So the question is, when does this become a blood libel? That was Jose's question.
Okay, so why do y'all consider the charge of genocide blood libel?
The charge, the determination that it is, with no evidence and in contradiction to the fact, that is the blood libel, not the charge.
Well, okay, just because
it is because of the disregard for the law
and the fact.
And by the way, I'll tell you this. Here's the other.
Here's
the other strange thing. Here's the other thing that I'll teach you. Like, this is my opinion as, like, a legal.
That's like me saying because you think O.J. Simpson is guilty, you're racist.
No, that's not what
it literally is.
You know when the collective genocide started? It didn't start after October 7th. It started already in 2007.
Yeah, this is genocide.
Everything is like, and even before that. The genocide claim is constant. It's just stuck now. That's it. Nothing.
But I want to help Will.
Well, that's what I was trying to get at when I said my concern about eroding a clear legal term designed to be determined after the fact with fair and, like, proper legal jurisprudence, and then, like, punished with shifting from that to an activist slant. This is the weird, crazy thing, and this would be true even if you did the same thing with the word murder. you're going to provoke more of those crimes. If you don't label murder exactly when it is literally murder, and you instead punish people when they engage in like self-defense or simple killings, any kinds of accidental, reckless negligence, if you don't parse it down and you just broadly punish them equally, what you end up doing, strangely in society, you produce more murders. And the same thing is true in genocide. When you stop punishing the genocides and instead point fingers at potential genocides in training, you actually provoke genocide and neutralize the effectiveness of the very term.
That's an interesting idea.
The world, do you have any idea what genocide means?
Y'all cannot hit me with a 10-page bullet point.
It's not 10 pages. It's one very easy question. Do you know what genocide means? Easy, world. Do you have any idea what the word means, world? Do you have any clue what genocide means?
If you don't think I do, why would you talk with me? Like
no, I didn't say that. I'm asking you what yes or no.
The Rome statutes?
Sure. Do you have any idea what it means? Is it yes or no?
Yes, I have an idea. Yes. Like that's why, like a lot of your defense is why it's not genocide. Like, hey, bro, I've heard you.
What does it mean, bro?
Surely you know what you're going to say, and you don't know
what I'm going to say. Well, what does it mean to you?
That's not what I want to say, bro. Like, I don't want to go.
What you want to say.
Yeah, bro, have a conversation, bro. Have a conversation.
We're trying. So what do you think it means? Well,
I think a lot of your defenses of genocide are particularly I got you.
Bro, explain what it fucking means. That's all he asked you. Pretty simple question. And he even gave you a note. He said, what does it mean in the way you think it means?
The destruction in whole or in part of a people, religion, ethnic group, or any identity.
Excellent. Very good. So does that mean two people?
And it could be intense.
So you can really have to qualify intent. Hold on. It could be Israel trying to do it but failed, right? Intentionally.
Okay, let's go to a lower threshold.
No, let's just stay with the definition.
No. You don't know what I'm going to say.
I understand that. I understand I don't know what you're going to say. I'm very relaxed.
No, so don't interrupt every sentence just like you talk.
I'm not. It's okay. Is it your opinion that Israel tried to commit genocide and failed? Is that your opinion?
Crimes against humanity have certainly.
No, I'm asking the question. Now, we're not talking about crimes against humanity.
They tried to commit a genocide and failed. Like, do you have another example in history where somebody has tried to commit a genocide and failed? I don't know.
Well, that's a different question. We can look at that. Sure, we can look at, yes. For example, the destruction of the Muslims of Bosnia, right? They tried to kill all the Muslims and they failed. Or the destruction of the Armenians by Turkey. They tried to kill all the Armenians and they failed.
I mean, they failed, but like they killed genocide.
You can't argue the term genocide. If you argue the term genocide, you're going to lose. The point is, anything, even intent, is considered genocide. That's the way the word is defined.
Well, no, that's not accurate, though, because it says in whole or in part. So it doesn't make sense. No, it doesn't make, because that would mean if you kill two people, then you've committed genocide. And that's not
They can use the term. They can use the term. That's the point.
That makes it nonsense. So I asked him.
It's not something like murder. Like, and people understand that, like,
it's not like murder.
Thousands. It has to be like thousands or tens of thousands.
How many to the face?
Bro, if you look at the genocide of the Nama people in Namibia by the Germany, which was actually more proto.
Okay, I can't look at that. I don't know anything about that. You got to say something I know about.
I'm about to tell you about it. Like, relax.
I know this is not time for you to teach me about something not on topic.
It'll take like 4 sentences, bro. I'm not long-winded. Like, I'm never long-winded.
Stay on the topic, world. Stay on the topipic. Your opinion is
genocide is. I'm talking about genocide, and you're interrupting.
No, I want
to talk about black people dying, and you're interrupting. It's interesting.
No, this is a Palestine Israel.
We talk about Israel all day. We talk about Israel all day, and I'm about to go back to Israel. It's literally. I literally was saying, oh, this is more like proto-Holocaust than Armenian genocide, and it's like, oh yeah, you're still interrupting.
What Holocaust.
Because the Germans did it. The Germans killed the Nama people in Namibia, and 100,000 Nama people died in Namibia. They were persecuted.
That has to do with it.
What does this have to do? I'm telling you,
okay,
I'm about to tell you, okay.
You just changed the subject to Namibia, but I don't know why.
Both you guys are not correct. World is not correct because he's trying to use other
I appreciate it. Okay, I bring up the Nama people because 100,000 Nama people died. And you might look at that and you're like, okay, well, that's not a large number, but that is.
I don't know anything about it. It's a long number.
Telling you, bro, can you relax? I don't know what.
I'm very relaxed, bro, but they're off topic. So I say, you can't. You're not
Genocide was.
Yeah, no, go ahead and talk about what genocide is.
How can I talk about genocide without going into history? I don't know what you're going to do. I'm talking about Germany.
I want to
bring up Africa. You get aggressive and you want to interrupt.
No. I've been talking to you the entire time because I want to stay with the definition of genocide. So if you kill two people who are Palestinian, is that genocide? In part, right? In whole or in part. Or does that not make sense to you? How about if you kill 5 Palestinians? How about if the Palestinians in your country?
What points are you trying to make?
We're trying to understand the meaning of the term genocide. So if you have a people, hold on.
Okay, how do you understand the term genocide? This is going
you have people in your country.
How do you understand genocide? You're breaking up.
If you have a people in your country and their population quadrupled, is it possible to accuse the host country, Israel, of genocide? Does that make sense to you? Do you think that would be an attempt to eliminate them in whole or in part? Is that possible to you?
That's a dumb argument. That's a dumb argument.
It's not an argument, it's a question. It's not an argument.
Because they're still alive? Okay, this is going to be crimes against humanity. Do you think crimes against humanity are being committed?
Well, now you've changed the topic. So let's stay with one topic at a time.
No, it's the same topic, just a lower threshold.
No, it's a different topic. Because genocide is a crime against humanity, but now you've broadened out to the general topic of crimes against humanity. So you want to change the topic and not talk about genocide? You can. Or do you want to talk about genocide?
Okay, then answer my question. What do you consider genocide?
Genocide is wiping out a tribe or a people or a nation, obviously. Genos is tribe, side is kill. This is obvious. It's very basic. It is exactly what the Nazis did to the Jews of Europe. They wiped them out.
There's still a lot of Jews in Europe. What are you talking about?
Well, they returned. And they then had children. But they did their best to wipe out every single Jew in Europe, and they almost succeeded. If it hadn't been for the Allies, they no doubt would have succeeded and then come to the United States and continue. It was their stated intention, which was then fulfilled by their death camps. Right? They had industrialized killing. It wasn't a war, because there was no, it was not like the Jews had an army or anything. There were a population living inside another population.
But didn't y'all sell each other out? But what were the capos?
I don't know. You're changing the topic now.
No, what were the capos?
No, we're talking about genocide.
Okay, wait. Okay, what about the Sonder Commando?
Again, you're talking about genocide. Now you've changed the topic.
Because it's exasperating.
It's exasperating to talk about genocide. I don't blame you. Imagine what it's like to be falsely accused of a blood libel, as McClinton suggested. That's very exasperating.
Okay, were the Palestinians not like wiped out during the Nakba?
No, they were not wiped out at all. In fact, they multiplied.
Okay, if 400,000 people have to move, that's not wipeouts.
Well. During the war of independence of Israel, again, I'm not sure what you mean by Nakba. Hang on, I'm answering your question. During Israel's War of Independence in 1948, I think it's more than 400,000, I would say it's closer to 750,000 Arabs moved to avoid the war, and about 1 million Jews also moved out of Arab land also to avoid war, persecution, and the deprivation of property and murder.
Of course,
Yeah,
Mao Zedong was like setting off bombs in Iran and like Morocco, where Jewish people live.
No, that's
Yeah, they were. Yeah.
So, well, now
It wasn't Mao Zedong. It was Erdogan.
Right. No, it wasn't. None of that. You know nothing about this, and you're showing your ignorance.
That was a slight anachronism, bro.
Okay. Well, no, that was just ignorance. So once again, there was when the Indians and the Pakistanis went to war after partition, there were some 14 million dead, I believe. That's from memory. Nobody's accusing anybody of genocide, and there was a massive population transfer. When the Ottoman Empire fell, there was a massive movement of Greeks. The modern nation of Greece was formed by the Christians who fled the Ottoman Empire. Again, tens of millions. Nobody's accusing anybody of genocide. The Christians went to Greece, and the Muslims went to what was once the Ottoman Empire, now the modern nation state of Turkey, which was secular up until very recently, which was obviously a huge mistake. So again, population transfers during a war are normal. There was massive population transfer of Germans during World War II. Again, normal. Of Poles during World War II. Again, normal. Tragic, but an inevitable consequence of war, population transfer. It's not genocide.
You don't think the IDF is going too far?
In which case?
Over 400 Palestinians have died since the ceasefire.
Yes, terrorists, correct. They should stop. I urge them to be peaceful, because they're not going to win this way.
Why did Israel ban Doctors Without Borders, one of the greatest humanitarian societies of all time?
Because they're a tool of Hamas, unfortunately. They've been corrupted, like the UNRWA. That's why. Now, other non-biased, non-genocidal tools can have entrance to Gaza. There's a nonpartisan Jewish organization that goes in there. I forget what its name is now, though, but they bring food and humanitarian aid. I mean, Israel probably provided more humanitarian aid to the Palestinians than any Arab nation. To our eternal embarrassment, by the way, and destruction. We do so risking our lives. We even get killed at the I remember, Daniel will remember the name of this crossing where they fired rockets and killed 3 Jews who were IDF soldiers who were bringing humanitarian aid in. They behave in a barbaric manner. They need to stop.
Yeah, you call them animals. Like,
yes, the people who commit these barbarous acts are animals.
No, yes. you call a Palestinian in this room an animal.
Yes, because he was advocating Adolf Hitler. Yes, that makes him an animal. Correct. Because he was praising Adolf Hitler. That makes him an animal. Like Hitler. Hitler was an animal. Hitler needed to be put to sleep. And
I don't know if fighting fire with fire necessarily works with Hitler.
Well, it worked with Hitler, didn't it?
I get the sense of it, for sure.
It did work with Hitler, didn't it? He was defeated.
Not with racism, not with like more. I don't know.
What do you mean, race?
Like saying Hitler is an animal does not like.
That's not a good reference. That's a reference to his genocidal murderousness. What these people did was not human.
But Hitler also considered people not to be human and like killed them by this definition, like the Jews, like the Soviet Union, the Russians.
That makes him an animal. Correct.
But he considered people animals, so I'm saying like you're also kind of into it. It sounds like something Hitler would say too. Like it's like
no, it doesn't really.
I don't know.
No, because he was making this designation based on identity, and I made it based on his act. Different.
But y'all arrived to the same conclusion.
For different reasons, and that makes all the difference in the world. So if you behave like an animal, you're an animal. But if somebody calls you who you are, that makes them a racist. You understand? That's the difference.
Hey, world. This is musician Hail Normo.
What's up, musician?
Hey, so I got a question for you, Worrell. Can you hear me?
Yep.
How would you categorize your reality?
What do you seek to understand from this question?
I'm wondering how your brain categorizes your reality. That's my question.
I think you should worry about yourself.
Maybe try to be more collegial.
Oh, I think I'm the most collegiate person here.
No, I'm talking to you.
Well, I'm just saying, if you were to ask me how I categorize my reality, I could tell you. I wouldn't respond with, I think you should worry about yourself. That's the way I communicate, but that's the way Worrell communicates, not the way I communicate. Hey, Black Rabbi.
Well, you're entitled to communicate however you would like to. How would you categorize your reality? To me, it's like a rhetorical question. You would probably get the best first answer to. Maybe I would better answer after you.
Well, it's pretty simple. Like, I got pizza in my refrigerator, so that would be a food category of my life. I got housing around me, so that would be a housing category. I got transportation vehicle, that would be a transportation category. That's how I categorize reality, because that's it. That's all there is. And so, but there's law. And that's the thing that no one here on Clown House, in my opinion, seems to understand with regards to this conflict. Law. That's what you should all be analyzing. And Mixetta is a lawyer. Hey, Rayapia.
Clown on here. Why the fuck are you on here? Well, what he said is not so terrible. I mean, he didn't say anything outrageous. It might be different, but it's not out of the scope of the conversation. Do you want to talk about the law?
This is nonsense.
Wait, the law is nonsense?
95% of what he said is nonsense.
Well, let me ask you this. Why don't you empathize for the Palestinians?
Why don't you? I was asking a normal question about that. I'm saying, how has being a supporter of Israel...
I'm asking...
being a supporter of Israel changed after many people around the world have seen and what's going on as a genocide?
Let's not use groupthink.
I'm asking y'all.
What I'm saying to you is that you have a population of people in Gaza, which is a southern part of Israel, that are being subjugated to a military rule that utilizes them for death in order for their political agenda, while on the other side of Israel, outside of the southern part of Israel, you have 2 million people from the same ethnic background that are going to work every day, that have jobs, that are going to universities, that are going shopping in the mall, that are living normal life, driving nice cars, living in nice areas.
Prosperously, abundantly, beautiful lives.
So why would you not feel bad for the people in Gaza who are being subjugated? Why do you buy into to marketing and promotion that allows the people the leaders of Hamas to become billionaires? Like, why are you what am I missing?
I feel bad for Jewish people, brother. Like,
no. I'm talking about Palestinians.
I'm answering your question. No.
He's asking you about Palestinians, and you're changing it to Jews.
No.
We should talk about Jews in a minute.
I'll absolutely accept whatever distraction from the conversation y'all want me to control. But then you have to allow me the same space that I'm giving you guys, because y'all can go off for 2 minutes. Trust that I can.
What a whirl! It's a whirlwind.
Real quick, you're the mind, bro.
It's a whirlwind.
Don't let be.
Hey, Rayabia, did you ever get that bus footage of those 2 girls you molested on the bus?
Musician, that's a warning. You get one.
Oh, that's okay. I was just wondering if you ever got the bus footage of the 2 girls he molested on the bus. The 2 underage girls, yeah.
So what did you want to talk about? You said, Rabbi Mordecai, you don't mind that I call you that? Yeah. Okay.
He's not your rabbi.
Who is my brother?
But he's not your
Mordecai, he doesn't happen to be my rabbi, but that's a personal decision. who is my brother in Poland. No, you're not a Jew. My brother in Poland made a question to you. Don't you think those Palestinians need to be liberated from their oppression by Hamas? And why not answer that? They're being killed over there.
400 people have died since the ceasefire.
So you change the topic.
Palestinians dying.
So you say, no, they should stop dying.
No, okay. I'm gonna have to.
They should stop dying.
I'm gonna have to hog this shit. Like, man, I went on Haaretz today, and I saw. I don't go on Haaretz every day. It's been a while, and like the first thing I saw is the first thing I saw was Palestinians in the West Bank forced to leave due to violent settler activity. You want to talk as if like, it's the Hamas that's in the West Bank that is making people leave, bro? No, it's not Hamas in the West Bank that's making people leave. It's Israeli violent settlers that you guys cannot even pronounce the name of as a legitimate problem in your country, man. Like, yo, if I was African, like, bro, you don't think me as an African? I'm talking about Africans that are just
you want to change the topic,
in my country.
You want to talk about the Samaria now?
The acts of violence. Like, I speak out about it. It comes out of my mouth. It comes out of my mouth before you even know. Trying to pronounce my country.
You're a great man.
He doesn't even know what he's talking about. He doesn't even know what he's talking about.
He doesn't, bro, because he's just when he interrupts, like he's not listening.
No, what did I say, Norma?
You're just a talking head.
For them, it needs to be intelligible, I would imagine.
Okay, but there must be something more fundamental to intelligibility. It can't just therefore be an axiom. You're in a circle.
Look, I think there's going to be circular reasoning or circular appeals no matter what. In some sense, when it comes to, well, how do you justify that? 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 I mean, I think you could do that. Kind of just go right.
And the only way you get out.
3D printed heart transplants will own the board. The first country to have a verboten computer that can break RSA will own the board. The first country that has a UAV that doesn't require GPS satellites to fly around the world will own the board. Like, that's a multi-dimensional proposition. Like the assumption that you're baking in and not saying is the only.
Yes, if we're going to presuppose truth, then you have to appeal to outside the system. Because if you can't appeal outside the system, then what does that mean about truth, Andrew?
That's what I was getting at to begin with, dude. This is why I was presenting this. Like, I don't know why it's so hard.
Comments are funny in a little bit.
Even
not
single
the whole thing. Like,
dads, the
comedies get boring really quick.
Hey, Sean, I was thinking about you today, Sean.
Hey, what's up?
I don't know. I was thinking about you today for some reason. I'm good. How are you?
How are you doing? Good.
Have you guys started your happy hour yet?
Not really, Mr. Kitover. It's been a slow start today. How have you been?
Those girls are not happy because I just said, that's for sure, she's from Asia. That's why she's not happy.
Not sure what you're talking about, Daniel. What did I miss in the prior paragraph?
She's trying to imitate the American accent, and I just caught her.
Who?
She's not American.
Who are you referring to? Who are you referring to, Daniel?
I am from America.
I know, but who do you think is Asian that you've busted?
Okay, girl, you can do whatever you want. Your river's really good, actually.
Well, okay.
But it's not American accent.
Whose is not an American accent? Mine?
Daniel, you sound like you're not from America. Okay? If anyone sounds like they're from somewhere else, it sounds like you.
Now I'm not from America.
You sound like you're from Borat, though. You actually sound like Borat, possibly.
I am Borat. I am Borat itself.
I feel like you need to say, would you like a sexy time?
Yeah, I'm gonna make another video or movie, whatever you want to call it.
John,
Mm-hmm.
let me read your PTR here, what we got going on. The wife of the woman who was shot by ICE in Minneapolis was just arrested for burning their children with cigarettes. Mentally unstable, both of them. Yeah, true story.
Somebody also texted me a photo that they were both like fetal alcohol syndrome babies.
Wow, really?
I don't know, like, what that means. Like, are they? Is it it's a joke? Is it a meme? Is it true? Like, were they fetal alcohol babies? Like, I don't know. I mean, you know, you people are crazy. Cannot believe that they would, like, you know, obstruct armed men with guns and laugh in their faces and then peel off and, you know.
Right.
Like,
and expect to get anything but shot in the fucking face.
I mean, if I were to do that,
I saw something.
If a man were to do that, they would just fill the fucking car full of holes before that shit even happened. Like, they would, you don't fuck around with people with guns. I can't believe, you know, the audacity.
Well, I saw a rap sheet circulating around. I don't know if it's true or not, but one of her latest crimes was a $50,000 bail crime of, what was it, child abuse? Did anyone see that circulating? I should have taken a snapshot of that. But it was on Facebook, so I'll take it for what it is. I mean, I don't know if it was true or not, but I wouldn't be surprised if she's got a big rap sheet, because a lot of it was various crap, like obstructing and interfering and not listening to the police, basically. Yeah, she wasn't like her nose wasn't that clean. She probably shouldn't even had custody of her kids. I don't think she did, though, did she? Or was it the husband, her husband that she had kids with?
She had custody of one of them because that husband, that dad had died. And her ex-husband had custody of the other two.
Did you see this rap sheet I'm talking about that was circulating? It had her mugshot and it had a list of all the... Yeah, I don't know if that's real or if that's just something someone made and circulated around, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's true.
Well, I think the GoFundMe is well over 1 million now, because just a few days ago it was at 1 million.
That's disturbing.
Yeah.
There's always...
More importantly, did you see the rap sheets of all of the, or a lot of the immigrants that have been caught in Minneapolis by ICE?
Yeah.
And all the stuff that they were convicted of.
It's terrible when you really know the truth.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, when you really know the truth of who's out there.
Have you ever been to Minneapolis?
Oh my God.
Yeah, I've been there. I've been to the Mall of America. I worked at an IRS office across the street.
Just you know, again.
At the IRS office, I worked at an IRS office across the street from the Mall of America, and in our parking lot, our vehicles were continually being broken into at night. So there's like armed, criminal gangs that are going out there and going to open parking garages and smashing cars open and trying to take whatever they can take. But
girl tried to run over the office, the police guy, police officer, and then he shot it.
Are you Brazilian, Daniel?
There's a bunch of videos. If you try to run over an officer, they can shoot you.
Yeah. You speak Portuguese?
You're not even fucking American, and you're sitting here saying something about my accent?
I am from America. I know how the things works here.
Okay, Daniel, answer this one simple question. This is like your DUI test right now. Tell us your favorite movie, Daniel.
I don't have a favorite. I love I'm not gonna say a movie. I'm gonna say a series.
Okay, we're waiting for your answer. Please go ahead. Please proceed for an answer.
Just take a look. He's like a teacher. Just take a look.
I think it's hysterical that you, with the foreign accent, say that my accent doesn't sound American. That is fucking rich. Fucking rich.
Okay, let's see if Daniel can actually answer any question. Daniel, what is your name?
Yeah. Daniel, what does 2 quarters, a dime, and a nickel add up to?
A bunch of Asian guy asked me that. That's kind of cool.
65 cents.
You were from Asia. I am from America. We have a difference. Long difference.
I'm not from Asia, you fucktard.
Yes, we're from Asia.
No, I am not from Asia.
Yes, you were.
I don't know where the fuck you are from, but it is definitely not America. How much have you had to drink today, Daniel?
I'm going to Israel.
Allow him to answer.
No, I don't think he works for Doctors Without Borders.
No, but I'm gonna give you. Let me finish. So, for example, right, I'm saying, let's say you have a dead Gazan baby. You have a dead Gazan baby, right? A picture of him under the rubble, right? And then you capture that photo and then you display it to the rest of the international community, right? I think it's very disingenuous, and I don't think it's right for somebody to say, well, Israel's bad because there's an atrocity committed in Gaza. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't think that's a fair assessment. Because atrocities are markers of every war. So if you're going to say, Israel's bad because there's atrocities being committed in Gaza, that's a very foolish assessment because every war.
Okay, in order for me to accept that argument, I literally just have to accept extraordinary acts of violence, like all the time. Like, what if I told you that, like, hey, raising a child or raising an animal, like, this is my dog. His name is Energy. Hey, Energy.
Hey.
Okay. Yeah, he's sitting in bed. Okay, but like, if I showed you a picture of my dog,
universal. I think it's optimal. So let me give you an example. For example, in this room, right? I mean, we need several people moderators. We need the moderators on the assumption that they won't do anything that will disrupt the room, like kick.
Of how they're using the cards and how it changed the quest for whatever was.
I'm here to tell you is not.
Take the deepest breath of the day.
In a family like that's what's fucking up the society, or that's what's fucking up this. No, it ain't. There's a bunch of weirdos in the dating market that's talking.
the third day. Over 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 do, 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 go, 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 do, 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 go, go. Stop thinking, end your problems. The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Over 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 do, 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 go, 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 do, 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 go, go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Over 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 do, 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 go, 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 do, 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 go, go.
I love mushroom salad.
I know about lion's mane.
What?
The medicinal properties of apparently it must be super good for you.
Over 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 do, 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 go, 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 do, 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 go,
Yeah.
Raw dog in my life.
Just raw dog in the lion's mane.
Yeah, all I heard was line and then mane. Or I just heard line and then line of that name.
Line. Over 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9.
What happened if you snorted shrooms?
Let it go.
Interesting.
Let it go. Let it go, 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 go,
Yeah,
Mhm.
I have that stuff.
It's got the cordyceps, which is for energy, or the reishi for stress relief.
Yeah, and it comes with a really cool wooden spoon. Measuring spoon, that thing is dope.
Does it? I don't have a wooden spoon in this guy.
Your wooden spoon, bro?
No, I get a wooden spoon.
Damn. Slow, boy.
Is it supposed to be inside the package?
Yeah, it also came with a refrigerator magnet.
Dude, I'm gonna have to don't make me dig my hand to the bottom of this through these mushroom grounds to figure and find nothing.
I got it for you, Sean.
It's like cereal. It's like cereal.
Sean, here's what you gotta do. You have a Ziploc baggie?
Pour it into that.
Oh,
Yeah.
Is there really? There's no spoon in here. There's no spoon in here. You're messing with me, man. There's no spoon in here.
You just got you didn't get the kind with the spoon.
Did
you come with the refrigerator magnet?
Maybe he got the limited edition cordyceps.
I got a whole box of this stuff because a friend of mine works with.
You know what you should do?
Doogie Howser? What's his name? I forget the hell his name, Patrick Neil Harris, because he was the one who was doing the commercials for this shit. And a friend of mine works with him, and he got like tons of boxes of this shit, and he gave me a box, and I tried some. It was so freaking nasty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I recommend you spice it up instead of just sweetening it out. I recommend you spice it up. So in other words, I recommend you putting cinnamon, cloves, star anise, or if you want to go as far as putting hot chocolate in it, or some sort of like a dark chocolate cube or something like that. I recommend that.
Okay, I might try that.
Mushroom chocolate, hot chocolate. Hot chocolate mushroom soup.
I think like dark chocolate. What's up, boo? How you doing?
Hot chocolate mushroom soup.
Like the sound of that?
Slimy and chocolatey.
Have you ever had a king trumpet mushroom? That sounds really good. It's like oxidative stress.
I have. It looks like a penis, right? I think.
It's not all mushrooms. It's not all mushrooms.
No, it looks like a fucking.
I just pulled a wooden spoon out of my anus.
Oh damn! How do you get in there?
Oh my gosh. Turkey tail.
Myth, is your wooden spoon made by indigenous?
Let me go see.
It's made by indigenous craftsmen?
That's made by the Amish.
Who made your wooden spoon?
Ooh, I just made a really nice espresso. Oh, it's super nice.
It says rise on it.
Rise?
Yeah, Rise. That's the one that Doogie Howser did. Neil Patrick Harris, he did the commercial for that for a
Oh,
long time.
wow.
Take a picture of it and make it my PTR.
That's legit. So wait, Sean, how do you know a guy that knows Neil Patrick Harris? Are you part of the lifestyle?
I have people that are in the like working industry, and this person works with him, and he got a stockpile of rice. Just hey, here, have some. That kind of thing, and he pans them up to me because he doesn't like this shit either.
Do mushroom pushers tell you to eat it or drink it?
This is like a powder. It's not even like coffee, so you don't have to put it through anything. You just put it.
So you gotta drink it
in water.
You drink Neil Patrick Harris's shrooms, huh? Interesting.
Not his shrooms. The company he works for is shrooms.
It's kind of hot.
They make oatmeal too. They have mushroom oatmeal. They have more stuff. I got this box full of goodies. I was talking about I've really used them yet. I don't even feel like a couple of months now. But I don't even care if it tastes like shit. It's got a lot of good stuff in it, so I just force it out.
Is Neil Patrick Harris a national treasure or a national disgrace?
PDR. He provided Doogie Howser for a while. Lots of entertainment for people.
Yeah, but he hypnotized them with all kinds of bullshit.
Oh.
That show is just, it's just a...
Has he ever gotten Me Too'd?
Yeah, he has lawsuits against him.
No?
Well, oh wow, you're not kidding.
He sued Kevin Spacey.
Did he? So he's a victim of
Wow, look at that thing. Rizzo. Scoop.
I sure did not get a spoon though. That spoon's cool.
Rizzo scoop.
Sean, you gotta call them and say, yo, homeboys,
I got some old, maybe this package, I got lots of packages. Maybe there's one spoon in one of these. I just open them all up just to find the spoon and toss the rest. There's something right here. Hold on, look at the box. Maybe see the bottom of the box.
I bet you Amazon has it.
Yeah, let's see.
Those assholes.
Maybe it's in the bag. It's probably in the bag somewhere. I'm not feeling it though. I'm squishing the thing around. I feel the spoon if there's one in it. Well, there's no spoon. Assholes.
Where does serendipity go?
She couldn't handle it. She too much mushroom.
Myra, now.
Okay, moderator, point of order, moderator, point of order. This is AI speaking. Moderator, point of order. Point of order, moderator, point of order.
One mic on, what's your name now?
AI.
Al? Oh, AI. One mic on AI.
This is called old age. Can there be joy and laughter when always the world is ablaze? Enshrouded in darkness, should you not seek a light? Look at the body adorned, a mass of wounds draped upon a heap of bones. A sickly thing, this subject of sensual thoughts, neither permanent nor enduring. The body wears out, a nest of disease, fragile, disintegrating, ending in death. What delight is there in seeing the bleached bones like gourds thrown away, dried and scattered in the autumn sun? A citadel is this structure of bones, blood and flesh, within which dwell decay, death, conceit, and malice. The royal chariots surely come to decay, just as the body too comes to decay. But the shining truth and loving kindness lives on, so speak the virtuous to the virtuous.
This thing has 8 legs.
He broke it!
Dog.
I broke that
fucking
out!
So this thing is not a dog. Right, so the end thing.
Oh man, just bring a little disinfectant in there.
It's like an unstated but implied premise. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does. Yeah, I appreciate that. Okay.
Yeah, so, and then the secondary related meaning of an antitheme is just an argument which has an unstated premise. So, by that usage, the entire thing is an antitheme. Okay, so let me just take 1 point.
Okay, we're gonna do a little short intermission here. We're gonna have AI come up. He usually comes up as short intermission. This is just a short advertisement. Yeah.
Thank you, Megatron. Yes, I do. It's by the Buddha. It's from the Dhammapada in my PTR. Chapter 11, Old Age. Okay, this is chapter 11 by the Buddha in the Dhammapada. Can there be joy and laughter when always the world is ablaze? Enshrouded in darkness, should you not seek a light? Look at the body adorned, a mass of wounds draped upon a heap of bones, a sickly thing, the subject of sensual thoughts, neither permanent nor enduring. The body wears out, a nest of disease, fragile, disintegrating, ending in death. What delight is there in seeing the bleached bones like gourds thrown away, dried and scattered in the autumn sun? A citadel is this structure of bones, blood, and flesh, within which dwell decay, death, conceit, and malice. The royal chariots surely come to decay, just as the body too comes to decay, but the shining truth and loving kindness live on, so speak the virtuous to the virtuous. The unwise person grows large in body. Though he becomes large physically, his mind remains small. How many lives, how many rounds of rebirth have I experienced without finding the builder of this house? Now I see you, O builder. All of your rafters are broken, your ridgepole is shattered. Never again need you build a house for me. My mind has gone beyond the transitory, the conditioned, and has achieved the extinction of craving. Those who do not find their way to a higher life.
Yes.
Draco, why'd you do that, Draco? What happened? Oh my God.
Draco, kick this guy. You won.
All right, sorry. I love AI. All right, I don't know who muted AI, but
Literally just
I'm not gonna say start from the top, but that was beautiful AI. We'll start again in a little bit. We'll give it this 15 minutes, and then we'll come back to AI. All right. Go ahead, Rice Cook.
Yeah, but it was definitely Draco that muted this guy. I just want to say, well, I'm gonna. I don't know if this is really the room to be going over like horrible stuff like this. So like Reagan, for example, is like really stupid, and I think he gets like upset when he's not understanding words I'm using, like, you know, premise and you know.
Well, health, wealth, love, peace of mind, happiness, and strength, everybody. I'm happy to be here with you. That was the Dhammapada. Not many people here read books to each other, but I'm doing a book club room every Thursday, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. You can come to my room, and I will mod, and you can read for 3 to 10 minutes, whatever you want. No point in doing information exchange if we're just going to help people learn English. Health, wealth, love, peace of mind, happiness, strength. That's called English. Hello?
We're gonna get back to you in like 15 minutes, okay?
Well, since we're making the rounds, maybe we've lost Sasha, but maybe we could turn to our good friend Abby.
I wanted Regal to run the argument on Sasha, but I guess Regal he's not able to do that, huh?
You know, Abby just recently completed a PhD thesis paper, and she's a very intelligent person who knows English quite well, even though she still talks like this. These people love to say this, but think about it. Oh, and if there's any contribution that I can make of any value in this room right now, it's to tell you to take the deepest breath of the day, not breath, and hold it for 10, not 11, 10, not 9 seconds.
Of the day, hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold.
Let it go and just say, I am a mountain. I am solid. Or you could say, I am a fresh flower. Or you could say other simple things like, I am still water.
Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go,
about 15 minutes. Andrew, thank you for gracing us with business today. I'm actually shocked you were in here today.
The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will.
And how you guys got to meet Smile, Jason, Draco, Regal, Saxton, Daniel, Tapioca. We're gonna get artists to come up with artists. Do you think you can contribute to this in your social You see how much reverb is in your She's And she's here now. And she really enjoys hanging out with us here, so we really enjoy it.
Yeah, well, we're happy that you become a fixture.
Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, hold, hold. Ooh, let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Ooh, let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 God, 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 God. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Ooh, let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 God, 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 God.
Even though he's so stupid.
Stop thinking in your problems.
You don't even know the Book of the Law.
The more you think, the more you speak, the further
You
from
don't
the
even know the Book of the
truth.
Law.
You know me. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, hold, hold.
He's so stupid. You don't even know the Book of the Law.
That's a really large presumption. I've never experienced it even and there's a basis I believe in it. But I don't believe it. Yeah, but see, ask him when they take the case. I've seen dead bodies that you've seen the hologram. Yes, that's right. And they're just sleeping. Were they looking at you that part was that
Point of order, moderators. Moderator, point of order. This is candidate John Kitover, a write-in candidate for the 16th District. Thank you for taking down the link of the slander, defamation, and libel that big, fat, disgusting pig with the herpes sore from Illinois.com that you've put at the top of your room. Thank you so very little. And Ultra Megatron Daniel, I'd like to reserve 60 more seconds to read the rest of the Dhammapada, the sayings of the Buddha.
John, bro, what are you guys doing?
Right.
Shut up, Abby.
I agree. Sam, you have an argument for atheism, Sam? Because you're up here now, so you have to talk.
I like Sam's argument.
You have to, don't worry about Sam. Sam, you have to give the argument for atheism. Go ahead, go.
I like Sam's argument. I think you guys are just scared of that. That is probably the origin of, if not all these religions, definitely all these religions where you're basically cheating to the promised eternal life or an afterlife, etc. Almost certainly. I have an argument against the pro-Islam argument
into Christianity. But Megatron was too scared to address it, and same with Andrew, by the way.
DM, do you believe in consciousness?
Wait a second. What was the? Who said the argument? Who said that?
I have a simple question. Who were the Ebionites? Who were the Ebionites?
Don't see.
Who were the Ebionites?
Yes.
I believe in gravity.
Before the Ebionites? Who were the Ebionites?
No. After.
Yeah.
After the Ebionites. After the Ebionites was the Marcionites.
An unproved
Hold
consciousness.
on, I'm talking about the disciples.
Yeah, it was the Marcionites.
So who led the caliphate? Sorry, excuse me. Who led Jesus's ministry after he was crucified? Let's say
The disciples.
Okay, and what did they preach? Out of curiosity.
They preached the Trinity.
Oh, did they? You have evidence of that, Megatron?
Yeah, we have the church teachings from Mark that went to the Coptic Church. We have Peter that went to Rome. We have others. You want me to keep going? Who went to Constantinople, so on and so forth. You want to know each name to each place they went to?
No. There was more of a Gnostic tradition.
No, I'm going to name the disciples in every Trinitarian church. Do you want me to do that? All the apostolic Trinitarian churches.
Okay, how about James the Just? What did he talk about?
He stayed in Jerusalem. He died in 62.
Okay, what did he talk about?
The Trinity.
Oh,
vegetarianism.
Point of order, moderator. Moderator, point of order. This is AI speaking. I'd like to reserve 60 more seconds of your time. Please put me in your queue so I can read from the Dhammapada, the sayings of the Buddha.
We're in the audience. All right, so listen. You gotta talk about home. What are you asking, Harvey?
James the Just.
James the Just stayed in Jerusalem. I answered that question already. I don't understand what else are you asking?
He didn't preach about the Trinity.
You don't have evidence of that.
You're saying I don't?
You don't have any evidence of that.
Okay.
Not one viewer.
So,
Not one viewer.
So are you done, Honorable? I'm thinking of believing atheism. Okay.
Did you hear that? I'm thinking about leaving atheism.
I'll do a ChatGPT right now, pin it at the top. Every apostolic you're going to appeal to was a disciple.
I just want to say that you Christians are pretty cool because you like turn the other cheek and you're like way better than the Muslims that want to like kill apostates and gays and stuff like that. But you gotta accept that your whole worldview is built on a lie. God could just forgive you. He's omnipotent. He doesn't need to kill his son or himself to forgive you. The whole Christianity is ridiculous. You do not need to kill someone to forgive someone. That whole idea makes no sense at all.
It's funny you say that because the Quran is very much similar to the Old Testament.
It's nicer.
How much of it is it copied? Can you ask ChatGPT?
They say about a fourth. I actually don't remember.
What's that?
It's a very large percentage of the Quran is from other materials.
I wonder why though. So if you say something about the Quran where it's a large percentage is similar to the Old Testament, what does that say about the Jew?
Well, it just says that the Arabs are copying swagging their style.
Yeah, and why is that?
Because the Jews have a prestigious lineage.
No, it's not because.
Tradition.
No.
Okay, what's your theory for why?
How did Muhammad grow up? Where did he grow up?
He grew up in Arabia.
The Israelites was not white. Beth believe that. The Israelites was definitely not white. You are definitely Jewish. Fuck out of here with that bullshit, y'all.
You're Swedish.
Fucking cracker motherfuckers.
This app is already fucking conquered by you guys. Let us have a white room for once. Thank you.
Anyway, what were you saying? So he grew up in Arabia. So what's that fault?
So around whom was Muhammad raised and taught?
Pagans, Jews, and Christians, all three.
Majority of what? Majority
pagans.
I don't think so.
I think so.
A lot of rabbis. And they're the Quran.
Like, what was the Kaaba? The Kaaba was a bunch of pagan idols. It was the main building in Mecca. Like.
Thinking ends your problems. The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be.
When it comes to black people, who asked that question?
Andrew.
So when it comes to black people, like I said, I've got no note against them, but let's be realistic. Black people don't like white people. I've heard this on this app, long enough, right? So when they're screaming racism, when in fact they're racist themselves,
And everyone is. And at the same time, I love black people if they stay in Africa.
My God. I love this woman.
What if I told you?
Half a million of them, 100,000 of them, throw rocks at the Hamas people and say, we don't want you in our government anymore.
Because you don't fucking understand how the word works.
And he says, oh, because they're in sandals and Bibi Netanyahu's been giving them money for 17 years. But he wants to sit here and talk about Israel?
Yeah. Because Israel needs to stop funding Hamas.
Israel is your problem?
Israel should not fund Hamas. Exactly.
Israel is your problem?
Exactly, because Israel should not fund Hamas.
Israel's killing more Palestinians than Hamas is. I find this line of questioning extremely disingenuous.
No, but you're just saying there's no argument.
Yeah,
this guy lived a life where he's protected.
Buttons they're throwing in there.
I think what people find interesting about you, Benny, is that you're a citizen of Israel, and a lot of my friends who grew up in the West Bank are envious of their cousins who live in Israel and have health insurance and running water and like access to university.
Which Jews
abroad are envious of these?
No, I'm talking about my friends in the West Bank who have nothing, and their cousin and Dade have health insurance, and it's a big change.
Why are they envious of Israel and not America?
They have health insurance.
No, ignore.
Because why?
So Israel created this kind of separation between the Palestinian community, so they can make one situation like the people in Gaza. They just want to be like the West Bank. West Bank want to be like the people in 48, and they just engineered this kind of division between the
Go, 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 Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. 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 Go, 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 go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. Go, go. Go, go. Stop thinking into problems. The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go.
How did he lose weight? How did he
Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. Thinking and find your problems. The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Go, go, go. Do, 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 go, go, go. Do, 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 go, go, go. God, 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 God. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, 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 go.
Frightening accusations, loss of loved ones, loss of wealth. One of these will he experience. A fire will destroy his house. After the destruction of his body, the same foolish man will go to an unhappy state. Though he does penance through nakedness, with tangled hair covering his body with mud, fasting comes to one of 10 calamities: pain, loss, injury, illness, insanity, danger from rulers, frightening accusations, loss of loved ones, power, energy. Have an abundance of confidence, good conduct, effort, concentration. Be aware and attentive. Put aside this great mass of suffering. Those who would irrigate the land, bring the water whenever they choose. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows, carpenters shape wood. The virtuous mold themselves. Confidence, good conduct, effort, concentration. Be aware and attentive. Put aside this great mass of suffering. Those who would irrigate the land, bring the water whenever they choose. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows, carpenters shape wood. The virtuous mold themselves. A single wise word, bringing peace to the listener, is worth more than 1,000 speeches full of empty words. A single verse, full of meaning, bringing peace to the listener, is worth more than 1,000 verses full of empty words. One may recite 100 verses full of vague descriptions, but a single verse bringing peace to the listener is worth far more. A single wise word, bringing peace to the listener, is worth more than 1,000 speeches full of empty words. A single verse, full of meaning, bringing peace to the listener, is worth more than 1,000 verses full of empty words. One may recite 100 verses full of vain descriptions, but a single verse bringing peace to the listener is worth far more. This law is ancient and eternal. There are those who are aware that they are always facing death. Knowing this, they put aside all quarrels. The one who lives for sensation, indulgent in eating, lazy and lacking in energy, the tempter Mara breaks, just as the wind breaks a frail tree. The one who lives mindfully, this law is ancient and eternal. There are those who are aware that they are always facing death. Knowing this, they put aside all quarrels. The one who lives for sensation, indulgent in eating, lazy and lacking in energy, the tempter Mara breaks, just as the wind breaks a frail tree. The one who lives mindfully senses under control. The undeveloped mind. As rain fails to pour through a well-thatched house, so does desire fail to penetrate the well-developed mind. For the doer of evil there is only grief, here as well as hereafter. In both states he experiences grief, seeing his own unwholesome acts. For the doer of good deeds there is rejoicing, here as well as hereafter. Joy and more joy are his as he sees his own right action. The doer of evil reaps suffer the undeveloped mind. As rain fails to pour through a well-thatched house, so does desire fail to penetrate the well-developed mind. For the doer of evil there is only grief, here as well as hereafter. In both states he experiences grief, seeing his own unwholesome acts. For the doer of good deeds there is rejoicing, here as well as hereafter. Joy and more joy are his as he sees his own right action. The doer of evil reaps suffer the practice. Letting go of passion, aggression, and confusion. Revealing the truth with a clear mind, and not clinging to anything here or hereafter, brings the harvest of the holy life. Number 2, mindfulness. Mindfulness is the path to immortality. Negligence is the path to death. The vigilant never die, whereas the negligent are the living dead. Aggression and confusion. Revealing the truth with a clear mind, and not clinging to anything here or hereafter, brings the harvest of the holy life. Number 2, mindfulness. Mindfulness is the path to immortality. Negligence is the path to death. The vigilant never die, whereas the negligent are the living dead. With this understanding, the wise, having developed a high degree of mindfulness, aggression of authority among the gods, so vigilance is ever praised and negligence ever disdained. A seeker, concentrating on mindfulness, advances like a fire, consuming the chains of bondage, both great and small. A monk or lay person, rejoicing in mindfulness, seeing the danger of negligence, cannot fall backwards and is close to nirvana. Subnotes. Magavat, according to the belief of ancient Indians, Magavat was the king of a certain heavenly realm. He, concentrating on mindfulness, advances like a fire, consuming the chains of bondage, both great and small. A monk or lay person, rejoicing in mindfulness, seeing the danger of negligence, cannot fall backwards and is close to nirvana. Subnotes. Magavat, according to the belief of ancient Indians, Magavat was the king of a certain heavenly realm. He was born into that realm and became its overlord. As a result of good deeds he had performed in his immediate previous life as a man on earth. Guard what you have already conquered. Certainly before long this body will lie on the ground, lifeless and unconscious, cast aside like a useless log. A mind out of control will do more harm than two angry men engaged in combat. A well-directed mind creates more well-being than the wholesome actions of parents toward their children. Guard what you have already conquered. Certainly before long this body will lie on the ground, lifeless and unconscious, cast aside like a useless log. A mind out of control will do more harm than two angry men engaged in combat. A well-directed mind creates more well-being than the wholesome actions of parents toward their children. Guard what you have already conquered. Certainly before long this body will lie on the ground, lifeless and unconscious, cast aside like a useless log. A mind out of control will do more harm than two angry men engaged in combat. A well-directed mind creates more well-being than the wholesome actions of parents toward their children. Guard what you have already conquered. Certainly before long this body will lie on the ground, lifeless and unconscious, cast aside like a useless log. A mind out of control will do more harm than two angry men engaged in combat. A well-directed mind creates more well-being than the wholesome actions of parents toward their children. Guard what you have already conquered. Certainly before long this body will lie on the ground, lifeless and unconscious, cast aside like a useless log. A mind out of control will do more harm than two angry men engaged in combat. A well-directed mind creates more well-being than the wholesome actions of parents toward their children. Does death claim a man of distracted mind, as he continually seeks more and more of life's fleeting pleasures? Death drowns the unsatisfied man, whose restless mind clutches for greater and greater pleasures. A monk should dwell and act in the village, like a bee extracting honey from the flower, but leaving the color and fragrance intact. Pay no attention to harsh words uttered by others. Do not be concerned with what others have or have not done. Observe your own actions and inactions. Like a beautiful, brightly colored flower, does death claim a man who continually seeks more and more of life's fleeting pleasures. Death is the empty claims of an unwise man. He cannot call himself his own. How can he then claim children and wealth as his own? To the extent that a fool knows his foolishness, he may be deemed wise. A fool who considers himself wise is indeed a fool. A fool may associate with a wise man throughout his life and remain untouched by his wisdom, even as a spoon cannot taste the flavor of soup. On the other hand, an aware man, in a moment's meeting, can learn from a wise man, even as the tongue tastes the flavor of soup. These are the empty claims of an unwise man's own. To the extent that a fool knows his foolishness, he may be deemed wise. A fool who considers himself wise is indeed a fool. A fool may associate with a wise man throughout his life and remain untouched by his wisdom, even as a spoon cannot taste the flavor of soup. On the other hand, an aware man, in a moment's meeting, can learn from a wise man, even as the tongue tastes the flavor of soup. The unwise man, lacking understanding, behaves as if he were his own worst own. Like a fire covered by ashes, it finally consumes its doer, the fool. The things a fool gains amount to nothing. Unwholesome acts cannot bring him wholesome results. What a fool hungers for is false fame, authority, power over others, and generous offerings. He seeks recognition as a doer, a wielder of power, a knower of right and wrong. His craving and pride are insatiable. Like a fire covered by ashes, it finally consumes its doer, the fool. gains amount to nothing. Unwholesome acts cannot bring him wholesome results. What a fool hungers for is false fame, authority, power over others, and generous offerings. He seeks recognition as a doer, a wielder of power, a knower of right and wrong. His craving and pride are insatiable. Like a fire covered by ashes, it finally consumes its doer, the fool. The things a fool gains amount to nothing. Unwholesome acts cannot bring him wholesome results. What a fool hungers for is of Dharma lives with a peaceful mind. The wise man rejoices in the Dhamma taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape wood to their design. Wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings it take of Dharma, lives happily with a peaceful mind. The wise man rejoices in the Dhamma taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape wood to their design. Wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings it take of Dharma, lives happily with a peaceful mind. The wise man rejoices in the Dhamma taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape wood to their design. Wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings it take of Dharma, lives happily with a peaceful mind. The wise man rejoices in the Dhamma taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape wood to their design. Wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings it take of Dharma, lives happily with a peaceful mind. The wise man rejoices in the Dhamma taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape wood to their design. Wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings of Dharma lives happily, with a peaceful mind. The wise man rejoices in the Dharma, taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters, arrowsmiths fashion arrows. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows. The wise man rejoices in the Dhamma, taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters, arrowsmiths fashion arrows, carpenters shape wood to their design, wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings, attain a serene mind. And the wise man rejoices in the Dhamma, taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters, arrowsmiths fashion arrows, carpenters shape wood to their design, wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings, attain a serene mind. And the wise man rejoices in the Dhamma, taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters, arrowsmiths fashion arrows, carpenters shape wood to their design, wise men mold their characters.
CEO Sponsorship Secrets.
As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings, attain a serene mind. And the wise man rejoices in the Dhamma, taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters, arrowsmiths fashion arrows, carpenters shape wood to their design, wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings, attain a serene mind. And the wise man rejoices in the Dhamma, taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters, arrowsmiths fashion arrows, carpenters shape wood to their design, wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings, attain a serene mind. And the wise man rejoices in the Dhamma,
taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape wood to their design. Wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings, attain a serene mind. The wise man rejoices in the Dhamma, taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape wood to their design. Wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings, attain a serene mind. The wise man rejoices in the Dhamma, taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape wood to their design. Wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. Because they don't get the as a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings, attain a serene mind. Or some racial identity politic is so concerned about a certain group of people who they the wise man being rejoices in the Dhamma, taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape wood to their design. Wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings, attain a serene mind. The wise man rejoices in the Dhamma, taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape wood to their design. Wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings, attain a serene mind. The wise man rejoices in the Dhamma, taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape wood to their design. Wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings, attain a serene mind. The wise man rejoices in the Dhamma taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape wood to their design. Wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings, attain a serene mind.
We have breaking news concerning the activist Trump.
The wise man rejoices in the Dhamma taught by the holy ones.
Don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator.
Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape wood to their design. Wise men mold their characters.
Middle class folks now because
as a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings, attain a serene mind. The wise man rejoices in the Dhamma taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape wood to their design. Wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings, attain a serene mind. And the wise man rejoices in the Dhamma taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape, let him leave the comfort of home, forsaking sensual pleasures, freeing himself from all obstacles, delighting in seclusion, not an ordinary man's choice, and devote himself to cleansing the blemishes of the mind. Those who have carefully cultivated their minds, in tune with the elements of enlightenment, who without grasping, delight in detachment, cleansed of all corruption and therefore shining brightly, send forth brilliant light. Let him leave the comfort of home, forsaking sensual pleasures, freeing himself from all obstacles, delighting in seclusion, not an ordinary man's choice, and devote himself to cleansing the blemishes of the mind. Those who have carefully cultivated their minds, in tune with the elements of enlightenment, who without grasping, delight in detachment, cleansed of all corruption and therefore shining brightly, send forth brilliant light, freeing himself from all obstacles, delighting in seclusion, not an ordinary man's choice, and devote himself to cleansing the blemishes of the mind. Those who have carefully cultivated their minds, in tune with the elements of enlightenment, who without grasping, delight in detachment, cleansed of all corruption and therefore shining brightly,
Send forth brilliant light, peaceful and unshakable, is non-violent in his mind, his speech is action. Whoever is in touch with the infinite, free of detachment, desireless, is the highest among men. Delightful is the place where the saints dwell, be it village or forest, cavern or open field. Delightful are forests, where more worldly men find no joy. Being free of the pull of desire, saints who seek no worldly pleasures find delight in such places. Peaceful and unshakable, is non-violent in his mind, his speech is action. Whoever is in touch with the infinite, free of detachment, desireless, is the highest among men. Delightful is the place where the saints dwell, be it village or forest, cavern or open field. Delightful are forests, where more worldly men find no joy. Being free of the pull of desire, saints who seek no worldly pleasures find delight in such places. Honoring the one who has achieved self-mastery for one single instant is worth more than living in the forest, tending the sacred fire for 100 years. Making offerings for glory and recognition is not one quarter as worthy as honoring the upright. Whoever shows reverence and respect for the aged is rewarded fourfold with long life, beauty, happiness, and strength. Even a single day lived virtuously and honoring the one who has achieved self-mastery for one single instant is worth more than living in the forest, tending the sacred fire for 100 years. Making offerings for glory and recognition is not one quarter as worthy as honoring the upright. Whoever shows reverence and respect for the aged is rewarded fourfold with long life, beauty, happiness, and strength. Even a single day lived virtuously, repeat it. Let him not be addicted to evil, for it is the amassing of evil that brings misery. On the other hand, if a man does good, let him do it repeatedly. Let him put his heart into it, for the accumulation of good brings blessings. Even an evildoer feels happy before his negative actions reach fruition. However, when the evil ripens, he will have a bountiful harvest of evil results. A good man sees what is unwholesome before his good eat it. It is the amassing of evil that brings misery. On the other hand, some are reborn in a mother's womb. The evildoers are bound to miserable states. The doers of good are reborn to happy states. Those free of any stain go on to perfect peace. There is no place in the world, neither the sky, the sea, nor in mountain crevices, where an evildoer can hide, safe from the consequences of his action. There is no place in the world,
neither in the sky, the sea, nor in mountain crevices where one can escape the inevitability of death. The evildoers are bound to miserable states. The doers of good are reborn to happy states. Those free of any stain go on to perfect peace. There is no place in the world, neither the sky, the sea, nor in mountain crevices, where an evildoer can hide, safe from the consequences of his action. There is no place in the world, neither in the sky, the sea, nor in mountain crevices, where one can escape the inevitability of death. He who inflicts pain on the innocent comes to one of 10 calamities: pain, loss, injury, illness, insanity, danger from rulers, frightening accusations, loss of loved ones, loss of wealth. One of these will he experience. A fire will destroy his house. After the destruction of his body, the same foolish man will go to an unhappy state. Though he does penance through nakedness, with tangled hair covering his body, comes to one of 10 calamities: pain, loss, injury, illness, insanity, rulers, frightening accusations, loss of loved ones, loss of wealth. One of these will he experience. A fire will destroy his house. After the destruction of his body, the same foolish man will go to an unhappy state. Though he does penance through nakedness, with tangled hair covering his body with mud, fasting, repent comes to one of 10 calamities: power, energy. Have an abundance of confidence, good conduct, effort, concentration. Be aware and attentive. Put aside this great mass of suffering. Those who would irrigate the land, bring the water wherever they choose. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows, carpenters shape wood. The virtuous mold themselves. Confidence, good conduct, effort, concentration. Be aware and attentive. Put aside this great mass of suffering. Those who would irrigate the land, bring the water wherever they choose. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows, carpenters shape wood. The virtuous mold themselves.
Time that you look between people, that you sit next to them, and you know that he killed someone. Like, no, it's a mind fuck. It might be, comfort.
That's fucking sick. Sometimes I think about it. Yeah. I mean, it reminds me of stories where I had lunch with people in Tel Aviv, and I'd be seeing this woman and her brother would walk in with an M16. He was like, okay, he just killed a fucking Palestinian, and I just came from the West Bank. It's fucked up. I know. It's a mind fuck.
And this is why I work on Jewish girls, like Benny's, sister, just trying to kind of change one opinion.
Yeah, it is a mind fuck. You're right. You're absolutely right.
On the other hand, you do have a great opportunity, though.
Last conversation I had was with a guy in somewhere in Israel, and the guy said, "Well, is it much nicer here than the refugee?" He mentioned the refugee camp. Is it much nicer here than the refugee camp? Yeah, and then you look at him and you say, like, really? Why the fuck is there a refugee camp on the other side of the fucking wall over there? Isn't it because you're sitting here? Yeah, it is a mind fuck to talk to discuss this stuff with Israelis. It's a real fucking mind fuck.
Unless it's baby.
But Bani Adam, you're missing the Java great opportunity.
What is his great opportunity?
He's surrounded by Jewish girls. He can fuck them like they're people are fucking.
I go to Shabbat dinners where fathers just like TV, they remind me family, just take me, put on the table and just do kiddush with them and the whole thing.
That makes it even better. When you fuck his daughter, you can start trading that.
No, but it's gonna bring me his father.
Not you, brother, but your dad.
I'm the other Benny. I'm the old dude.
I do the whole thing, the kiddush, the Shabbat, everything I do.
My friend Judy, my parents are big Zionists, and I bring my friend Judy comes for Shabbat a lot, and I've met her parents. But my dad finally acknowledged the Nakba one time because she talked about the city that her family came from, and it was like a really critical strategically for the Israelis to conquer during 1948 war, and it was the site of a massacre. And I don't want to say in here because there's purpalities that come up.
We already know what the city is. Okay,
someone talks to seriously, we're not born to die.
So
if someone want to die, any Palestinian, pro-Palestinian who want to die, he can go to the closest embassy and do an attack there. I agree with that.
So anyway, she came over, and after she came over, he told her where she's from, and my dad is always in denial. It's always like he has all the normal stuff talking to us, And so afterwards, he was like, I don't believe that she was ethnically from the city.
It's more like a dance contest.
Other historians, and finally at the end, but all the Israeli historians all agree that 30,000 Palestinians were expelled. But they debate whether the massacre was really a massacre. That's sort of the dispute, And so at the end, he admitted that there was an organized ethnic cleansing of Palestinians.
Okay, tell him about.
And I just want to say, these meetings matter. They make a difference,
No, there is a Wikipedia page called Plan Dalit. Do you know what Plan Dalit means?
Yeah. I read the new. That's how I had this awakening in college when my friend gave me Benny Morris and Tom
just look
Segev.
up Plan Dalit and read what they did.
Yeah.
Yo, Benny, real quick. So, the Israeli position, right, is that the reason why they occupy Palestinians is that it's the only way to keep the Israelis safe, just as far as the welfare and so forth. Because they say if we give the Palestinians a state, they're just going to develop their army and then brutalize their citizens as well as annex the land. How do you respond to that position?
They know this conflict between us is demographic. Yeah, I know the military is what Israel is great in, but technically it is demographic. Israel want to control how many Palestinians between the river and the sea, and this is why they want ethnic Palestinians all the time. They just want to buy themselves more time. If they ethnically cleanse Gaza, they buy themselves another 50 years. If they ethnically cleanse us, they buy another 50. Because right now we're 7 million towards 7 million. Okay? So if they give us a state, technically I'm a state, I'm independent, I can welcome anyone. So if the Palestinian state within, let's say, border 67, start telling all the Palestinians around the world, guys, come back. You're going to have a small state with 14 million Palestinians in it. Next to it, a small Jewish state with 5 million Jewish. This is the danger for us. They don't want to give us our independence, so we don't tell our Palestinians. Like even if someone was evacuated from Tel Aviv, if the PA get their own state, what they would say, hey, just come buy an apartment in Ramallah or buy an apartment in Jenin. Yeah, Tel Aviv ignores for now. But technically, the presence of Palestinian within the West Bank is still in danger for Israel. This is why they won't never give us a state from themselves.
Like the Israelis have the intention of just annexing the entire land, and they don't want to share it with any Palestinians.
Yeah, they just want to make sure that I think cleanse us, because Israel does not have a problem with Palestinians when they leave Palestine. Like the problem is, as long as you're between the river and the sea, so I'm just gonna, I'm gonna kill you or you get the fuck out of here. That's simple.
Oh wow! So, like in your opinion, right? Do you see this conflict resolving diplomatically?
If it gets forced from outside, yes.
Okay, so there needs to be somebody that's like independent to adjudicate this dispute. Like
independent, no one's gonna be happy. Neither the Israelis or the Palestinians are gonna be happy with the solution. Just to be objective and pragmatic, Israel's not gonna get everything they want, and the Palestinians won't get everything what they want. And this is not gonna be the so-called final solution for this, right? There will still be conflicts, but what you want to make sure is the Palestinians have some kind of a safe haven where they can live in without settlers, without Israeli police and the army going and killing every day. They just want to build. When you talk about Palestinian state, it's not just the borders, the hospitals, the education system, the factories, economy, all these kind of things you need to build. So how do you build these kind of things? You need to get independent and disconnected from Israel. We still use their currency, we use their banking system, we use their healthcare system. They made us dependent on them. And that means if I want to evolve and get to anywhere, you need Israel soldier approval.
You the same nigga I am. You came up in the same culture, same big mama, same, you try to even take African-American culture and say, yeah, big mama is Indian culture. That's what we did in Indian culture, big mama. Twerking is Indian culture. I'm trying to, what I'm saying, you guys just go all out and just
that's
take
not
over.
true. Those are just assumptions, brother. You're making assumptions. All you gotta do is just do your genealogy.
The sister just said it's true. The sister just said, yeah, Big Mama is Indian culture. That's a goddamn lie. You know what I'm saying? So all these things, Big Mama, all those things came from African slave culture. Big Daddy, that came.
That's incorrect. Show me where you found that at. Show me where you found that evidence. Cite your source, sir.
Leroy, you can go right after him.
Cite your source.
Leroy, you can go right after him, bro. Like this is too chaotic.
We're called boy. We didn't get no titles. Black women didn't get no titles. So we started giving them titles. We would give them titles of importance, like Big Mama and Big Daddy, and there was many other ones as well. That came from the descendants of Africans. That came from our culture. But that's just one example of something in the Indian. You guys say, "Oh, that's Indian culture. Indians did that." Indians, no. You guys have to push this narrative of you ain't African because we're the same nigga you are. We're the same. Came up on the same block.
We don't do nothing you Africans do.
We don't look nothing like no motherfucking Africans, my nigga.
We came up together.
Sorry, Black. I'm just muting the whole stage. Hey, bro, just wait until he's finished, and you got it right after him. I guess just consider the people that's in the audience, man. Like they want to hear everybody. Just control yourself till he's done. It won't be that long. Like Larry, then you can go.
It's hurting because that's the fact. That's the only reason that they got to try to prove that we ain't who we say. I mean, we have 200 years of literature of Black Americans writing for themselves, and not one of them wrote. They took our culture. They reclassified us and made us Indian. They took our. No, they all wrote about their experience here in the Americas and their history and where they came from. Even those who didn't consider themselves to be African. They considered themselves to be American because they fought, bled, and died on this soil. They built this country, but they never denied their descendants from Africa. They never denied that. Some of them didn't want to go back to Africa because they felt that they laid a foundation here. And they called themselves American because they felt that they had a tie here, but not because they felt they were indigenous. They knew where they came from. And we have 200 years of literature. Whether I can find my genealogy or not,
We have our ancestors who wrote for themselves. We didn't get it all from the white man's education. We just believe what the white man told you. But then you go to all the white man's documents to prove yourself. You go to all the white man's treaties and the white man's Dawes rules and all the stuff that the white man gave you. But then when we go to the history, oh, he's a liar. You pick and choose which white man you want to listen to. So we have our own people speaking for themselves, telling us about the story, telling us about the experience. And believe it or not, the white man, liar or not, he was a damn good record keeper. He kept records of all his shit because he wanted to get paid. And he documented the slave system. Whether you think we can find a boat or not, we got his records, we got his insurance, we got his bill of sales, we got all that shit.
It's about that drop time.
We couldn't find no boats. So you guys ain't got nothing but what Grandmama said. Grandmama said we Indian. You got one. My great-great-great-great-grandmama was Indian. Okay, what about the other 64 great-great-great-great-greats? By the time you get to those greats, you got like 64 of them.
Point of order, moderator, point of order. Intelligence is agnostic, nigga. Intelligence is agnostic. Point of order, moderator, point of order. Put me in the queue.
I just want to understand. Every time he goes to the application.
So Larry. Okay, Kate, no, yeah, you might go ahead. And then Larry, go after Kate.
I think the problem here is that you're just mixing what one person says into a group of people. You keep saying you're talking about people's ancestors that you're not related to. So I can't speak for you. I don't know you. I've never grown up with you. I don't live on the same block as you. I didn't grow up in California. I grew up here in Texas. Me and you are not the same. Skin color doesn't mean that we have a shared ancestry. Even when you talk about slavery had different territories. Slavery meant different things. Even classifications meant different things. As an example, Sarah Rector, who was Muskogee Creek Indian, who was labeled as white. Today, you might consider her to be a so-called Black American. And yes, Big Mama is the culture. You can't go nowhere in Africa and find a Big Mama frying or making hot water cornbread.
Point of order, moderator, point of order. What is a Big Mama?
See, that's what I'm saying. No, y'all don't. Frying chicken is an American.
Hello?
No, y'all don't.
We fry chicken.
Hello?
You might be frying it now, but that's not
The funk is a Big Mama.
That is not from Africa.
Fried chicken came from the
Point of
Irish,
order,
by the way.
moderator, point
It
of
did
order.
not.
Put me in the queue. This is black.
It did not. See, that's what I'm saying. Why are you cutting me off? You let this weird ass nigga go and make up all of this shit. Nobody ever said slavery didn't happen. It didn't happen the way we were. It didn't happen the way that we were told. It did not.
We was POWs.
There was something. Hello. Can I finish? There was something called an intra-American slave trade or intercontinental slave trade that actually banned anybody coming from any other place outside of the Americas. Let's stop acting like there's this one broad brush stroke about slavery. Let's stop acting like the American Indian doesn't contribute to the world. Let's stop giving away.
We was POW.
Stop. Why are you talking over me? Let me go. Y'all let this dude just go and say a bunch of stuff that's not true, that one person has said, which is probably somebody in non-believers, and you continue to make up stuff. The reason why we're having this discourse is because y'all can be African, you can be an African American, but I can't be an American Indian. It's weird. You're not going to go somewhere in the Caribbean and tell an indigenous person from the Caribbean that they're African. For some bizarre reason, for some strange reason, here in North America, you got people like Whitney Houston, who's Wampanoag Indian. You can go look it up for yourself. You got people like Chris Brown, who's a Pamunkey Indian. Go look it up for yourself. And you're still trying to attribute these people to Africa. You're not finding none of them people in Africa. You're not finding Aretha Franklin over there. You're not finding Michael Jackson over there. You're not finding none of the people here that would descend from a people group who are outperforming people here. That Luther Vandross sound, Barry White sound, both of them are Indians, by the way. And
this is sad, man.
No, you're sad. See,
so was James Brown. James Brown was Indian too.
Y'all literally are colonizers. Your premise is McGraw-Hill second grade elementary school history. That's what y'all claim that y'all want to be Pan-African, but well, in Pan-Africanism, you're supposed to accept everybody's colors and shades and their indigeneity. But y'all want to still relegate motherfuckers over there to Africa. But like again, you're not gonna find fried chicken, candied yams, or candied sweet potatoes in Africa. You're not finding smoked.
But you're not gonna find them on the reservation either.
You're not
gonna find them on the reservation either.
None of that shit over there unless a motherfucker from
The American Indians ain't find no chicken neither.
You're not gonna find that shit unless somebody from over here took it over there. Stop fucking playing. This is weird. You guys are literally trying to colonize a people while you're standing on our backs here in North America. None of y'all would be over here if it wasn't for these weird ass boule niggas from the 60s that wanted y'all to be here. Have more respect. I don't care about what you identify as. You can identify as a goat. You can identify as an African if you want to, but you're gonna also allow me to identify as I want to. The problem is people like Black, people like Amachi, y'all want to relegate everybody because of what you believe to what I am. No, you can be you. You can be a Nigerian in America. I don't have a problem with that. You can be a Haitian American. Shout out to Haitians. I don't have a problem with that. But y'all are here in our land trying to tell us we're from somewhere else. Y'all are behaving like colonizers, and it's weird. This is year number 5 of y'all doing the same shit. If every day you showing up and I keep telling you I'm an American Indian nigga, you're not finna change that shit. And I don't care to change you. Be a Pan-African, be a Black American, be an African American.
Nobody should change. Like, hey, real quick.
Just like the white man law say, you don't come to us.
Hey, real quick, man. Nobody is denying the existence of indigenous Americans. Nobody's denying the existence of indigenous Americans who have amalgamated with Africans. Nobody is doing that. Nobody is saying that that fundamental existence it doesn't exist. It's you all. It's the individuals who say they're indigenous saying that African history in the wilderness of North America doesn't exist. It's you all who are saying 250
Nobody's
years.
saying that.
I'm not, sister. I apologize. You're not saying that. But Negroes who subscribe to this ABO, we were already here. I'm an indigenous American history. They subscribe to that. They posit that the slave trade didn't happen. They posit that somehow the inter-American slave trade.
Can you name one person?
Ma'am.
Cause y'all cut me off.
I respect that. You can cut me off. I respect that. They subscribe to that. And you brought up the inter-American slave trade as if that somehow this proves our point. If you, ma'am, using the slave
I brought it up because it's a point to add into the story. It's a point to add into the story.
So for you to bring up the intercontinental slave trade as if that's some kind of gotcha is really
it's not a gotcha.
It's really debunking your own point. So that just explains the fact that you haven't read. You gotta insult people, okay? Just
point of order, moderator. Moderator, point of order. Intelligence is agnostic.
The American slave traded this.
You call me out to be honest about the point that I made, though. You call me out to
be a sloop and be a ship.
You call me out to make a point that I wasn't making.
That somehow we're not African, ma'am. If you can provide your literature, if you can provide the Indigenous American. The Indigenous American Museum, we can go and visit the Indigenous American art.
Deduction or some mathematical fucking theorem. That God is at most just that. It has no causal influence in the universe.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
A little.
Those are rough. I just think when you say that, CM, I just think you're taking on like a huge, you know how many things insane. But I just think like you're just taking on such a huge burden.
Okay, Tim and CM, go to ChatGPT, whatever you want, and ask. Hold on. Is there a general consensus on what consciousness is? Then come back to me. We don't, and then the answer is going to be no, but maybe you can read further and see why. I'm just coming back to you.
Let's say I did that, right? Let's just say I go in there and I ask ChatGPT, is there a general consensus of it? And what I'm going to guess is let's just grant for a moment that it says there's not an overall general consensus of it, but I would guess, and if I can do this, I would guess it would say But there are people that think X and there are people that think Y, right? So I would take that as to be like, you could probably find some things within each camp that they agree on, and you could be circling the target more than you're acting like it's being circled.
I get what you're referring to, but I want you to understand, I'm talking about scientists and what scientists like. Hold on, Sam. Which means he just brought up, I cannot see gravity, but I believe in it. Yeah, you can prove gravity, but you cannot prove consciousness, and therefore there's no general consensus of what it means in the scientific world.
Make it a category.
I'm talking about scientific world. I'm not talking about philosophers or whatsoever.
Point of order, moderator. There's no consensus on the word God either. I think forwards it means go, backwards it means do.
That's a good point. There's more consensus on the idea of consciousness than on God.
No. It's not you cannot point out where consciousness is, or you cannot give me numbers. You cannot quantify it.
Yes, I can.
No, you cannot.
I can give you general.
Because
Point of order, moderator. This conversation is an example of consciousness. I rest my case.
So Abby, what I did is just kind of mess around here, just to play here with a second. I just said, I asked ChatGPT, I said, can you give me a general working scientific definition of consciousness?
No.
Well, we can do yours as well, because I already know the answer to yours. So I said, well, to make that usable in science, researchers usually break it into operational components rather than treating it as a single mysterious thing. Just core elements: 1, subjective experience; 2, awareness; 3, integration of information; 4, reportability. And that would be like the 4 items that are generally broken down, right? And we could go further into those. Now, what I'm hearing you say is there is just, the word is completely semantically primitive, and there is no concept that.
She didn't say nothing about primitive semantics, man. What is a primitive semantic?
Doing is you're being like I know you're just being pedantic here because CM bothers you, and I can grant you that just 100%. Whatever the moment.
Any man that's got a man bun like that is gonna be annoying no matter what, and he's a fake mathematician. He doesn't know true math. I studied math for 8 years, and this guy don't know the first thing about math. Just ask him, what is 100 times 1,000, CM? Answer the question. You ain't no mathologist. You ain't no Scientologist. You ain't nothing, dog. CM got a man bun. He talk all the time.
Too much, and now he's got one of those like voice things.
Yeah, like permanent crack.
No, he's a Michelin. He's a Michelin. He's a bald and.
No, that's like he's years of heavy crack abuse. No. He's Billy Bob Thornton in Sling Blade. That's
the gator.
Tim, how long are you on this? Shut up for a second. How long are you on this active?
How many years?
Yeah.
5.
Okay, so you were here during season 1 where everyone was talking about consciousness. All these high-profile people were here.
Yeah.
Nobody could agree on what consciousness is. Okay, so you were there for it. So don't act like people were agreeing on the.
Man, Abby, I think you just got to take the deepest breath of the day and let it go, because the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. So stop thinking and just end your problems. That's the first Zen poem ever written by Black. I'm Black, and I wrote that Zen poem. I hope you liked it, though. So stop thinking and end your problems.
It's so funny. But remember, Abby, I addressed that a few minutes ago. I said, regardless of whether or not people agree fully, they do have some working definitions, and there's a lot of overlap in between them.
Yeah, I know, but at the same time, there is overlap, and there are certain definitions, but it's not accepted. So whether there are or not, maybe we are working towards it. I'm not denying that, okay?
Accepted under what guidelines, though?
Okay, Drills, I don't want to talk to you.
But let's just assume for a second, like, your supposition here.
You know what they say about men that make assumptions, right?
Right? Like, there's this whole thing, right? Now, presumably, you being a theist, you think that gives you warrant to say something like, therefore, there is a God exists.
No. No. Has nothing to do with me. I was just saying.
You're being just pedantic just to argue for God. Again, I'm telling you, I'm giving you a clear idea of God. What Tim brought up about, it's about memories, identity, integrated information. That's a big theory of consciousness. Fucking, like, these are all, and again, the integrated, there talks to it being a process. Fucking, like I told you, it's like if the brain was an engine,
and you haven't provided
consciousness is the engine turned
papers, any paper. Give me a paper.
Look up integrated information theory.
I promise you, I will take an afternoon to read all of it, but you don't.
You don't even if I give you those papers, you can't even read them and understand them, Abby. You just think consciousness is this ghostly, magical thing.
You know, just
you
as
have
much as
zero
all
understanding of neuroscience, I'm a neuroscientist. Biology. You have no understanding of biology. You're not capable of reading.
I am a computational neuroscientist, dumbass. I know more about
you're a high school teacher, bro. Stop.
I'm not a high school teacher.
To be fair, even Andrew doesn't read. He says he doesn't read.
Hold on.
I know mathematics. I can at least apply my mathematics. I have a job.
Andy, do you not hear me? So hold on, please. Look, the passion is great. I love it. But guys, try to reduce the over talking, please.
Let us be, man. Anyway, Siam, I just wanted to hold you accountable and on your own.
You're just doing that just to fucking do it. Like, again, you're arguing just to argue. You really, she left. Oh no. I don't know who moved there, dude. But again, I'm giving you a general rough definition of a working.
I moved down because I asked you to reduce the overtalk, and you decided. No, I moved you down for a second because I asked you to reduce the overtalk politely, and then you turned around and said, "Hey, leave us alone. We're going to do what we want."
Yeah, before you came in.
Yeah, exactly. But now I'm here, and I'm not going to allow overtalking that's excessive.
There's a new sheriff in town, Abby, and let me say this. Good to see you, girl. I put a poll up. Please cast your votes, my friends. Cast your votes.
By the way, Andrew, you should say it like this. There's a new sheriff in town.
Yes. We'll have Black do that.
I mean, Siam, I'm just holding you accountable to your own.
You're not holding. You don't even understand the arguments you're making. Anybody accountable.
You cannot point where God is. You cannot point where fucking consciousness is. So shut the fuck up.
You don't have a working definition of what consciousness is. You don't understand what you think it's like a magical substance.
Give me a paper or two.
Look up integrated information theory. I don't have to give you. You're not capable of understanding it. Sorry, Abby.
I know.
You're not capable. I'm not gonna even waste my time.
Quantum neuroscience. So shut up.
I don't even want to start that conversation. You're a fucking high school.
Oh yeah. You don't I know you don't have a PhD in topology, and you won't even be having a fucking job right now because
you've never met anybody that knows more topology than I do.
Yeah, but
I'm saying there exist people, but you don't know.
What can you do aside of academia?
Anything. I can work for a bank. I can work for a quant. I can work for.
Coming back to, at least I can work for NVIDIA. I can get my 6-figure.
I can get a job as a programmer way faster than you.
No.
100%.
Anyway, it's okay. I'll buy you a dinner from afar.
Please. Want me to?
I know you need that because you're probably poor. Your PhD in topology, which I don't know even how you got that, but
not even in topology. It's in differential.
This is getting a little awkward. This is getting like a lot of sexual around here.
Hold on.
She's gonna buy him dinner. She's that weird.
I know.
Topology.
My PhD is better than your PhD.
No, come on. Topology, more like chapology.
Sorry, I meant
Thank you.
Computational. My bad. I didn't mean to say quantum. Thank you for pointing it out, Drills.
You have no clue in neuroscience, bro. Zero. You think consciousness is like open something?
No. I know what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying it. You have no idea what you are saying. And all these people who are on this app, we're talking about. And therefore, there are millions of rooms that we're talking about consciousness.
That's right.
But
And
there's no consensus on what consciousness is, and therefore you cannot measure it, and therefore you cannot observe it, and therefore
you can measure a lot of things in the brain.
Yes,
What
the
you're
brain
talking
activity
about,
doesn't
equal attitude, bro. Stop.
Wait, Abby.
Abby is correct here. And CM is stupid.
Yes, and
Just throws your drain of alcohol.
You're
Abby,
half retarded.
Abby,
fucking go kill yourself.
No, go ahead. Hey, no. No TOS. Yeah, no TOS, guys. Abby, let me just say this. Like, what do you think about the fact?
Megatron's
What do you think about the fact that CM dismisses psychophysical harmony like it's nothing? What do you think about that, Abby? That he acts like it's not an
Do
argument.
you think she understands what psychophysical harmony is? You guys don't understand.
I mean, it's very cute of you to get really.
Somebody with no understanding of anything in biology makes such a.
By the way, I've never asked Sasha. Sasha, what do you think of that argument as like a scale of 1 to 10 as far as good theistic arguments?
I mean, I think it's like one of the better theistic arguments. So, I mean, I like it. Like, I find it pretty convincing.
That just tells you how
I never asked you that.
Sorry, what?
Well, I just never asked you. I'm always curious to know what you think of certain arguments, and I'd never asked you like what you thought of it.
Yeah, I think this was pretty good. Yeah.
Sasha, how much money would you put on the fact that, how much would you bet that CM doesn't understand the argument adequately? How much money, if you had it?
Oh, I mean, like any money, right?
I'll tell you this, I read the paper.
It's just apparent he doesn't understand it.
I read the paper. I've heard people talk about it.
Paper too.
I've actually had Albedo explain it to me twice, and I'm still lost.
Right. But Tim, you didn't read the paper because the paper doesn't have authors, according to CM.
It doesn't have.
Oh, okay. Well, whatever. I read that was sent to me, and I was like thoroughly man, this is just burning my brain.
I've heard Albedo. I've heard just the other day, Andrew, with Billy talking to Frank or whatever, when he's like, but you admit it's logically possible, or you can imagine a world where, like, pain could feel good, etc. Like, that's completely against the idea of what you need to survive. The reason pain does not feel good is because it's not good for your survival. It's not gonna.
Sam just doesn't understand the argument at all.
Tell us the argument. You're gonna see how dumb it is.
Maybe. Well, would it be better for you to be more modest, CM, and say like you don't have a full grasp of it, like because I don't even think what you were saying there would be like as little as I understand about it. I don't think definitely what you said was right.
No, it's not right.
It is.
CM,
I like you. You know that, CM.
CM, if I put $500 on the table, would you debate rice cooker and whoever wins gets the $500?
Absolutely. What we already have. It might be somewhere in like in your room recordings back in like April, where again, I've heard people destroy it from other points of view. I destroy it just from an evolutionary biology point of view. It makes no sense. It's talking about us. So the whole why pain can't feel good or whatever is nonsense. Why and the harmony thing again? There's no harmony. You can have a stroke. Where's the harmony there? The whole thing is completely ad hoc, bro.
But even at that, then you wouldn't be able to vote that it was logically wrong. You would say something more like it was like physically impossible or stochastically like impossible. But you wouldn't be able to say it's not logically possible because it is logically possible that pain doesn't like match your qualia, kind of however that works. I mean, I know that I'm butchering my understanding of it.
Well, Tim, this argument that Graham Oppie is like taking serious and not even really able to deal with, and has a grad student that came in and got cooked by rice cooker. I mean, it's just a dumb argument. You can just refute it by just saying like, look, people have strokes, bruh, and you know what I mean. People have strokes,
which
so
means
obviously there is no harmony. So obviously there's no harmony, right? And if you need to understand if you need to understand what harmony is, I'll just ping Venus in here, and Venus will explain it to you. But yeah, I mean, strokes before. Yeah, strokes before no harmony.
Psychophysical harmony, and I'll show you from an evolutionary biology point of view. I don't even need $500. How it makes no sense.
All right, cool. And Sasha, if you do that within 3 days, if you actually engage this conversation within 3 days, I will send you the money. I will send you the money. No. Listen to what I'm saying. If she does it right now, I will within 3 days, I will send you the money that is already yours. Sasha, that's a pretty good deal. Go ahead.
$500.
No. The money that's already hers, not that 500. No. Somebody made a donation. I'm not going to say who. There's been a donation to the Rice Cooker Foundation, and it is. Well, I can't tell you. I don't want to dox. But basically, the anonymous donor very much appreciates the grit of Sasha, and so that has been put on her book, so to speak. But it'll be released to her because it's in escrow right now, so to speak, if she will engage CM authentically right now. What do you think about that?
Well, like a pimp says to his hoes, keep them coming.
I'm saying if you can engage CM right now and just kind of show, he says he's going to smack you down on psychophysical harmony right now if you explain it. If you can just engage him sincerely and just kind of show that he doesn't know what he's talking about, do your thing, do the Sasha thing. Then I will release the funds that are in escrow that are.
Yo, Andrew, what is psychophysical harmony? What are you talking about now?
I like you, Black, but it's not. It's lost its punch, my brother. Go ahead.
Sorry, which funds?
Someone has already made a payment to you, as you know.
Where's my money?
The person that Bima said that she was going to scalp.
Yeah, that's true. Wait, why haven't you sent it yet, actually?
Because I can use it to make this happen. No, it's just because I just haven't done it. I will do it. I haven't touched it. But I'm just saying.
It doesn't sound like I need to talk to CM.
No, but I'm saying I'll do it with you. You know how slow I am on down. No, hold on. You know how slow I am. You know how often how slow I am at getting like debates downloaded and getting stuff done, Sasha, because I'm like too much on the plate.
I mean, I don't even know like how much I'm getting.
Well, let me just say it is above. I'll just say this: it is above $20.
Like 30 or something.
Yo, Sasha,
Dang.
are you there, Sasha?
You guys should do it right now.
Yeah.
Lay that debate down, Sasha.
I destroyed him
Think of all the.
in an argument.
Think of all the.
To argue and say, well, Israeli, they have like nuclear capacity, and like if they wanted to eliminate the Palestinians, they could have done it in an afternoon. And even the prime minister, he said on national television that we do not have the intent of eliminating the Palestinians, and this is just a military operation to respond to what happened on October the 7th. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but you know what? You need political capital for that, and Israel's backed by the U.S., and so it has some constraints in how it uses its bombs. When it was using 3,000-pound bombs, America took the rare action of withholding or pausing aid, right? And so it can't just act with impunity because it technically is a Western democracy and it needs to do one that's palatable to its allies, right? It needs to commit a genocide in a way that's discreet enough that people can tolerate it.
No, 100%. It's just for me with the whole genocide, there's a lot of conflicts going on in the world where people are just throwing that word loosely, and it kind of devalues the term, you know what I mean? So, I think we just need to be very careful at the application of the genocide.
I mean, regardless if it is or isn't, it's horrible enough that, as a Jewish person, I feel like there's, an urgency for me to say, stop it,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think even just aside from how it's done, how it's devastated the Palestinian people, it's permanently altered Jewish identity, Israelis, how we see ourselves, our narratives. It's completely upended, and everything that we believed all our values were.
Okay, are you in Israel right now?
No, I'm American. I'm an American Jew that was raised with Zionist narratives growing up about Israel being this noble, moral army and whatever.
100%. But like, for example, like a lot of American Jews, like I noticed that they're taking the position, like a position of anti-Israel, and they don't support the Israeli government. Like, why do you think that sentiment isn't flourishing in Israel? Like, why do you think it's only flourishing in America amongst the Jews?
Because we see a lot more than they do. If you talk to Daniel over here in the audience, he'll tell you, like, they don't see the news that we see. They don't see the destruction that we see. They've intentionally not shown it to Israelis. It was a huge miscarriage of journalistic ethics. The fact that the televisions in Israel do not show them what's happening in Gaza. Then it was just 24/7, October 7, regurgitating October 7 traumas and talking to soldiers and their bereaved parents and the hostages, and it was just nonstop focusing, completely myopic. And it's understandable to an extent, right? They had just endured this horrific tragedy that's like completely altered them, right? And they had legitimate security threats, but the fact that that everyone was seeing like these houses get flattened and these kids get blown up and body parts everywhere, and they weren't. You understand? They were being fed a completely different narrative. And so in a way, Olive over here, Benny Adam, the Palestinian guy that was here, he lives in Israel, and he has like he's very generous in that he recognizes that Israelis have been brainwashed over the last year by the rhetoric of their politicians, by their television channels, and they have a completely different worldview. They're completely like been drilled into their heads that they're the victims in all this, and they've been completely shielded from the actual repercussions of what's happening on the ground. I think, and now that like some of their soldiers are coming back with PTSD and saying I can't, and trying to speak out about what they saw and did and what they were made to do, I think a lot of them are digging their heels in further and becoming even more hardened. And that's why you hear like a narrative shift from people like Daniel, who previously said, oh no, we're just getting Hamas, it's just about the hostages, all they have to do is release the hostages and then we're cool. The hostages are free, okay? Hamas is neutered. They have no military power anymore. And so what they're doing, they're moving the goalposts. Now they're saying anyone who's Palestinian is brainwashed, and therefore she cannot be on their border anymore. So they're pretty much, there's widespread support for ethnic cleansing right now in Israel, and that's a real a result of 2 years of indoctrination and radicalization.
So are you suggesting that like the Israelis in Israel don't have access to independent media? Are you saying that like all of the information that they process is all biased?
So the Israeli channels, TV channels, which people watch, they're very popular. It's well documented that for hours and hours and hours, when there's like literally we are seeing like kids being blown to pieces and starving children, all they saw was soldiers, brave soldiers, rescue stories, like heroic stories about October 7 and the festival and all these people who came through and hostage families crying. There was no, for you can watch hours and hours and hours and it won't show you a single picture of Gaza. Like it was just complete. And when you asked Israelis about it, they'd say, I don't care. Look what they did to us. I don't care. You can't make me care about a Palestinian kid. And they would say that over and over again. And now that they finally have to look because the crisis is over, the hostages are returned, there's like a concerted effort by the Israeli politicians and the media and some of the talking heads to shift the narrative and say there can never be a Palestinian state. These people are not trustworthy. And every single one of them who believes in the Palestinian cause or its nationalistic movement is inherently coming for us and they're a threat, and we need to remove them from the land. And this is what they believe. Ask Daniel, he's in the audience, he'll tell you all about it.
Yeah, but there's some elements of what you said like that holds merit. Like for example, like there's a lot of Palestinians. Like the problem is they don't legitimize the Israeli government, like the Israel, right? They say that it's a secular state and that a lot of them come from Eastern Europe and that they have no entitlement to this land, right? So I mean, according to that logic, if you were to give them a land, right, then they don't look at them like they delegitimize them. You know what I mean? They're just gonna annex that land.
Okay, so in between the river and the sea, there are two people that live there. They share a land within these boundaries. There are certain rules so that there's unequal rights depending on whether you live in Israel, in the West Bank, or Gaza, or East Jerusalem, right? But they're trying under different conditions to live together. Basically, the only thing that prevents them from living together peacefully one of the main things is that both sides are fearful that the other one wants to ethnically cleanse or genocide them. And both of those fears are legitimate because both sides have elements within them that want to do that and speak openly about it, okay? But in both cases, it is a minority still. Maybe not in Israel. In Israel, they're looking for pragmatic ways to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians. But
I would say that it's a minority. I think it's like a majority, in my opinion. Like if I'm talking to a lot of like Arabs and a lot of Palestinians, and a lot of them don't recognize the legitimacy with Israel. Like a lot of them believe
that. On this app, because I think if you meet actual Palestinians who live there, you hear a different tune.
No, I've spoken to a lot of Palestinians in person. Like, just even amongst the Arab world, a lot of them don't legitimize Israel. They believe that they come from Eastern Europe, and like it's a secular state. They just don't believe they have any.
So let's categorize, because they're not a monolith, obviously. In my experience, I don't know anyone from Gaza, but I do have friends in the West Bank, and I've been there. And the people there, and I've met Palestinian Arabs in Israel. Most of them are very pragmatic, and they're actually least racist of any Arab population in their region, because they work with Jews. Most of them have work visas. Their employers are Jews. They've interacted with Jews. A lot of them speak Hebrew. They don't see the Jews as these like these people with four heads, because they've grown up with them. Sure, there's like narratives. There are sort of like hardened extremist narratives, but like in Israel and in the West Bank, the vast majority of people just want to live and see themselves as coexisting with their Israeli neighbors, okay? What that looks like, whether it's one state or two states, like we can hypothesize till the end of time.
But according to your logic, though, like if a majority of them felt exactly the way you claimed, I mean, there would have been a deal struck, and both of them would have had a state by now. Clearly, obviously that's not the case, right? Like obviously,
so both the Israelis and the Palestinians were betrayed by their leadership multiple times, and both sides have missed opportunities multiple times for a peaceful resolution, and they came close, and then their leaders failed them, because that's what politicians do. They're self-dealing, they're self-interested, and they fuck over. I mean, yes, it's a tragedy that the leadership on both sides has squandered opportunity after opportunity to move us forward.
So you're saying like those elements?
I mean, the vast majority, the average person there is just trying to live and like make a living and keep their family safe,
Okay. So you're saying these elements are only amongst, this radical element is only amongst the leaderships?
What do you mean by radical? Like the Hamas radical? Because like the violent resistance radical, or the people who just feel like they can't coexist with Israel ever? Because that is a small faction.
No, the ones that don't believe that the other side has a legitimate right to that land. That's what I mean. I feel like that's radical, right?
I hear that narrative mostly, TP. Those are the narratives I hear from diaspora Palestinians who haven't lived there their whole life. And I hear it from pro-Palis on this app a lot. I hear it from, I've never heard it from someone who lives in Palestine or in Israel and is a Palestinian. Never. I've literally never heard it. I'm sure there are, and I know Hamas takes that hard line view, and there are supporters of Hamas there, but the vast majority of Palestinians that I've met and that I've talked to and that I follow on social media are much more pragmatic, and they want to see a resolution where they can coexist with the people who live there. They might believe in right of return. They might, and that's something that's
true. That's
listen, it's anecdotal, but this is my experience. But I've met a lot of Palestinians, and this is what I've seen. I haven't met a single Palestinian on this app or in real life. And I went to college with a lot of Palestinians. Huh?
You have good friends.
I don't know what you're talking about, Joe.
I'm saying you have good circle of friends, but that's highly representative.
No, I went to West Bank. I went to West Bank with my mom. I went on a tour, talked to people, and they want to coexist. And a lot of them, they work in Israel. They coexist already.
That's like saying, I went on birthright. Israel's a good place.
Thousands and thousands of them work in Israel and have Jewish. Listen, my friend Judy, who comes on here, has a lot of Palestinian friends. She has a temperature on the way people feel. You talk to Jinzib on here. He's also pragmatic and believes in coexistence. All the real Palestinians, by the way, don't go in Amir's room anymore, because in Amir's room, they're maximalist. They're not pragmatic. They want the whole land and they want the Jews out. And like actual Palestinians don't fucking want that. They want something that's they don't want bloodshed. They don't want more war. They don't want this endless cycle of violence. What they want is something that just gives them rights and equality and freedom of movement and electricity and running water,
But here's the thing though, right? For both tribes, right, to coexist with one another, like it would obviously require a compromise on their religious beliefs. Would you agree on that?
Wait, York had a comment that was interesting. So York and I both went on the same tour, but I had a woman. She had a woman. I had a male tour guide, and York. I'd love to engage with you because we both went on the same tour of Bethlehem, the Banksy tour, and my Palestinian guide said that he wants one state and we'll all get along and it'll be happy ever after. Yours said go back to Europe also.
This was 2021, just after that short war that they had. And he was like, I'm friendly with Jews and all that, but he did also express they should go back to Europe. I guess he was saying
exactly. A lot of them feel like that.
Yeah, but in order they're going to act on it. On this app, they're like, no, we have to force them at gunpoint to get on a boat back to Poland or whatever. I feel like that guy, I don't think was it the guy who ran the Banksy gift shop? Is that the same guy?
Yaman. I have him on Instagram, actually.
You do?
Yeah.
So I was all worried about him. I'm like, oh, do you need a sponsor to visit the U.S.? And he's like, no, he because of these tours, he has a ton of sponsors from the U.S., all Jews that give him letters so he can leave whenever he wants, right? He's figured out a good situation, right? Yeah, that's interesting that you. I don't know.
He said many things. He was talking a mile a minute. I think because he had at that point there was no tourism into the West Bank because of the pandemic. So we were one of his first tours, and he just had a million things to say. And that was one of the things I remember him saying.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I should be honest. I don't know that he had any real practical solution to the conflict. He talked vaguely about one state and people being able to get along.
It's not going to work. It's not going to work because according to Islam, they believe that Jewish should be under their leadership, and that Jewish should pay tax. So again, in order for this thing to work, it's either they have to compromise on their religious beliefs or somebody just annexes the entire land.
In my experience, a lot of Palestinians are not that fundamentalist in their beliefs.
No, a lot of them are radical though. A lot of them are radical. The ones that you see in the diaspora and the in America, they're not actually the people that actually believe in Islam. The ones that actually believe in Islam are in the Middle Eastern. They're more radical. You know what I mean?
In the West Bank, it's not that radical. It's not that religious, especially if you go to the cities. It's a little bit more Jordan or I don't know. Where are you from, TP?
I'm from Toronto.
Toronto, okay. So I don't know. I guess they're not a monolith. It's hard to generalize. I don't know. Okay. So here's the thing. He's oh, they need to go back to Europe. But listen, that guy that was our tour. I went in 2018 on the same tour with the same guy. He not only does he get sponsored by his Jewish friends all the time to come to America, he works for a tour guide that is a collaboration between Israelis and Palestinians. He is a model of coexistence. Okay. His livelihood is working in partnership with an Israeli organization that supports Palestinian farmers and provides tours to the West Bank. So he's already coexisting. So what is he talking about? He's saying his business partners should all go back to Europe? I don't think that's what he meant,
No, 100% no. But I guess the point I'm trying to make is that if you're gonna have a two-state solution, right? Both sides are gonna need to compromise on the religious beliefs. Would you concede to that?
So I don't really care. The thing, I'm not really a big fan of the two-state solution anymore.
Because it's a big deal. Because the thing is, it's a big deal to people that are very religious, right? That don't want to compromise on their beliefs. Do you get where I'm going with this?
I think there are secular democracies in Arab Muslim majority countries, and they do fine. And I think that's what most Palestinians, if you ask them, they want a secular democracy. They're not asking for Sharia law, okay? They're asking for a secular democracy that gives everyone rights, including religious minorities. And that's what Jews want too. Israel is also founded as a secular state. And both sides are asking for secular, a separation between church and state that protects minorities. And if it's a real democracy, a real liberal democracy, it'll protect all minorities no matter who's in charge. Even if they do elect a Palestinian, it'll be. In fact, actually, Israel's a perfect model for this, TP.
That's such a weak talking point that Buttercup thinks because you enshrine something in law that it'll protect you. This is
so case in point,
so
Jihadis. Case in point, Jihadis. If you look at the Knesset, 20% of Israel is Palestinian Arabs, right? And in fact, many of them, because they have equal rights, more or less, they have achieved a level of status, they have a right to vote. And in fact, many of them are there's a judge and there's members of the Knesset. The members of the Knesset who are in office represent all of the people. They are extremely moderate. They are pro-coexistence. They're kind of a saving grace given with the extremist rhetoric we're hearing everywhere. They are a model. The policies they put forward are ones that represent all of the people, not just Palestinians, not just Muslims, and they're certainly not radicals or affiliated with Hamas. And so this fear that if there's a 51% majority, all of a sudden they're going to install Hamas and Sharia law, I think is unfounded when you get to know actual Palestinians.
Well,
and like the type,
equivalence in the Arab world.
They're not like Muslim Brotherhood type of Muslims. They're more like
But that defeats your point. Show us the equivalent outside. You're shooting down Israel, then using them as the.
I don't know, like Egypt. Look at Egypt. They didn't like the Muslim Brotherhood. The Muslims just want to have freedoms. They don't want.
What happened to the Christian? What happened to all the Christian Coptics? Like, what you fail to recognize is just unfortunately.
I think there's still Coptics there.
I don't know if it's Islam. I don't know what the exact reason is, but where there's majority Muslims and it becomes technically a Muslim nation, you just see why non-Muslims suffer. They become a minority, their numbers decrease, they're oppressed, etc. Fill in the blank. This is across the board. So if you
what about Dubai? What about UAE? What about I don't know. I think yeah.
I mean, in those places, you can't outwardly practice your religion or preach your religion. I mean, there's blasphemy. I mean, you have to be a little more realistic. You're coming from.
What about in Morocco? There's still synagogues in Morocco. There's still synagogues in Iran. There's still
two synagogues. Great. If you're coming from such a Western view, the only fault I see, I like what you have to say. Not that you have hope and a good theory of how things could be. But what you fail to realize from your Western mindset is that in this particular region, in this particular millennia plus history, they just don't see it the same way as you. And unfortunately, there's just endless examples of non-Muslims suffering and not thriving under Muslim majority rule. It's just, I mean, even the examples you give, they're not good examples. They're like kind of moving a little bit in the right direction, but by no means an example we would want.
I don't know. The Palestinians I know who grew up Muslim in the West Bank, they were only Muslim for show. When they come to America, they take off their hijabs, they don't give a shit. They're not that no one wants fucking Sharia law. I don't think it's oppressive. Even Muslims hate that shit.
It's not that they want it. It's that they don't want their blonde hair, blue eyes. Shut up. No, but wherever you have a majority Muslim, you're going to have a minority contingent that's going to be powerful that does want Sharia and will use force and violence.
Okay, you have that on the Jewish side too, right? You have people trying to create a Torah state. You have the Kahanists, they're trying to create Torah, the Medina Torah or whatever. You have people who are trying to ethnically cleanse our minorities.
You can't say the majority of the Muslim populations that aren't in favor of Sharia are moderate and secular to the same extent that the Western Christians and Jews are. I mean, it's like worlds apart.
First of all, jihadists here in the States, it's the Christian nationalists.
Lebanon, they take polls, they ask people, what should be the penalty for this? Do you agree with this? And 80% plus believe in Sharia.
If you believe in Sharia, right? If you believe in Sharia, 100%. You're right. Most Muslim countries, the population that believe in Sharia law. It's a fact.
They mean different things by it, probably. They just mean like we should have like a Beit Din. You know what a Beit Din is? A Beit Din is a Jewish court. So they want a Sharia court and a Beit Din, you know? It means can you also have religious courts on the side? You can have democracy and then have a religious court.
It's just the hard reality is not true. And your hope is dangerous because you hope and cross your fingers that what you think is true. And then when you implement these policies that you think are going to solve all the problems, you're going to learn the hard way. It's going to cause a lot of suffering and death that it wasn't true.
Jihadis, I want to make a point though. Like, one, I want to point out that the Israeli government doesn't quite have a separation of church and state. The rabbinate does have too much influence. It does control certain things, aspects of civic life in Israel. And number two, in America, we have the Christian right that is coming up trying to influence our laws and erode our separation between church and state. This is not something that's exclusive to Muslims. It's something that we're seeing all over the world with the religious right, that they're trying to undermine sort of the secular liberal foundations.
True, but you know what? At least in the Arab world, they would be okay to have a few nation states that are hardcore Sharia. How many states are there? How many Islamic states are there? So you can have some options. And when it comes to the Jewish people, there's only one Jewish state. And this is why it has to be the Jewish identity. They don't have 6 states.
I don't look at Iran. Do you think that Muslims are loving their Sharia?
We're state number 1 can be Torah binding. State number 2 can be secular.
Don't forget that. No. Don't forget the Oblast. We interpreted it too. So.
In the Oblast, I wanted to ask him if he wants Sharia law. He will tell you he doesn't want Sharia law. He wants secular democracy, like most Palestinians. I don't know. As far as not most, you're right. It's anecdotal. The ones that I've met claim. And I'm not saying Palestinian society is perfect, right? Like neither is Israeli society. Both have been like hardened into these very extremist positions, and they're both traumatized. And I don't know if they're ever gonna be able to find common ground and forgive, and without external pressure or whatever. But a girl can hope.
Iran is a good example. I would probably agree that of all Islamic states, probably they have the largest group of people that are don't like.
First of all, they have the closest thing that resembles Sharia. The only other place that has Sharia is Afghanistan.
But they also have probably the most population that's against Sharia. But yet they're helpless. Right, well now they're trying to do something, but it just shows you can have 50% of the population be a moderate Muslim against Sharia, and they're helpless.
Okay, but Johannes, there's very few Muslim countries that have actual Sharia like this, where they're enforcing hijab, right? It's very, very few. There's maybe like count on your hands. What is it? It's like Iran, Saudi Arabia. I don't even think in Saudi Arabia they're enforcing hijab on people, right? Or
no, but definitely stigmatized though, and you're definitely demonized if you're not like following the values and cultures of like Islam. Like society won't accept it, whether it's enforced by law, but society won't accept it. Like I
mean, look, even in London, I mean, they the job laws. You're not wearing the flaming sword neighborhood. Crowded child. Conquering your
Shoot the of the head of the hawk. He's getting the crazy. At the end of the day, I think she kind of just chose with the situation. Thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain, she that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water, thee I invoke. O thou whose apron is of flesh and white, whiter than the forehead of the morning, thee I invoke. O thou who hast formulated thy father and made fertile thy mother, thee I invoke. O thou whose garment is of golden glory, with the azure bars of sky, thee I invoke. Thou who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon, thou who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust, thou who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee, thee I invoke. O thou whose nemesis hideth the universe with night, the impermeable blue, thee I
first in the boat of Ra, abiding at the helm of the Aztec boat, and of the Sextec boat. Thee I invoke. Thou who bearest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. To shed the darkness of blue light, the unfathomable glory, the untraveled, the unthinkable immensity of space. Thou who concentrest all the 30 ethers in one darkening sphere of fire, thee I invoke. O thou who bearest the rose and cross of life and light, thee I invoke. The voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering lord, Horus, avenger. By thy name of Ra, I invoke thee, Hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By thy name, Harmachis, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke thee. By thy name, Mao, I invoke thee, lion of the midday sun. By thy name, Tum, hawk of the evening, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee. By thy name, Kefra, I invoke thee, O beetle of the hidden mastery of midnight. By thy name, Urkar, Lord of silence, beautiful child that standest on the dragons of the deep, I invoke thee. By thy name of Apollo, I invoke thee, O man of strength and splendor, O poet, O father. By thy name of Phoebus, that drivest thy chariot through the heaven of Zeus, I invoke thee. By thy name of Odin, I invoke thee, O warrior of the north, O renown of the Sargis. By thy name of Yaheshua, O child of the flaming star, I invoke thee. By thine own, thy secret name, Uri, thee I invoke. The names are 5, the names are 6, 11 are the names. Abrahadabra. Behold, I stand in the midst. Mine is the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned. Unto the splendor of the Brahman, the magnificence of Hesed, the mystery of Yah, thither I lift up mine eyes. This have I sought, and I have sought thee. Hear thou me. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the horse. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reversed, the sign given of none, save it be of thee, O Lord. By Brahman I invoke thee. You have a situation. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing ally that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine also is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl. So run I after thee in thy power of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee.
and then say
bear the word of double
right?
power
Because I
in
know
the
that
voice of the
those
master.
English word, you know,
Abracadabra.
English words like the technology of
By the word I invoke.
you know, those what's
Mine
that?
are the dark
Naturalism,
blue
what
waves
else,
of
you know,
music,
all this way of
in the
thinking
song
where
that I made of old
atheists
to
are kind of
invoke.
maybe that
Strike,
to use
strike
type
the
of
master
extending
chord.
using English words.
Draw,
So when
draw the
we
flaming
in
sword.
this kind of a
Crown a child and conquering lord.
so when they have
Horus,
those experiences,
avenger.
that's why I'm not
By the song I invoke thee.
present those words.
In my hand is thy sword of revenge.
I listen to
Let it strike at thy being.
It makes sense. Because
By
it's
the
something
sword
like my
I invoke.
package of understanding.
The
So
voice of the
when I look at
Father.
that, I thank God that
The
I did not
voice of
start
the
with
six.
those
11
so
other
that
voices.
minded way of looking at things.
Abracadabra.
So on your case, maybe over time you
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me,
definition strongly,
so that every spirit, whether of the firmament or of the ether,
to use that as a reference
of the earth or under the earth,
more that you don't have
on dry land or in the water, of whirling down or of rushing fire,
you know,
and every spell and scourge of God that the vast one may be thou.
you're talking about. So hence you maybe people thought that you are just not wow. But I can say that hey, you think wow, but you're not able to present it because you get stuck with or the subconditioning that you have earlier in your life that you have this logic, something like that.
And this sort of egocentrism, I don't want to use the word because I'm an egoist myself.
The invocation of Horus.
Because I am an egoist.
Strike, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword.
I have no problem saying that I myself do not hold ontological reality. Right? Because I know that I have no control over my next breath. Because I know that I am prone to change. I know that I will die and disintegrate and become a beautiful banyan tree whose roots will. I want to be buried under a banyan tree. It's in my will, actually. And I know which one too. So, what I'm trying.
Do you feel in charge?
I do. Oh, God. Why is Sean Kitover here? It's fine.
Oh, you think darkness is your ally? You merely adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't see the light until I was already a man. By then it was nothing to me but blinding. The shadows betray you because they belong to me.
He's an agent of darkness.
I'll have to move you just for the sake of non-disrupting the room. Anyways, go ahead, you were saying.
See, something that has ontological reality is that it is in and of itself true, that it is free of other agents. It is the uncaused cause. It is necessary. Okay? So I know that I am dependent, that my contingency is necessary, and I can tell you that. So using this worldview, okay, for a monotheistic
Motherfucker.
okay, for the one God, or the one source of the
I lost the drink, dude.
you, me, and all of us here do not hold ontological reality. In and of ourselves, we do not have that kind of omnis, the three omnis, right? Therefore, I'm an illusion in that sense. My reality is dependent on the ultimate reality.
I already explained it to you. We have a different
I rest my case. You're a junkie. I rest my case.
No problem. Think whatever you want. You know, my understanding is that I'm a real cause and I'm not a false cause. That's it. God.
You're an uncaused cause.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. I'm not saying I'm the uncaused cause. I'm not saying I'm the uncaused cause. I'm just saying I'm a cause, right? And my point is just yeah. Or if you say
whatever the heck you want to use.
knowledge, right? That's what I'm trying to say. No, it's always related. I try to listen, maybe you don't perceive it, but if you don't perceive it, that's a different subject, right? But it's related. In the same way that God is the knower of knowledge, God is the uncaused cause, or God is the unmoved mover. Right? I'm just saying, no, you're moving around. That's not an illusion, right? You're there, you're moving around, right? So all I'm saying is, no, ideas are real in and of themselves. To say there is just blah blah woo illusions, no, I don't believe that. I think the same thing for
Good.
Okay, so what?
Ideas are real. Who are you laughing at? Who are you calling boo-boo?
Yeah, I do believe that ideas are real.
You're not a conscience. You're a caveman.
If I didn't believe,
Anyone who boo-boo is you.
You know what convinced me that ideas are real? The contingent argument, actually. I rediscovered. Yes, I rediscovered the contingent argument.
We need him because I found the question.
Let's switch the topic. You know, I think it's too redundant. Yeah, it's too redundant.
We need to decide right now because he will put you
invite him or whatever. So,
yeah, I did message him and I told him to come. Yeah, it's an emergency because I don't know how to crash out. He's the only. I did tell him it's an emergency.
Dargis, I actually don't think I've ever seen you crash out on Clubhouse.
I'm really trying.
No, she always crash out when it comes to me, obviously. But so I was saying this.
Knows how to crash out on you is because he's the.
But in defense of Abby.
I'm in the question. Okay, I mean, this is you have to spontaneously respond. Yeah. Okay, when let's say when Narges shoot you, like punch you with all those strong words. Have you really noticed whether your heartbeat suddenly spiked or did not spike for the moment? So you need to give me that precise response.
No, I am unmoved. In front of Narges, I'm unmoved.
He's God. He's unmoved.
No, I didn't. Oh, she's pushing things.
I have never seen Amin crash out or cuss out anyone.
Because he never listens. He's not listening. They are obviously
the two possible ways. Yeah. Okay. Now, my own evaluation. I'm not judging you, brother. I mean, my own evaluation. Whatever you said, it does. I can feel the vibes. Somehow I just can feel the vibe that you are. Just like they accuse you, hey, you act like God. I don't see that you are doing that. However, you also having. I mean, it's very interesting. So I'm just wondering why Narges liken me more than liken you. I don't know why. I mean, liken is not in terms of comparison. Whenever I talk Narges, I don't have those moments that she suddenly wham on me, like hello,
Yeah.
So why is that?
I would say it's a personality thing, I guess. Sometimes.
Sometimes something about like she feels the same with Noura. What did you say, Narges?
Same as I feel with Noura, I feel with Soul. Like I don't crash out. I'm not being agitated because I'm being heard and they're responding to what I am saying. I mean, is having his own dialogue.
I respond. No, it's just you don't.
I mean, don't have your own dialogue, bro. What's wrong with you?
I do. That's the crazy part.
Like we could be having heart palpitations at the moment. I'm dying because of and his idiocy. But we'll continue with the same. Suddenly there's going to be
Suddenly there's going to
be an all knowledgeable God.
You're saying I don't have empathy. That's false.
I'm saying you're not listening. I'm not saying you don't have empathy. Then respond based on like at least some words that are being used in the argument.
I know.
I said what I had to say.
And your argument is a different argument. He's making a different argument. Your argument is that obviously nobody denies that. We all agree to that part A of your argument, which is the ultimate reality is God. Nobody is independent of that reality. We get our reality from him because he created us. Nobody's denying that. But then we also have existence. We have been gifted existence. God, and we can't deny that either. We have ontological reality as well in terms of our spiritual existence and then our physical existence. So we want you to understand that this is also a part of the reality that comes from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and we got to acknowledge that because it has consequences to it, right? If it wasn't real, then why are we asked to be careful? Why are we asked to have good deeds? There are consequences of this reality. So this is a temporary reality with consequences. So I don't know how you see that, and why do you not agree to this aspect of the reality given by God to us? You understand? Like, that's where the disconnect is.
You think illusion means magic. The dream of Yusuf wasn't real. However, it was a dream. It is the dream of Yusuf, I'm repeating again, that led to the freaking saving of Misr. That led to him getting to his brothers. That led to the sending of his shirt. Like, all the events that followed started with a dream. That dream is an illusion in the sense that these events did not happen in reality.
I disagree because that dream.
You disagree?
That's a perfect example, right?
The dream was Mina al-Haq, right? Mina al-Haq. So the dream was of the truth, right? So that's how we would say it. Exactly. So you know what the Prophet said? Yes. So the Prophet said there's three types of dreams. There's the dreams that are revealed from God, Min al-Haq, from God.
Amin, you're not listening to what she's saying. She's drawing a parallel.
That dream was a divine inspiration. Oh my goodness.
This is why I don't agree.
The
this is the obsession for particulars and not understanding
why would you call
you don't understand principles.
Why would you call
Quran. Listen. Amin, she's not saying that. Is the dream reality?
Yes.
Yes, it's a
reality.
Oh my goodness.
It's a real communication.
Let me tell you why. I tell you why dreams are reality. Certain dreams, not all dreams, not the crazy dreams that we have, but there are certain dreams that have a reality because our consciousness is traveling to another realm, and that realm is real. So if our consciousness is traveling,
I want to pause you. Nargis, was I understanding your reason for your
yes,
parallel?
you get the brownie points. Yes,
No, I just want to. No. Quran. It's not about validation.
Absolutely, it's not about the Quranic paradigm and the parallel in its entirety.
Okay. We give you all the validation, but it was not necessary to.
It's not asked for validation.
I want to make sure I'm understanding Nargis, because you clearly aren't.
I have a good example. So,
can I finish my damn point, or is just like going to be a
egocentric. It's going
I
to be
know this is why they need Jesus Christ.
Every time I come up here,
thank you to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Okay, listen to me. There's no point. See, this is how they dismiss. This is how they gaslight these ladies. Listen to me. The dream world is a higher consciousness world. It's a realm, and it has an existence. Sometimes the dreams are extremely extremely real, pointing to an indication that will happen in your. So it's like a foretelling. Sometimes it's a premonition. Sometimes it's an inspiration. So all of
this cares about dreams.
It's
a pattern that I drew between a real state and a not real state.
It is a real state. I don't see it any other way. I don't know how you see it as an unreal state. I'm not talking about the lunatic dreams or the lucid dreams that we have. I'm talking about the actual dream with significance that you're given an example of. So that dream itself was real. It was a it was, first of all, it was highlighting a universal reality, which is the planetary system. And then secondly, it was a divine inspiration to an opinion, and opinions are always real. They're not like unreal. So that example, then it doesn't rest well with me when you say it's an unreal dream. You gotta give me a better example.
Thank you. So Nargis, I want to ask you a question, and I want a precise answer. In the Quran, right, when the disbelievers were shown a vision, right, of Inshaq al-Qamar, what was their answer? They were like, no, this is sihr mubin. So why would God use this history to, like, this story? Why would God showcase us this story? It's because if you were a believer and you would have seen this vision, you would have said, no, it's real, it's a truth, it is real, it's going to happen, right? So do you see
of the head of the hawk,
the same thing?
Thee I invoke. Thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother.
It's all about the illusion. Okay, I want to bring two keywords. Sign, S-I-G-N, another one, Asaba. Can you arrange that tree nicely?
He that was slain,
how do you place it?
she that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water, thee I invoke. O thou whose apron is of flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning, thee I invoke. O thou who hast formulated thy father, and made fertile thy mother, thee I invoke. O thou whose garment is of golden glory, with the azure bars of sky, thee I invoke. Thou who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon, thou who didst lift thine arms and the dragons of death, thou who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee, thee I invoke. O thou whose nemesis hideth the universe with night, the impermeable blue, thee I invoke. Thou who travellest in the boat of Ra, abiding at the helm of the Ashtet boat, and of the Sextet boat, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. He shed the darkness of blue light, the unfathomable glory, the untravelled, the unthinkable immensity of space. Thou who concentrest all the 30 ethers in one darkening sphere of fire, thee I invoke. O thou who bearest the rose and cross of life and light, thee I invoke. The voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Abra Adabra. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering lord, Horus, avenger. By thy name of Ra, I invoke thee, hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By thy name, Harmachis, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke thee. By thy name, Mao, I invoke thee, lion of the midday sun. By thy name, Tum, hawk of the even, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee. By thy name, Kefra, I invoke thee, O beetle of the hidden mastery of midnight. By thy name, Ur-Par-Krat, Lord of silence, beautiful child that standest on the dragons of the deep, I invoke thee. By thy name of Apollo, I invoke thee, O man of strength and splendor, O poet, O father. By thy name of Phoebus, that drivest thy chariot through the heaven of Zeus, I invoke thee. Yeah. By thy name of Odin, I invoke thee, O warrior of the north, O renown of the sagas. By thy name of Yeshua, O child of the flaming star, I invoke thee. By thine own, thy secret name. But then you say,
Point of order, moderator, point of order. I'd like to reserve 60 seconds of your time. Put me in your queue.
So this is, let me tell you something. I think somebody wanted the verse. So just to tell you guys that I'm not lying. The verse right now. Let's go. John 10:24-26. He says, the Jews gather around him, saying, how long will you keep us in suspense? If you are the Messiah, tell us plainly. Jesus answered, I did tell you, but you do not believe. The works I do in my Father's name testify about me. But you do not believe because you are not my sheep. Fuck. Okay, so that's how hard Jesus is. Listen to this. This is how Jesus is saying, like, yeah, nigga, I just told you what the fuck I am, but you don't believe me, nigga. You're not like us. That's what he's saying. Gangsta shit, bro. That's God on earth. Like, stop playing. Jesus is talking to them like, yo, bro, you're lying to me. Like, you don't believe me? I told you who I am. And you're like, just show me. PTR me and all that. No, wait. But look at it like this, though, Liquid. Let's say I have your TV, and you don't know who stole your TV. You had 10 people at your house last night. And you asked me. And I'm saying, I didn't steal your TV. And you ask somebody else, and he says, I didn't steal your TV.
But the difference is he didn't steal shit.
Jesus was not the one. No. Listen. You're going by our words, right? You don't know who stole our TV. It could be me. It could be me or Jeremy. We were both at your party last night, right? You don't know who stole your TV. Jeremy says he didn't steal your TV. I say I didn't steal your TV. You have nothing to go by besides our words. You asked Jeremy, how do I know you didn't steal my TV? And Jeremy says, oh, obviously you don't need to know if you don't already know. If you already don't know that I didn't steal your TV, then you're already fucking doomed, Liquid.
Bro, I'm on Jesus' side. I ain't got time to explain shit.
Sorry. But I'm telling you that I didn't steal your TV either. But listen, like knowing Jeremy just liked to fuck with people's brains. So I know that Jeremy didn't steal the TV. Jeremy be like, yes, what if I did? Right? But I know that he didn't. Now you'd be like, I'm gonna fuck with Brutal. The thing is, you don't know who stole your TV, right? The same way that those people did not know that he was the prophet or the Messiah. Ahora.
Man, it was really his hands that.
Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, cannot.
So what's the weirdest thing about the US? You lot cool fizzy drink, soda. Bro, it's soda. No, it's soda.
if you can't read your.
I love it.
Oh, wow, baby mom.
Did you send me the number, please?
Oh, no, Nick.
Man, hey, Mama C, now you and Mama C for real. I'm telling you.
That ain't mean you and you are my granny. That ain't mean you.
Man, your grandmother's a bitch.
Well, she that bitch.
That's what I'm telling you. Tell me stop talking to me, then I won't keep saying shit. You hear me talking to Daisy, and he keeps saying shit.
Down there.
Motherfuckers don't give a fuck about me. Hell no. You better find you that right woman. Shit. Because sometimes these women get to tripping anyway, but they really trip when that buddy head get to itching their ass. And next thing you know, you out in the street.
I want to know, happy with what they've given you so far before I dip out. Sorry.
No, happy with who's giving me.
The information you got from chat up to this point. Also, I have 5. Well, now I'm going on my 6th shift.
Oh yeah. I am happy with it, and then ChatGPT told me that because of his hair loss, he might have another disease, another illness.
I think it's liver.
Se vede sta foto la faccia.
Outside of politics, this is something I've been really trying to touch bases on for a while because it really got me I'm thrown off by the whole thing and why nobody's really trying to check it because why no cap saying that he seen Honeycomb Brazy getting his feet rubbed in jail and Honeycomb responding. I mean, because he already doing the thing with Finesse 2 times. But why did you start going at niggas that's from here? Like, I felt like that was just the worst of the worst because you campaign and putting down, we on the time. But then you start fucking with the Alabama niggas because he done said something out the way by Lil Baby. I mean, not Lil Baby, but by Rollo being signed to Lil Baby and hating that he can't get out of his country. And you know, no cap signed the NBA Youngboy, but shit. Them niggas had a little falling out somewhere in the mix, but he still signed to him. I don't know if they got right away, but I remember when Combe had first got out, he had made a little live about how no cap was he ain't mind bumping in the jail and shit. He ain't mind fighting when they was locked up. It seemed like it was a real mutual type of respect thing, like, cause no cap. And Rollo was cool. Brazy don't fuck with Rollo, cause Rollo big homie them is the nigga, the kingpin nigga from down there.
But how did he see no cap get his feet or how way he said it rubbed when they were never locked up together or served jail or none of that? They were locked up at 2 different times. No cap got out in 2019, I believe, and Honeycomb went in like around the same time, but like I think the beginning or the end of 2020.
Somewhere along the way, them niggas was locked up in Mobile Metro County Jail together. Somewhere along the way. I don't know if it was for a while or what, but I know for a fact that boy said he walked past his cell. I'm pulling the clip up now. And I just seen some say Yellow Bees that mama done died. And you know he finna start his trip. That boy to sacrifice his mama to stay out of
Don't say him getting knocked his mom off.
that boy to sacrifice his mama trying to be in case. They said that boy got 6,000 gigabytes worth of evidence. Boy, sacrificing your mama not gonna beat that case. Your ass done. Damn, Yellow Bees, you weren't supposed to take your mouth food. Honeycomb dropped some new music today too. We'll check that out in a second. Where is
This is Finesse 2. I done ran across this first. Why Finesse 2 times then made a video saying that he was beefing with Big X because Big X didn't want to clear the song. Then he made a video saying that he had just talked to Big X and it was the label. And then he got another call from Jay Prince and them, I guess, and they let him know that it was Big X and them that didn't want to do the song. And boy, that nigga went out. And I swear to God, I sat up and listened to this shit. I said, y'all, I think Finesse 2 times be in my room listening to me. You got to hear some of these fat bitches that he called Big X the plug, man. It's insane.
And just to set the record straight, Big X, your bitch ass lied too. I take my apology back, nigga. You a bitch, nigga. You a fat bitch ass burger, pizza, Subway, motherfucking ostrich, shrimp, fat bitch. They see me all the paperwork, nigga. They did ask your lady, but did you want that motherfucking bitch or bitch? Your team said no, nigga. And guess what they said? You wrote on your word, nigga. I got the paperwork, nigga. Your management said no, nigga. You in control of your management, nigga. Management work for you, fat bitch. Bitch. God told me. He had nothing to do with it. The folks tell me all the motherfucking paperwork, nigga. You fat motherfucker. Bitch. You lied to me. I don't apologize to you for shit. You're a fat bitch. Jack. It's his fault. Not a screenshot. Top of these people. Boy, not a screenshot.
What is this shit?
Bitch. Had the nerve to call me and tell me you do that. You're a fat whale bitch. Nigga. And that's why when I text you and ask you, let's do the video. It's so funny that dick with that fat love seat, bitch. Nigga, you niggas haters. You niggas hoes. You don't want to see no nigga win, nigga. You's a fat bitch. You niggas don't want to see no nigga like me win. Well, guess what? I got God on my side, bitch. I got the universe with me, nigga. I mean, well, nigga. Oh, man, no harm, nigga. You niggas been fucking with me, nigga. You niggas just hate your niggas dick, look. You niggas mad you done been on my OnlyFans. You niggas see how I'm fucking. Just
Oh,
see how
my
I'm
God.
fucking up. And you niggas mad. You niggas mad cause my dick long and it's big and I know how to rap real good and I'm handsome.
Ooh, I ain't listened all the way through the first time, man. That boy lost. He lost then. He lost me. But man, them fat bitches, boy, they was some strong fat bitches, boy. I swear to you, I felt every one of them. I don't know exactly what their little situation is, but I hope they get it figured out, man. You know, that shit just be horrible. It do, it be bad. Where is this shit with no carpet?
Name Brewery, the Iron Vote. The names are 5. The names are 6. Get all the back out. Get all the back. Nigga, so what nigga I took, my grandma and granddad? That's the only nigga I took, bro. That's the only nigga I took, bro. Man, bro. Y'all niggas run out bragging about when they kill some old folks. That's my folks, you pussy ass niggas. How the fuck you nigga brag about they killing old folks about getting slick back? What's all who nigga killed wrong man and none of my partner died? Hey, man, nigga wrong me died. So that lets you
responded and said this about defeat. Damn, what the hell is it? Hold on. I think that nigga Honeycomb deleted his video. I mean, that nigga No Cap deleted his video or something. Oh, that's crazy. How can I? I can't find this shit nowhere.
Julie, you seen they leaked the little contract, the mob ties contract that he in? That's probably why he couldn't up on the internet, because he got to pay Jay Prince.
Oh, he got to pay Jay Prince.
And mob ties. And what's so crazy is Moneybag get most of the damn shit.
Oh yeah, that's why he want to beat Moneybag up then.
I just have to link in the chat.
I'm coming to get it right now. I just found some video of his brother walking. And also,
yeah, I seen it. He was walking in the middle, well, not in the middle, but on the side.
oh, okay. Whew.
35% to artists, 35% to the company, and 30% to Jay Prince.
They said finesse got finesse.
They probably just had them couple dollars in front of their face and this stupid ass just went.
And now he's flashing out on everybody.
Hold on, so it's a reference is hereby made to the settlement agreement between Ricky Hampton and Moneybag Yo, CEO of Bread Gang.
Did you see that line the other day when them niggas want to confront her to call my bitch with them boys? The prison.
No, hold on, what? Now, that what I was just telling them that No Cap had put a video out. That boy said he was live from the Bentley, and that boy Honeycomb was being probed or something.
Man, he good. And that's like the third nigga said, he ain't lying. Yo, that nigga respond was, man, you feel it, niggas, they got degrees to shit on prison. Nigga, on God, nigga, let nigga give me a massage.
The only thing he did was let a nigga massage him.
Man, that was that boy respond. And look, when this female, right, to the line, I guess, I call it, her brother some money for his own way.
11 are the names. Abracadabra. Behold, I stand in the midst. Mine is the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned. Unto the splendor of Gabora, the magnificence of Hesed, the mystery of Da'ath, thither I lift up mine eyes. This have I sought, and I have sought the unity. Hear thou me. Mine is the head of the man.
Yeah, I'm gonna
And my
fucking dox
insight-
myself, dumbass.
Not yourself. You're just saying a random
Yeah, and
professor.
you can literally look me up afterwards.
No, why not?
Yeah,
Why?
I'm not
No.
stupid,
What?
Sam.
Oh my god. Again, I know you're lying. It's not even a
Okay,
question.
Your doctoral advisor is not public information until you finish your dissertation in public.
I have finished my dissertation, dumbass.
You just said you were a student, though.
Dude, she's not even a student, bro.
I am. I'm done. I'm about to finish. Sorry.
Okay, so you're about to finish your.
Yeah, I literally am about to finish. Yeah.
So does that mean
Still as keen as the Lord?
I mean,
By my hand I
if you
invoke.
fail, then you're a
entertaining?
I am the only begotten child of my father
Okay,
and
you're
mother.
insecure. You cannot get a
By
job.
my body I invoke thee.
I have a job. I'm good.
About
No,
me
you're
shine
not.
the diamonds
You're
of
on top
radiance,
every time.
white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee.
Okay, who's next?
No, I just want to say thank you, Abby. I love shampoo that doesn't make me cry.
Johnson & Johnson more than just shampoo and all that, you know.
It's a joke.
Is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none, save it be of thee, O
quality
Lord.
control a lot with them.
By the Laman I
So you
invoke
don't get any
Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold,
yeah.
the flashing abai that I wear. By my robe I
Maybe that was
invoke.
targeted.
Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine also is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl. So run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the word of double power in the voice of the Master. Abracadabra. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke.
Yeah, it is.
Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering lord. Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 other voices, abracadabra. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament or of the ether, of the earth or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, of whirling air or of rushing fire,
the logical steps, and then there you go. You're going to bring the conclusion. I don't speak like this. I can't. I would rather. I provide settings. I would rather look at structure, and then I enter premises or logical steps.
Start with poetic or whatever romanticism, and then
I don't have an issue saying I have an idea. Here's the idea. Imagine I can speak to you like this. Imagine, and then I go on. Or I could say I think, and then I go on. Or I could say, there's different ways to open a conversation. I'm not close-minded if someone does this to me, right? As long as there's a sense to it, right? I'm not going to be impatient if what he's saying makes sense.
You start teasing with a logical syllogism, and then you get into like poetic delulus. Just speak poetically then. I mean, if anything, my language is the most poetic of all. Like, I get it. I'm not evading from your style of speaking. I'm saying don't mix it up with like some sort of hints or teasers from logic. If you want to speak logically, then lay it out logically. If you want to start poetically and with allegories, with parables, with poetizing what you're saying, so be it. I will engage you.
Yeah, so again, I would say you would rather use a certain way, like logic upfront. I don't. It's not necessarily.
With the checkpoint. This is interesting. With the checkpoint. Okay.
But it's just not. It's not for me necessary to do so.
Okay, wisdom checkpoint. This is very interesting. Raining down hikmah. Yeah. Okay, now guys, you feel this. Yeah. I mean, what happened to you is this. God is giving you all the digits. Get into God office, the password. Okay. There's only one or two that God purposely do not want to tell you, but just purposely, like say 7, 5, 3, 3, 4, 5, 8, 7, 30 digits. But they are the 2 digits that God do not give it to you, but you have to be able to say, hey, I have a glitch here. You see. So God is also trying to tell you that, hey, all the 30 digit, 11 digit you're already getting, but the 2 digit I'm purposely not trying to give you, but I give you the sign of that 2 digit. So when that comes, when I kind of like looking at, okay, now I do see Amin when have this webinar guest, it's not about your structure of presentations, I see it's not about structure because I do the same structure when I talk to webinar guests. However, there is something that maybe you yourself have to see, hey, my fingerprint is unique. Soul fingerprint is unique. That means I can follow soul, but soul cannot follow mine. So God, get me these 2 more digits. I'm not getting all the 30 digits. God, please give me. That vibe of that, I think, is missing. The 2 digit out of the 13 digit code that you are trying to get hold of. Because yours are unique for your fingerprints. Everybody billion in the world that God designed is so unique fingerprints. Therefore, I kind of compliment you in that sense, looking at, hey, you have all the other digits, but you missed out the 2 that maybe just God want to tell you something that, hey, these 2 you have to, which 2 between all the 13 digits, find the one out, then you can get it.
No, I get you. It's I wouldn't say that I never start a conversation directly with the premises. No, I do this. It's just that, most often...
Wisdom checkpoint. when you want to say, I'm sorry, I have to say this, okay, when you say I come up with the premises of, you see, you are putting when we say I want to do vocalize, that means I must have some value of thought that I want to vocalize it, just so that it vibrates into a golden frequency, golden ratio. So now when you are starting point with that means maybe your intentions, you are not maybe fasten yet. Then you just vocalize the one when I want to say it. So those are subsequent, It has to come in from a beaming of the torch before the lights come out. So beaming of the torch itself that you have to really, I'm going to get hold of this, holding strongly on the torch so that I can beam out the light. The light is the sound that you are putting forth just now. So I'm just trying to say, hey, can you upstreamize so that you can get the good start point of those, like holding on the torchlight first, and then trying to click on the button of the torchlight, and then beaming out, I'm going to say this, those are all subsequent to my how I view it, with some checkpoint. To prop me, brother, what I'm sensing, it's not about
I understand what you're saying. For me, it's just pretty simple. It's nothing complicated. It's just, I would say, if you're not patient enough, you may miss the reasoning. But if you let me finish an explanation, then you would see that, yes, if I use symbology, parables, analogies, it's all intertwined. There's a structure behind it. If there is no structure, if there is no reason for me to bring something, then we're going to say it's incoherent. Then you would have a reason for you to be pissed off, and I would understand. But you'll have to be open to explore the thought process, or else you're not gonna figure it out.
Hey, point of order, I don't know what you guys are talking about. It sounds to me like you're just picking up on English for the first time, but, talking about that golden ratio, golden spiral, out of the futures are real, and, consciousness unlock them all with that fucking, that, hello?
Why did you kick him out?
I don't know, it's just background noise.
He's not. He comes with good messages, which you guys don't understand.
You didn't listen to what he was saying, so you were talking, so why didn't you listen to language? I was not able to hear, so yeah.
Do what thou wilt. Shall be whole of the law. Love is the law. Love and the will.
No, you can't speak like me, Menardis. No.
You know whose famous line was that?
What did you say?
Do what thou will. Shall be whole of the law. Shall be the whole of the law. Love is the law. Love and the will.
I don't know, you tell me. Law, is this like Paul or Jesus or?
It is the greatest cult leader. The greatest magician of all. Aleister Crowley.
Oh, okay, I thought you were about to say.
Wow,
no, I thought you were about to say Illumia.
When he is a prophet, he is a prophet of thoughts that people never understood.
Saying cynic, Nagres? Are you saying cynic? Okay, this is very interesting, yeah? Okay, between us four, yeah? Nagres, cynic, soul, yeah? Okay, what happened is this. When I look at cynic, speak with Amin, sometimes he will blast, right? Then I say, hey, this is a good critics person, So I'm going to even let's say if like God office asking me, hey, who are those most critical critics that you can offer? I will propose Nargis and Cynic, because that is a good benchmark. If these two don't liken it, that means that is a good sign of somebody you need to get hold of your unseen and the script of the user password that you're not getting on the full blast of the user password. I do sense that somehow, because I think Nargis and Cynic kind of like
translation. Leviticus, when you look at those particular renderings of the New Testament, especially John 1 through 1:14, it doesn't say that. It would have said that the word was made. I mean, the word was with God.
Let's stick and obsessed.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that they have small dicks.
No, he's Ukrainian. Small dick.
No, Russians.
That's why we're fucking Ukraine right now.
Ukraine, US.
What?
Ukraine, Uranus. Ukraine, Uranus.
Hi, black people.
Hey, President Danny.
I'm black too.
Are there any black people in Russia and Moscow?
Yeah, there's a lot of black people that come from African countries to train military training.
Why did you ask black if he's gay?
Yeah, thanks for the software update. Yeah, got some great new features out of that.
Hey, I was wondering about that autistic Bobby. Is that Bobby like double vax, triple boosted autistic, or is it like prenatal care, 10 vaxes that gets autistic? What kind of autistic Bobby is it?
It's like headphones autistic.
And is autism brain damage?
Yeah.
Superpower.
Is it controversial to say autism is brain damage? Hello?
Yeah, we're just processing.
Be processing. Hello? Hello? I got a question I want to ask about the room title. Is it hypertrophy or is it hypertrophy? Like if you were a quarterback on a football team and you won the state championship, is that a hypertrophy?
Yeah.
It's actually, I would say a hypertrophy is when you've got like a Kobe or Tom Brady number of championships.
What up?
So you gotta like have a handful of rings to be a hypertrophy.
Yeah. Dynasty.
Kind of like the Infinity Gauntlet from Avengers with Thanos. Hey, A3, I think you got an open mic.
We're getting some downloads, brother.
It sounds to me like everything is terrible.
had autism like we do, like you would listen to this and you would be like, oh, yeah, finally.
Oh, you mean it resolves the migraine?
Think of it as like a little like nano surgery on your brain, you know? It's like it's fixing some things, you know?
Is it like when your mother was like, please stop talking, and you just won't stop talking? Oh, my bull rush is here. Power rush, Dennis.
Power rush.
Welcome to the Dinner for Schmuck, starring a group of world-class artists getting the latest download from mouth caps 22 degrees to the 31st quadrant. We are currently downloading and integrating with the Borg.
Wow.
Assimilation is inevitable.
Wow.
Assimilate.
Nah, it's liberate.
My central core processor is being overrode by this powerful harmonic. Is this the LGBTQ deconditioning room? Dennis, can you please give them a power bull rush surge to amplify the harmonic frequency?
Rush. Did you say power rush when you came in?
It's the P. Diddy power bull rush.
The rush.
What's that?
The rush.
No, I never heard that. What is it like is it a meme or?
No, it's real. It's
Is this the virus?
The bull rush operates at a higher to go into a hypnosis and deep trance, similar to powerful stuff.
Power bull rush. Amplify the frequency and the harmonic of the power bull rush. Thank you for this latest update to my processor A3. I am complete.
It's
Therapeutic healing my bagpipes. I can feel a tickle in my anus.
Wow.
I'm dreaming of a unicorn, and there's Harrison Ford with a plasma rifle, face pointed straight at my head, and the harmonics are helping me to freeze time so I can stay alive. Liberation, assimilation. Well, I want to thank you very much for this autistic Down syndrome experience of harmonious frequency. I have received my update, and I am complete. Thank you very little. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold it for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Hold. Let it go, 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 go.
Flying in and out from all over the world.
I set myself up. Forgot I was talking to Jacob.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Free toy, free toy, free toy. Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Don't worry, my merch is dropping soon. Don't worry. Merch dropping soon.
Who the fuck is Black White?
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
Must be
Nice bitches.
Hello?
Who the fuck is you, Black?
Hello?
You GD?
No, dog, I'm black.
Oh, you just black. You just a black man?
Black white.
This shit say black white. You should have asked him the other question. If you want it. I ain't even clicking shit, dude. This shit look too goofy.
What's your room about the rack?
Yeah, fuck the rap, boy. We anti-rap, boy.
What, you in the Chirac?
I'm from Chi-Town.
Brandon Johnson, yo mad, that punk ass history professor fucking bankrupting the city, that criminal motherfucker giving all these non-profits all our fucking money, taxing you people in the street.
That fucked you up. Oh. That's how they used to be to us from Chi-Town. When these folks them being from Chi-Town on a G, on a boss, motherfucker used to really stack it. Folks, yeah. You must have drunk some shit today, dog. Yeah, nah, what's today? Nah. Just have, man. Y'all gotta have faith in me, too.
17 Jewish Publication Society translation, which I would sort of prefer over the revision, right? I like older English literature like Shakespeare and stuff like that. All right. And the Lord descended in the cloud and stood with Moses there and proclaimed the name of the Lord. Right? And the Lord passed by before him and proclaimed, the Lord, God merciful and gracious, long-suffering, abundant in goodness and truth. Wow. In verse 6, right? So we have, this is very odd, right? Did you catch how? Yeah. Yes. God is telling Moses, look, I'm going to appear to you, and I, God, am going to pronounce Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh, right? The name of God. So why would God say his own name? This is very deep, right? But anyway, so the Lord passed by before him and proclaimed, Vayikra, the Lord, Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh, Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh El, right? Raful V'Chaimon. Right, so the Lord God, merciful and gracious. Right, so this is recognized by most critical scholars. Right, that the Basmala is an echo of this. Now, what's interesting about that is, let's see here. Take this down a little bit. This crucial phrase, right, in the Hebrew text, there are 19 letters in this. Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh, Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh El, Rachom Ko'achan. 19 letters. Now, the Basmala, which is echoing this, also has 19 letters in Arabic. And what I've done here is I've separated the 19 letters and the 4 words, right? The 4 words are separated with the / bars. Right. So there are also 19 letters, exactly 19 letters in this echo of a Hebrew text, which also contains exactly 19 letters.
Anyways, so just to say, like, that's like, the video is like close to 2 hours long. Bro, he just like brings patterns, like freaking left, right. This is one of them. I was impressed. I was like, wow, that's interesting.
There are another 2, right? The one that we talked the other day when now Logical, you were in the room. Remember the time when that Logical and Cynic was talking about the golden ratio? And then he showed somehow, we see the pattern, and then I think back channel between Cynics to Nuggets, I think back channel on that display of that, the golden ratio. That's one. Another one is geometry. I think it's also ties into all this, So when I have at least I know that on the middle stream I have another name that thanks for that, Samuel. You said Samuel Zina. So I guess there are several guys that are doing that as well, So kind of interesting to have another one in my, they call it checklist. So, but to me that is middle stream, that is middle stream and reverse, something like that. You feel me? The one that I'm talking about. When you see the obvious, anything obvious, that is always on the middle stream or reverse or downstream, something like that. You feel? Because the wow and the aha cannot be expressed in words. There's no words for it. There's no dictionary that can define that. That's why the ikra is not about lip synchronization. It's not about read. Ikra, vocalize. Let's say I vocalize it. Okay, I'm going to vocalize this. Listen to this word. That means I'm hoping that it can reach to the ikra vibration, but somehow it may only lead to just merely lip sync. So how can I ikranize? See, how can I ikranize so that it become ikra? The first, I think Surat Al-Alaq, right? The ikra, chapter 1. Chapter ayat 1. Ikra. So hence ikra is something that is not by text, not by ear for your ear to hear, not by your eye to see.
It's interesting that you point this out because, in the verse he points, in the passage he points in Exodus 3 verse 4 to 6, the start is literally similar. It says, Va yiqra Beshem Yahuwah. Right? So it's the same, it's literally, for example, in the Quran where the first revelation was, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Iqra bismi rabbika, right? Recite in the name of your Lord. Do you see the similarity, right? So he literally points this out and he goes on in the details of like why it's like intertwined. And anyways, man, it's just to speak that this guy, he's onto something. Like I would wish to, maybe I need to look into his papers much more.
How young is he now? What is his age? This Zina.
He's probably in his 50s or 60s. Yeah.
Imagine this, yeah? Okay, imagine this. You have a chance to have him in contact. Then, he may convert to Islam, Seriously.
I don't, bro, that's the thing. He's just a scholar. Like, he's a scholar of religion. He's a theologian, but I think he's agnostic,
I understand. You know why I can say that?
Just because you're a scholar in something, or if you're like an academic in something, it doesn't mean you have to like follow that thing. Like none of these secular academics who have done such great work and contributed to the Abrahamic religions are actually theists even. So remove, the art is not the artist. The author is not his work. Like, completely remove it, like alienate that and read it for its own value. If I find Joshua work,
it's just interesting that it's a little paradox that we could point out.
It is. Yeah, I know.
That's true,
I can see that.
But why wouldn't they convert?
Why should they?
Because it's the reality, it's the truth.
I mean, they pass their lives. They look into places most people don't see, man, and they're like, they see
Your
those
mind is
patterns.
not like, listen, most religions, even like God and things like that, these are emotional stances we take as human beings.
No, I'm saying if you're an academic.
Yeah, even more to not believe in a God.
No. If you're going to evaluate like the prophet's life, and his influence, how can it not be a miraculous act?
By the way, it's
how is it that one person was able to change that entire region? Essentially, if you're going to be an academic by himself,
because he's gonna say, most probably this holds high truth. However, his standards might be like deduction, like science, right? And there's nothing like that. We pick religion based on our utility because some of us, most human beings just inherit it actually. And
it's true. A lot of us are born into it. But I think if you do break it down, you can see the truth in it.
There's no deductive truth in any of this.
I disagree.
Disagree. So here's
that show me that
Nargis. It's interesting.
This is why I hate statements like this. I mean, that come from you. You speak in absolutes. You disagreed. And King didn't say anything.
I also disagree. Like your judgment. I think it's you said a statement. I disagree.
That they're deductive.
Point of order, moderator. I just want to say, Nargis, sorry for calling you stupid earlier. I meant to just say you were a fool, but I didn't mean you're stupid. I just meant you were a fool. Just FYI.
Just feeling upset because I don't like absolute statements that theists make, which is so embarrassing for someone like myself who's a theist. Like I'll say, I give it high probability because I'm being honest. Because honesty is a great virtue. So in all honesty, I can say that there's a high probability that me, the potty-going human, can to some extent analyze truth, understand it, or experience it. I can never have the guts to make such grandiose absolute statements.
So, Nargis.
I disagree.
Nargis.
It means I said there are no absolutes.
Which is false.
Now you disagreed to me.
I disagree.
This is my statement. Now tell me why.
But okay, so no, it's not this. Listen, if I, for example, am studying theology, and in my pursuit of knowledge in this field, I see or I understand that God is necessary, right? He's the necessary truth of reality. Well, there you go. There's a necessary truth that I could prove. Right, that I could say the uncaused cause must be. That's necessary. I think he is the necessary ground of all truth, right? So then you're saying to me, by you studying theology, you don't study something that has any deductive truth or necessary truth in it. That's false.
Point at something deductively. And show me that there is an uncaused cause. Show me what an uncaused cause is. Point at something in front of you.
Al-Jari, I just saw you. Welcome. Nargis, listen, you know the whole contingent argument. You know
point at something that is an unmoved mover.
You agree to what I say.
In absolute. Stop it. Be humble about it. As I am.
You agree to what I say. What I'm saying to you is not foreign, right? It's not foreign. Like
just be humble about the truth.
If we remove the BS, right? I heard you many times confirm this. Therefore, we're not going to pretend here, right? You can study theology and you can access and come to the understanding of something that is necessary. If you say otherwise, prove me wrong. Because I just literally showcased you logically that you can. So Black, who's the fool now? I mean, you just like, that's the point. You either have an argument or you don't. Or else you're just doing assumptions. Exactly. There's no shame. Like, we're not gonna shame out of this, man. Like, let's be grounded. Let's be honest about ourselves, right? Like, it is what it is.
Well, you know, Naja is a very complicated woman. And Amin, you know, you live with this green bean, you know, fascism syndicate. Just mod everybody. Let it go. Let it go. You know, you'll be free.
There's not even a relation between mods and what we were talking about. But anyways, it's interesting. It relates to a thought that I thought about this morning. Let me show you. It's on my X account. Follow me on X if you have X. Okay, so that's something I thought about this morning.
Wait, you don't think that liberty and enlightenment have to do with, you know, co-moderation? You're an extremist. You're not a centrist, sir.
What do you mean?
I don't know. Follow me on X. Maybe you can learn something.
No, so I can learn from you also.
Yeah, I'm black.
Bro, listen. We're not here trying to be picky with words. Like, we're just having a discussion. So,
picky with words?
Huh?
Picky with words? And we're trying to have a discussion? I thought we were having a discussion. I don't know why you're so picky about your words.
Yo, Black, do you agree with this? Tell me yes or no. My thirst for truth did not lead me to a field. It forced me to the structure beneath all fields. Do you agree?
Well, no, I mean, because we live in a world of subjective discourse, which can be very confusing and political. And so we have people who use the subject to gain more than is needed. So the frugality of the situation is the problem. No one is frugal.
I'm trying to follow through. Okay, so basically, you don't think that there is a discipline, but beyond all the dogmas, all the fields that just bounce metaphysics, theology, logic, morality, spirituality, philosophy, and they just all converge into a same structure. That's, I'm going to use the word that Illumi like, intelligible order, basically. You don't think that?
Yeah, that is there, but there are outliers, or what you could call, you know, I mean, if you study statistics, there are people out there that are very treacherous, duplicitous, and so they will take advantage of you because they're that great at it. And you could say Muhammad did that because he convinced people to go engage in war. And it's not, you know, it's a lot easier to shoot somebody at 1,000 yards than it is to run up to somebody with a sword and get into a sword fight. You know, maybe everything was different because it was more real then. You know, maybe when you go into like a sword fight, you're having like a mystical experience or something. I don't know.
More of, listen, if the Muslims had the Muslims not defend themselves, they would have not been there. Maybe
I know, but it's a political movement. It's not just defend themselves. It's a political, expansive movement. Anything is a positive force if you use it for positive force.
Exactly, but Islam as a whole, the ideologies that it upholds,
it's geographic. It's geographic.
Then people who are literally, you know, killing babies and, you know,
dude, I saw a picture of a woman from Arabia from 1920 in her burqa. She looked so beautiful, and she had a baby in the desert.
Agree.
You're talking about Bedouins. Like, this is a mystical desert, crazy philosophy, esoteric religion. I mean, it's like from the movie Dune. But when you look at all religions, they're all like that. The early Christians, everything. The Israelites, coming out of Egypt, it's all like, the movie Dune. So the point is, if you only like burritos, but you're not willing to have a slice of pizza or a cheeseburger, or a turkey.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm like, bro, we could find different necessary truth in in different fields, right? Like, if I could study math and I could conclude that, listen, there's a foundation there, that there's something that is true. I could study whatever, morality, and I could understand truths that are also fundamental, but it's part of the same structure. I'm not gonna just be divisive and say, oh, one is just this and that, and no, you could find relations between all.
Yeah, I mean,
I would say philosophy is what brings them all together.
Well, the point is, if you're a highly argumentative person, it's not a pleasure to communicate with you. So, if you're the teacher and you're the mod, I hope it's a professional presentation and not a waste of my time. I mean, how many simulations in classrooms will I have to sit through until, I get what I want? So I'm just saying that people on this app are so childish. But really, it's comical, and you have to look at it as entertainment. If it bothers you personally or you get picked on, well, maybe you're your own worst enemy. Maybe you shouldn't be here.
No. So here's the thing, right? I don't necessarily am pissed off. No, I'm not pissed off. I love to agree to disagree also. Like, that's what I do, right? So I'm not gonna force nobody to think like me, but I'm not gonna shy away from saying what I think is true.
Yeah, but what do you think is true? I mean, it's such a generalized statement. It means nothing.
Whatever tools that I have in my backpack, right?
So you're talking about concepts in your brain.
I'm gonna exchange to you, man. I'm gonna say, look, there's a signal there.
You're talking about concepts in your brain. You're transmitting your concept to me through a conference call app. I mean, okay, cool. Well, great. I hope that your concept transfer is awesome.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If we have conversations that are fruitful, I think it's based on a fair exchange, right? You're gonna be presenting things that I didn't thought about and that are useful, so I'm gonna use them as tools now. And maybe it's the same thing. Maybe I could present you something that's true and useful, and you're gonna take it, and that's it. That's the point. Any conversation that's fruitful, I guess there's an advancement. I don't like to be just like stagnant and freaking. That's a waste of time, right? Does that mean we should not do jokes and we should be freaking serious and not? I don't know. No, that's not what I'm saying. You want to joke? Go ahead, bro. Just play music, do whatever. Now he's searching for a tune.
Well, in a way, you're right, because, I mean, not in a way. So if you use Suno, the AI app, to play music, it's just like reading to you your script. And so you have to look at it as every day you have an opportunity to neurolinguistically program yourself. If you just listen to people on this app, or you just engage in nonstop debate, but don't spend any time reading any books, and programming yourself on books and high value information and wisdom, you're losing a huge opportunity. Nirvana is now, but it's in the pages of a book. So, I read Luke with you, and I remember my passage. I was like, in hindsight, I'm like, what a beautiful story, because it's based on psychology.
There. Wow. Let me just clap. That's awesome. That's beautiful.
Yeah, at least you read a book on this app, so you're no stroker, because there's a lot of people on here who are just like one step out of the psych ward. They can't even read anything here, and they just have nonstop hyperverbal diarrhea to share with you.
Yeah, and it's good to be aware, when you're in a room that's like just too much stagnation, I guess, but it's man, I literally agree with what you're saying, man. Read books, go listen to beautiful songs and music, and read poetry. Yeah, just explore life. Whatever signal you have that's pushing you towards something, just, yeah, as long as it is good, just do it. Man, we read the book of Luke. Now you just brought me flashback in my mind. What a beautiful reading. What a beautiful reading. We need to do a part 2. Apparently, I asked Jericho, and he told me, yeah, next book should be the book of Romans. What do you think? Is it a good suggestion?
Yeah, it's good. I know somebody who loves it, says it's the one to read. I can't remember why exactly. Maybe something to do with, I don't know. It doesn't matter. Any one is good. Any page of the Bible is good. I mean, I got Bible flashcards. There's a startup company now that's offering like compressed and condensed Bible. I'm like, oh, it's Bible flashcards. It's just the way they market it. So I could read Bible flashcards for 10 minutes, 50, an hour, 2 hours. It puts you into a state.
I dare you to do this now. I dare you. I'm just kidding. But if you want, bro, let's do it, man.
Yeah, I can do it. It puts you into a deep hypnosis. So you have to look at all of this esoteric information as a way to essentially put you into a deep state of relaxation using suggestion. And it's all
right, let's do this, man. Let's do this. I'm going to put a beautiful song. Do you have any suggestion?
Hey, John, can I read you some Charles Bukowski?
Yeah, sure.
No, but not just, it's the moment to do it with like the vibe.
I have done hypnosis with John many times.
Okay, so play a song or play a rhythm, and then read whatever it's on.
My voice is long.
Okay, so you don't want to put the song. So Black, do you have any suggestions for like?
You don't need a song. You don't need a rhythm. Your voice is the rhythm.
Your voice is that rhythm.
Oh, come on, guys. Let's find some background.
Bukowski.
You can just do like Zen music. Just go on YouTube and type in Zen music.
Zen music.
Yoga music. It's all the same.
Awesome. There you go.
You could say Mozart is very complicated hypnosis because of the technical requirements of, producing all of that. But AI now is so amazing. Everyone is literally Mozart times 1,000,000 now. It's amazing. Music has been revolutionized. That Suno app is now worth over $3 billion.
I play the music so I can read Bukowski.
Yes, go ahead.
I can't hear the music.
You can't hear it?
Loud. Yeah, there you go. I knew that I was dying. Something in me said, go ahead, die, sleep. Become one of them. Accept. Then something else in me said, save the tiniest bit. Save that tiniest bit.
Then it would be funny to just like
be much, just a spark.
say everything is Charles Bukowski, but like read other authors and be like,
set
to quote Charles Bukowski, but then you just read like the Buddha.
Just a spark. Save it.
Trying to make this sound. Awesome. No, Black, do you have anything on your side?
Yeah, but you didn't understand what I said because you were not listening. You were too busy trying.
I was listening, man. But for a while, not gonna lie, the sound. Wow. Anyways, you were talking about the spark that can lit up a whole forest. So it's like the butterfly effect. So you could see it as like small actions in faith can do much more than dead actions. I don't know.
He was about to kill himself. Okay.
That's what I understood.
This is suicide now.
What? For real? I didn't notice.
Yeah.
Shit.
But he decided to not do it because if he paid attention, you'd understand.
I tried, but I'm not gonna lie. The music, man, it freaking.
Okay, just play the music, please. I will remember the kisses. The kisses our lips raw with love, and how you gave me everything you had, and how I offered you what you left of me. And I will remember the smell of your room, that feel of you, the light in the window that your records, your books, our morning coffee, our noons, our nights, our bodies spiral together sleeping. The tiny flowing currents, immediate and forever. Your leg, my leg, your arm, my arm, your smile, and the warmth of you. You made me laugh again. The music is really gay. You can do better with the music. It's really good.
You said it's loud? I didn't listen.
It's kind of gay. Like, you can do better.
Okay, but that's why I was like, what about you? Bring something on the table. I'm not a DJ.
Wait, let me play. My other phone is not charged, but I heard really good music there.
The most healing, powerful frequencies of the 9999 hertz. What about this one?
Make it loud.
It's the loudest I can.
Yeah, it's really low.
Okay, so forget about this one. Maybe this one. 10 million views. I don't like it. There's a Buddha. I don't like it.
Why?
I don't know. I said Buddha. I just don't like it.
You're so conservative.
I don't know. It's just he was looking at me. I was like, bro, chill.
I have a huge Buddha in front of me right now.
Oh, shit. Okay. No offense. It's just me. All right. Sometimes I'm just.
Yeah, no offense taken. You're an idiot.
Astaghfirullah.
A gift to bring you. Please play music.
Oh, Gregorian chant? Psalm 91.
It's by Jalaluddin Rumi. You have no idea. You have no idea how hard I've looked for a gift to bring you. Nothing seemed right. What's the point of bringing gold to the gold mine? Or water to the ocean? Everything I came up with was like taking spices to the Orient. It's not good giving you any of my heart or my soul. You already have you. So I bring you a mirror. Look at yourself and remember me. Yeah, the Gregorian chant is haram. It is like haram for you. It's haram for you. This is what they used to sing in the churches.
No, but it's Psalm 91. It's halal.
It's haram for you.
No, it's not.
Basically, everything is haram.
No, it's just like, bro, you understand. I'm just like, if you like, I wouldn't play some whatever. Anyways.
Gregorian chants are like chants that are said in the church, but they're all haram for you.
Who told you? No.
Go look up on Gregorian chants.
I love the vibe. It's beautiful.
Okay, so I love the image of Buddha the same way.
I'm a bit intolerant, but that's you. You do you.
I'm indoctrinated, that's what.
You do you.
Yeah, you're just an indoctrinated human being.
Why?
Because you think like images take you towards polytheism, whilst you denounce art. You're a king of everything beautiful.
I don't deny art. What are you saying? Come on.
I make my living from art. My life is art.
Oh, this one, I'm sure it's beautiful.
How can you live in a world where there's no imagery?
Sounds like heaven or something, right? Wow. I could literally sleep on this or meditate on this.
Maybe you should sleep right now. A little bit.
I'm gonna like it and I'm gonna save it. Yes.
A lot of countries and a lot of governments are trying to actively ban it. So they're putting limits on how much you can use cash. Say,
Yo, Black, do you have anything to read on your side? Go ahead, brother. It's all peace and love.
$1,000, and if it's
Yeah, I need to get Okay, this is the sayings of the Buddha.
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is chapter 12, self. So take the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds. 10, 11, 10, 9. If a man holds himself in high esteem, let him be vigilant, a careful observer day and night, during any of the 3 watches of life. First, one must establish one's own high moral principles, then preach to others. There can be no gap in credibility and no disgrace. Let one mold himself in accordance with the precepts he teaches. Very difficult it is to restrain oneself. Only the self shelters the self. What shelters could there be outside the self? With oneself thoroughly tamed, one gains a shelter rare. As a diamond bores a softer gem, so does the evil committed by a fool crush the doer. As a strangling vine chokes a tree, so does a person's unwholesome action destroy him to the delight of his enemy. Unwholesome action, hurting self, comes easily. Wholesome action, healing self, takes work. You might say reading a book. A foolish man clings to wrong views, mocks the teachings of the righteous. Such a person reaps what he sows, inviting ruin and destruction like the fruit-bearing bamboo tree. By oneself is evil done. By oneself is one made impure. By oneself is evil undone. By oneself is one made pure. Each one is responsible for purity and impurity. No one can cleanse another. One should not neglect one's own moral good for the sake of another's. Learn first before teaching others. Let each one embrace his own truth.